Welcome everybody, it's Unstoppable Stiletti again with another Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition PK Player Killers Clan Tournament Casted Game stream. So how are you all doing today? Good? Very good? Well, that's awesome to hear. If you're not doing good, feel free to tell me, but otherwise I'm assuming everything's alright. So, yeah, we're already doing another one of these streams again. I told you I'd be going into overdrive and getting these done. And believe it or not, I am still getting recordings. Yeah, I found two more of them today. So, yeah, we're still getting them. Like, the mountain just gets higher and higher, you know? Gets higher and higher, and I try to catch up with it, but, at this point, I'm going to need a pickaxe and a bit of rope to keep up with the amount of casted games we have to cast. Which I think is a good thing, you know? There's nothing more I love than to yap about Age of Empires 3. You know that about me at this point, so that's good. Definitely good. So, yeah, hopefully you enjoy another one. Just as a warning, today, this is going to be a big stream again. So, the weekend ones, because I'm mostly busy doing regular recordings and obviously personal life stuff that I sometimes have to get done. The streams are pretty small, but during the week, they're muy grande. Muy grande. So, yep, this one's going to be another long one like the one we had on Friday. So, you know, if you want to go get dinner, get a hamburger, get some french fries, a soda or something, go for it. I would recommend it strongly because you're going to need some nutrition to be able to keep up with this stuff. So, yeah, definitely. Hopefully you've been enjoying these casted game streams. Typically what I try to do is I try to cast until I start falling asleep with these ones, because you kind of notice as the stream goes on, I get a little drowsy and I start not talking as much. It's because my brain is literally slowing down because I've done it for so long, so I have to, you know, have a cutoff point to like make sure that I can do it as long as I can so I get through them, but not lose any quality in how I analyze the game. So, yeah, just so you know, basically that's sort of my rule of thumb to handle that. Typically, try to get the most quality out of each game while also making sure I get through enough matches every day too. Because as I said, we're already moving into a second phase of this tournament, so I have to be constantly moving around and, you know, doing it. Personally, I would love if I had more time on the weekend to just do super long 12-hour streams of this and we could breeze through it really fast, but unfortunately it's a bit tough for me right now to do that because of different situations, but yeah, either way I'll get through all of these, so don't worry. If you've posted a recording, I probably have it. If I don't, send it to me and I will do it as a separate video if it comes down to it, so don't worry about that. I do promise that I'll go through everybody's stuff. You know, no recording will be ignored unless you tell me I ignored it. Then I will unignore it. I will do it. I'll do them all, every single one of them. Not just the old ones, but the new ones and the medium to new ones too. So, yeah, I'll do them all. All I'm doing now is just sharing the stream with a couple Discord servers so they know that we're live. They can join in on us for the action, see these wonderful recordings, and yeah, should be fun. Definitely. I think at some point this week we're going to be casting Wars of Liberty as well. So if you're more of a Wars of Liberty type person, don't worry, we got you covered there too. So that's good. That's absolutely wonderful. I know how many of you love Wars of Liberty personally, so yeah, don't worry, I got you covered. Actually, the Wars of Liberty community has you covered because they're the wonderful people that provide me the recordings to use for it. So yeah, it's good to see so much enthusiasm for Wars of Liberty again as we're getting closer and closer to the Middle East release, you know. We're getting pretty close to it, I will say. I mean, I can't tell you when it's coming out, but let's just say that a lot of the Civ-related stuff already done, you know. Only thing I haven't seen from my testing has been like maps and native sites. That's about it. Once that's in my hands to look at and looks good, you're probably getting it very quickly. Yeah, that's basically it. You know, everything else has basically been really well polished and looked at. Most of the out of sync issues have sort of been neutralized as well, which is good. I think that's the most important one, actually, because if you have a ton of out-of-sync issues, it really degrades the multiplayer to a huge, severe degree, for sure. So, yeah, that's good. And let me think what else. Trying to think what else we're missing here. Well, I guess also the fact that, tomorrow was the release of a very important DLC in Age of Empires 2. The Alexander the Great Chronicles one. Hopefully you're all going to get to play that. I think in my time zone it's going to happen around lunchtime, around noontime. But I have to work around that time, so I'm not going to get to start the campaign until 5 p.m. I hope they don't steal my thunder and take all my views. That would be unfortunate, but yeah, definitely. So don't worry, I will stream that on the day. We're going to go right into the campaign, unless somebody wants to host me a bunch of lobbies that we can do Black Forest with it or something, but I'm just assuming we're going right into, yeah, campaign. That's the most reliable thing, because I tried doing a start on multiplayer thing the first Chronicles DLC, and it did not go good because there was nobody hosting lobbies with it, so I was like that. I was really not happy camper about it at all. I was like, man, it's the release of these 3 new awesome civs, and you don't even want to use them? Really? Yeah, it's the unfortunate thing. If you give people the power to showcase historical accuracy or not, unfortunately they pick historical accuracy, which stinks, because I don't like historical accuracy. I like to play Spartans versus the Conquistadors. I like to play the Achaemenids versus the Portuguese. You might not like that, but I do. So, yeah, a little bit about me there. Right, okay. Yeah, I was just making sure I posted something on channel there. Yeah. Alright, there we go. Another one, and one more server to go, and we're all set. I tried to move through this thing as fast as I possibly could, and I did pretty well on time, you think? What do you think? You think I did alright on time? Yeah, I did pretty okay. So, yeah, here we go. That's done. Those 2 downloaded recordings are already added to the list, so we should be all set to start, okay? This is the first one we're doing. Aliuk versus Chinese name that I don't know. So let's see who wins this one. Yeah, I'm all stoked for this, so let's get started, okay? Alright, so Aliuk is using the Haudenosaunee, and Chinese fella's using Russians. Okay, so this should be pretty neat. Now, give me a bit of a memory jog, but I don't think we've seen Haudenosaunee at all this tournament yet. Believe it, yeah, I don't think we've even seen Haudenosaunee at all. I'm pretty surprised. You know, Haudenosaunee are really good in 1 versus 1. They're a pretty solid civ. They're one of the easiest rush civs to use in 1v1, actually, because their home city selection, their build, very reliable. Very, very reliable. So, yeah, let's see if Haudenosaunee can beat the Russians here, because that's going to be a tough matchup. You got 2 very hyper-aggro 1v1 civs sort of dueling each other here, so let's see if Haudenosaunee can beat Russians or vice versa. That'll be very interesting to see. So, typically when you see the Haudenosaunee, one of the most important things that you do, build a trading post. Yeah, typically you use your starting wood to get a trading post, and then you do any necessary wood chopping or treasure collection to get a longhouse as needed. Yeah, basically the Haudenosaunee love to get unit shipments out very quick out of the door to facilitate their rush. Namely, their Kanye West Horsemen. It's the Kanye Horsemen, but we call it Kanye West Horsemen here in the AoE3 community. The Tomahawks and the Aena Bowmen. The Aena Bowmen are obviously your anti-infantry archers, and then Tomahawks, they're musketeers, but instead of firing a musket, they just throw an axe at you. Yeah, that's pretty scary, throwing a literal axe at you. I'd rather get attacked with a musket than a throwing axe, honestly. Little baby bullet versus a big giant swinging blade spinning through the air. Ugh. But, yep, it looks like Russians are starting with their wood trickle, distributivism. This is always going to be their starting card here because they don't get any villager cards at all, basically. As for the Haudenosaunee, they're going to go for 3 villagers, because they do get villager cards, and they're going to use them. So yeah, that's pretty good. Let's look around the map here and see if there's any huge treasures they get. This is just herdables. Typically, when I see herdables on the map, I'm like, yuck, ew, I don't want that. I want quick-to-use resources personally. That's just me personally. Animals can be okay. Sometimes they help out later when you're doing a fight. So maybe pick up that coyote. Ooh, the hottest shiny got 25 wood. That's pretty good. That can go right into training a single tomahawk. That's not bad at all. Yeah, because if I remember correctly, tomahawks cost about 75 food, just like a musket, but instead of a gold cost, they get a wood cost. So, yeah, free tomahawk. Yay. 30 XP. Make sure you grab this before somebody steals it from you. Yeah, that'd be very important. Whoa, look at this. Sticking the longhouse all the way up here. That's a big, far away place to put a longhouse. That looks like a forward base, potentially. Oh, yeah. So what treasure you got here? I'm assuming this is 85 wood. Yep, basswood, 85 wood. Would be a good acquisition. Russians going with the quartermaster for 400 wood to help them get some blockhouses and unstoppable Stelezis down. Haudenosaunee are already in age 2. They age up very fast because they have the messenger politician, and it just lets them age up super quickly out of the gate. Let's see what he does with this travois. Every time you age up with the Haudenosaunee, you get a free travois. And the travois can turn into anything. It can turn to a longhouse, war hut, corral, sage workshop, whatever you want. So usually it's going to be turned into a war hut that will act as a tower. So it's basically a Native American blockhouse, because blockhouses, if you remember, also shoot at nearby units. And they train your infantry. So, yeah. Your Aena Bowmen, your Tomahawks, and later your Forest Prowlers. For these typical 1v1 rush games with the Haudenosaunee, the only ones you need to worry about are the Archers, the Aenas, and then the Tomahawks. So the Aenas are one of the only units in the game that only cost 1 resource, 100 food. So you literally don't need wood or gold to make these things, which can sometimes make them quite affordable to add in your army. As long as you got enough hunts, the Aena Bowman can flow pretty freely, honestly. So starting with a couple of Aena Bowmen there, shipping in the Kanye West Horsemen, about 4 of them. I'm assuming Russians are going to ship in Cossacks, so it's going to be a bit of handicap against each other. Personally, I think the Kanye West Horsemen are a bit stronger than the Cossacks, but the Cossacks arrive in a bit larger numbers since they're a 1-pop caveat, whereas the Kanye West Horsemen are a 2-pop base one. Wow, you're pretty lucky in this forward base to have a 320 XP treasure right next to it. This is going to give Haudenosaunee a huge boost. As I said before, Haudenosaunee love quick, fast-acting unit shipments. They love to steamroll them like crazy. Stacks of archers, stacks of tomahawks, and stacks of cavalry. So this is looking like another shipment for Haudenosaunee there. Russians going with spice trade. Interesting choice. Going for the hunting boost. Now that's going to give them a bit more food to work with, which could be good, because as you know, Russians train their units in blocks, including their villagers and their infantry. So you need a lot of food to pop things out of these blockhouses, as well as the town center. So frankly, getting a hunting boost, I think it's understandable. Also, they got their market over there and getting hunting dogs, so they're looking to get as much food gather rate improvements as possible, because they know these Haudenosaunee are going to be swooping in and out and trying to press them as hard as they can with all 3 of their different units. Recruits are the unit of choice by the Russians. I don't know how that's going to go versus these archers, though. These Aena Bowmen will drop them very quickly, so we better be careful with these things. Yeah, see that right there? Just 1 volley, enough to take a recruit out. And then you'll have to recruit more recruits, obviously. That's what they're called, recruits. Alright, so Kanye West Horsemen doing a great job against the Cossacks. Taking some of the recruits to go into melee versus the Kanye West Horsemen to get an edge. Not that great since, again, they're a pretty weak musketeer. They're cheap, but they're weak. Kind of the theme of the whole Russian civ, especially on the infantry side of things. For that volley, I think the Haudenosaunee did pretty well. They were able to maintain most of their archer stack and wipe out majority of the Cossacks, wipe out a ton of recruits, force the Russians to get Minutemen, which obviously cost them about 150 food and gold to get, so I think Haudenosaunee is in a winning position here. One thing that the Haudenosaunee are totally winning on with this hyper-aggressive strategy, map control. Map control, map control. So while the Russians are stuck in their little base here, trying to keep the town center and the blockhouses safe against all harm, Haudenosaunee get a run of the map and get to go to all the hunts, all the mines. They get to do whatever they want. And that's sort of how the Haudenosaunee love to play. They keep you so cooped up in your base that you don't get to contest any of the map's resources, and thus, with infinite hunts, the 100 food on these Aena Bowmen is quite affordable. You can stack tons and tons of them. Yeah. The Russians forced to get a couple of unstoppable Stelezis. That's me, by the way, over there, unstoppable Stelezi. Cheap but weak. Cheap but weak skirmisher, of course. Actually training Kanye West horsemen from a corral. So this Haudenosaunee is doing so well with map control and resource acquisition that they're actually able to get in the cavalry now too, on top of the archers. That's pretty big, because now any unstoppable Stelezis you make, they're not looking too good anymore, because now there's actual hand cavalry being trained on the field. Not just that starting shipment anymore, no, they're actually being trained at this point. Also picking up Spirit Medicine, basically an HP and stat boost for your villagers. At the moment, it seems like there's a very low likelihood that Russia will be in any sort of position to pressure these vills, but in the rare event that a batch of Cossacks is shipped out to do so, at least they'll be able to fend them off pretty well, since they're a pretty flimsy hand cap. Archers going for another volley here. They will engage with the Russian army head-on. The thing is, Russians will always have a defensive advantage because they got the town center that can be garrisoned, plus they got the blockhouses here that can shoot as well. So if you're the Russian player, you kind of want to fight the Haudenosaunee in the middle of your base. That is, of course, if your blockhouses can stand up, right? Obviously, there's so many archers here that these infantry are dropping fast. You know, these Kanye West horsemen are able to stay in the fight because basically the archers are dropping the recruits so quickly that their bayonets are really not able to deal with them appropriately. There's still even, there was still even one trailing them up there. So, yeah, this Haudenosaunee is pressuring very deep. Very deep. This blockhouse is more than halfway down. That's one defensive structure dead. This one will probably come next. At this point, the Russians basically can't keep any of their units protected at this point, and as soon as they come out, the Haudenosaunee army is right there to drop them. You know, one of the things that make these Aena Bowmen pretty dangerous, they're an archer unit. They got a rate of fire of 1.5 versus the 3 on the skirmishers, which means these archers are shooting twice as fast. So they can rapidly go through an army of infantry very quickly as soon as they spawn out. Doesn't matter if you have a block of 5 to 10 units from a blockhouse, those archers will shred them as soon as they're out of the gate, and all those resources go to waste. To make it worse, this Haudenosaunee is in such good shape he's making cavalry, so any unstoppable Stelezis you make are going to be flagged down by the cav as well. So I mean, this is just a death ball here of hand cav and archers. Something that this Russian can't even deal with. They did try building another blockhouse. It's going to stall a little bit more time, but how much more time? Probably not a lot. I can see this Russia falling rather quickly here. So, yeah, quite intense. Blockhouse is almost down there. Recruits are going to try to contest. They're going to be forced back, obviously. And then the Kanye West horsemen just trying to soak up bullets at this point. You know, they don't even have to chase them down. They just need to act as a buffer and a protection against the buildings and the infantry on the field for the archers to do their job. You know, yeah, this blockhouse should be done soon. They're building another blockhouse here. They're stalling for even more time, but I think stalling for time is a waste of time. You know, you're not going to win the match doing this, and in fact, you're burning through all your wood reserves. Actually, you've burned through all your wood reserves at this point. Going for Sevastopol so you can actually get the blockhouse finished in time? Yeah, it's a pretty desperate call there, but what can you do? The Bills are being down right now, and it's over. It's clearly over. That Haudenosaunee played a very intense game of aggression there, and I really think they did a great demonstration of why Haudenosaunee, one of the best 1v1 civs, you know? Ottomans do it through their fast fortress and fast industrial. Haudenosaunee do it through just straight up H2 aggression. Pressuring the opponent very hard, you know? I honestly think we should see some Haudenosaunee going up against the Ottoman players. That would be interesting. You know, just seeing a really consistent Haudenosaunee just taking out Janissaries, forcing them onto a foundry to make Abbas to counteract them. That would be something worth seeing. You know, I think that would change the calculus and maybe discourage some Ottoman play. Who knows? Could be wrong, but usually I'm not wrong on that stuff, you know? I know a lot of things about AoE 3. I'm just saying. Alright, so there's another Aliuga game up here that I'm going to scroll up to, basically. Almost there, I think. This one right here. Aliug versus Ling. Let's see Aliug versus Ling. Are we going to get another Haudenosaunee game? Yes, we are. We're going to get... Oh, wow. Oh, no. I was going to say, this is wonderful. I wanted to see a Haudenosaunee versus Ottoman, but unfortunately, because the Age of Empires 3 developers did not know how to create good recordings for this game, we lost the recording. Thank you, developers, for not supporting this game for over so many months and turning it into abandonware. But either way, we'll continue. We'll continue with the next one. Hey, I'd throw money into this game to get that stuff fixed if it was up to me. If my YouTube goes to $1 billion, maybe I'll just buy this game and fix it up myself. Like nobody else is doing it, so hey. Better do the right thing on my own, you know? Yeah. Alright, so now we got Just Sauce versus Robot Game. Let's see how this one is. Just Sauce, Japanese. Robot Game is the Russian. Oh, man. Let's pray that this doesn't happen all night, because I'm getting tired of this sort of thing, you know? We did not have this problem in the Legacy game, but somehow it got worse in Definitive Edition. Yeah, it's pretty bad when you get a remake of the game, and then the quality of it goes down the tubes compared to the original. That's pretty sad. Yeah, no. You've seen me cast Wars Liberty games all the time. We never have problems with the recordings, right? You might have one like once every month or something, but it's very rare. Here it seems like it's like a really common disease. It's a disease at this point. It's really sickening. Disease. Alright, so Just Sauce is playing as Ottomans. Port Mafia is playing as Ethiopia. The good news is, though, when the out-of-sync issues do occur, they're usually limited to a specific window. So if your game has made it through this number of seconds, usually, the odds of it doing so go down over time. Like, if you've made it past a minute, usually, you're probably in safe shape. Just saying. So, yeah, hopefully this one is fine. 3 recordings in a row out of syncing would be really sad. I would, like, cry. I'd cry profusely for you if that occurred. But, this should be alright. So, this one's going to be Just Sauce's Ottomans here, setting up their trading post, mosque, house build order, as we've seen in just about all the Ottoman games in this tournament. And there are a ton of them, by the way. People love this civ in this tournament because of their powerful fast fortress, fast industrial, and double barracks janissary setups. Pretty much, you need to get a mosque to trickle XP, and then you need the trading post to get you big deliveries of about 69 XP per delivery on this map. Because, as Ottomans, they love their unit shipments. They're really strong. Getting a batch of Janissaries, Abbas Gunners, Safahis, Falconets, Mamluks, other ones to name a few, they're very powerful. So Ottomans love their cards a lot, and thus the more cards that they can get, the better off they are in the match. So you're going to see this Ottoman going for any chance to get more XP that they can get, including stealing the big XP treasures in the middle of the Great Plains map, maybe going for another train post. They'll take any angle they can to do that. So, what deck is this? This deck is in Chinese, or whatever language that is, so I don't know what it's called. From the looks of it, it's a basic land deck. There's no sort of royal decree, moss construction setup in there, so looking at either H2 gameplay or Fast Fortress of some kind. Fast Industrial is very unlikely with this deck setup. Started with the 3 Uruk Villager card, so not going for the Capitalism card. That's making it much more likely that we'll see maybe some H2 combat. We'll see. How about the Ethiopia? The Ethiopia for right now is playing pretty basic. Getting the granary to start. It's a free building. Helps boost the hunting rate on your villagers. So wherever you're going to have some hunts, put down the granary. It's free. It's literally free. I'm not kidding. It's a free building. You've probably never heard of that in your life in RTS, but this building is actually free. Yeah. Another thing too, using your Abun priest that you shipped in to build a mountain monastery. So this big church right here allows you to collect stuff off of the mine that it's built on. So you can either gather all gold, you can set it to a mix of influence and gold that's sort of 50-50, or you can set it into a mega influence mode where you gather mostly influence with a little bit of gold on the side. So he's going for all gold right now. Going for architects too, hardening wood axes. Placer mines for the gold. So getting all those techs out of the way. Ethiopians for their villager cards were a bit different since they don't have like a 3 villager card, but they get this infinite one. Gives them 2 vills and an Abun priest. It's probably one of the strongest infinite villager cards in Age 1, honestly. It's very strong because it gives you 2 villagers. And then the priest just ends up acting as a secondary villager because he's gathering gold and influence off of the monastery. So it's basically like having an infinite 3 villager card in reality. But it's still somehow balanced because once all the mountain monasteries have burned through their stuff, then the priest is just sitting around and doing priest stuff. So that's the only reason such a card even exists in this game, really. Yeah, it looks like the Ottoman and the Ethiopian villagers are competing here. Ethiopian explorer, I should say, is getting the gold treasure. Very good. Going up with which alliance? The Jesuits. So we might be seeing conquistadors from Ethiopia. Oh, interesting. So this is fascinating. The Ottoman win Core Master for 400 wood. But the thing they did, 700 coin before 700 wood, that's a signature that we're getting Fast Fortress. Notice how no production building was prioritized. All the food is being saved up. That means that this Ottoman will be going Fast Fortress here. There's very different signals when you're seeing the Ottomans that they're going for Fast Fortress. One might be seeing a gold trickle card first. Another one might be seeing 700 gold before 700 wood. And that's what we're seeing. So this Ottoman's going for Age 3 play. With the scouts for about 4 free delis, which are hand cavalry. Right? So how is that going to affect the Ethiopia strategy? Well, that means, out of the gate, the Ethiopia is probably going to be gathering some influence, right? In some shape or fashion, so that they can actually get some conquistadors here. And those conks will be great, actually, against those starting delis. And if the Ottoman wants to go with a shipment of Safahi or Mamluk, conks could shut that down too. So, more than likely, Ottoman might go Cav Archer Abbas, potentially. Just because they know there's potential conquistadors. Does the Ottoman know about this Jesuit start here? They know about the church. Alright, so they've seen the church being constructed. Once you see a church, you know it's Jesuits, because the Jesuits are the only way that you get access to a church in Ethiopia. So if you see a church there, it's Jesuits, and you know to watch out for conquistadors. So that will basically affect how the Ottoman operates. He'll go more down the route of Abbas guns at this point than he would cavalry. If you don't see a church, if you've scouted the base zone and there's no church, then you can go for one of those hand cav options. But if you see a church, bad idea. Probably want to go more down the Abbas gun Janissary route. In fact, they're already putting out some Janissaries right now from their barracks because they got the 400 wood from the quartermaster, and then they get the 700 from the 700 wood card. So they're building up a ton of wood right now. Also picking up the second hunting technology, steel traps. As you know, Janissaries are pretty expensive in food. 90 food. They have a ton of HP on them. That justifies their high costs. So that's what you're seeing right there. They're going to ship in about 8 Janissaries. Again, the big boy Janissary card from H3. They're just going to stack up Janissaries to do with these conks. I think it's a pretty fair move to do. The Conquistador is not the most heavy-hitting damage unit in the game, but the thing that makes them deadly, the splash attack. They do one splash, so there's a chance that they can hit multiple units, like they sort of are right here. Because the Ethiopia put down the palace dead set in the center of the map, they got this 320 XP treasure under their belt. Once they get that, it'll help them catch up in the shipping game they're probably trying to compete with the Ottomans with, Ottoman had the trading post in the moss since the start of the game. They're getting cards like crazy. Only way Ethiopia can think to catch up, getting big boy XP treasures like this and denying them from the Ottoman player. Now, the Ethiopia player is also going H3. They also have changed their Mountain Monastery gather route from all gold to 25% influence with gold. So now they are accumulating a bit of influence because now they got some alliance units like the conks that they do need to train, so they do need the influence now. Conks going for a free volley there, which effectively they got away with. They took out a Janissary for free there, which is awesome. I like how he's using the conks here to keep going in and out, in and out. He's getting a ton of free snipes there, which is giving him a huge advantage. Oh, that's not good, though. You lost 2 of them. I mean, it's fair, though. I mean, he got a ton of free damages there against those Jans, so he was doing kind of good there. Kind of forced the Ottoman player to sort of go back and forth, back and forth. But they do have 2 Falconets now, so they got a bit of a good piece of siege equipment there to use. Well, looks like we got an arsenal there for the Ethiopia player now. Wood being gathered. So what is Ethiopia going to get? I'm assuming again a big boy shipment of a Sevastopol, and they're queuing up some Neftanyas from their war kings. So the Neftanyas, they're skirmishers, so they'll be great against Jans. And then the Sevastopol is like a big, giant, beefy mortar, death ball artillery piece. So that'll be good against a lot of stuff. My advice, make sure that these Neftanyas do not get picked off by the Falconet. Use your Sevastopol and your conks to get rid of the Falconets. Yeah, as long as you do that, I think you might be able to hold this off. Also going for some Shotel warriors to press the artillery as well. Not a bad idea. Let's... Oh, I think the Sevastopol just grew for a few seconds and then it shrunk again. Did you see that when it grew? I think it grew like a few feet or something. That's scary. Alright, so conks. Try to protect your conks because they're going to be one of the only things you can use to keep the artillery at bay and deal with any potential heavy cavalry push by the Ottoman player. Are they getting heavy cavalry, by the way? Is there any supplies on the field that we need to be aware of at this point? I don't know yet. Do they? Nope, not yet, thankfully. Ottoman player is still sticking to the Janissaries for now. That's good. Yeah, but you are going to have to hold on to a decent army of conks to deny Safahi Mamluk supremacy here. Oh, going for a middle town center is the Ottomans, trying to get that map control going, trying to claim this silver mine for your Uruk. Not a bad move, but it looks like Ethiopia is going to try to contest it. Ooh, going after the Explorer. Good. Yeah, get those Shotels in there. Try to get... Oh, no, you just missed it. If you could have taken him out just a few seconds earlier, you could have denied this town center. But now you got this big, burly building here you have to deal with, which is totally annoying. Janissary is trying to hold off these Shotel warriors with shock infantry, so their scimitars do multiplier damage versus the Shotels. Calling out the Bashi Bajuks to make it even harder for him to go for a siege on this, and they will force him to retreat, which is quite serious. Also has a foundry to train more falconets, so even more artillery to make a huge presence there. Delis is still alive, causing raiding havoc on the map. So, yeah, there's a few delis right there. Big deal. Big deal pickle. Oh, watch out. Watch out. Falconets might try to make a move on the Sevastopol. Watch out. Pay attention. Oh, man, that's bad. He got a lot of free damage. Oh, no. Get it back. You got to retreat that. You don't have any shot. You don't have any chance. Get it back. Get it to a safe position. Don't let those Falconets snipe it for free. That'd be very bad. Very bad. Oh, yeah. See that right there? That's not good. That's what you wanted to avoid. So now you lost a big critical piece of your offense. Now you're going to have to do all sorts of weird other troops to do this now. So, forced to go Javelin Riders to counter the artillery. Basically, Javelin Riders are an African Dragoon. Uses javelins, so it has a pretty fast rate of fire. Good for spamming against artillery and cavalry. So, it takes out the artillery, which I think is good. But unfortunately, Abyss are being shipped in, about 6 Abyss gunners. These things will shred Javelin Riders, so you're going to have to come up with a game plan now as Ethiopia how to deal with that now. Right? Their gold is spent at this point, so they're going to have to reinforce with 1,000 gold. Alright, they're just getting their second hunting tech right now too, snares. So, they didn't get a chance to get that snares earlier, so their food is a little bit lackluster as well. What is the game plan for Ethiopia at this point? I think they lost a lot of their thunder when they lost that Sevastopol personally. Whereas the Ottoman player's got the initiative now. He's got a middle town center. He's got pretty good control of his back base. Yeah, the Ottoman player has a bit of chance to go mobile at this point. You know, he is picking up the Endurance School. Endurance School will boost the stats of his Janissaries pretty substantially by about 20%, so turns these Jans into a real threat, right? Thankfully, Ethiopia has a palace over here to try to control this area, keep the Ville somewhat safe, but the thing is, once this Ottoman gets enough infantry, he's not going to care. He's just going to go after your Villes, and then you're going to lose that hunt. And then you're going to have a bit of a tough time trying to find reinforcements. So, yeah, you better come up with something fast, right? Because the clock is ticking. This Ottoman player is now on 2 town centers, so they're going to be acquiring Villes at a faster rate than you are, right? Oh, so the Ethiopia actually goes industrial age with the Habesha and gets Kebra Nagas. Ooh, interesting. So, they're going for a big move here to get some big boy shipments later on. So, they might be going to Sevastopol. Who knows? I think if they get this, that would be a huge shipment. Pretty substantial one. I don't know what they would do beyond that point, but we'll find out. Going for elite cavalry, so going for the veteran upgrade on the cavalryans. Getting veteran javelin riders. So maybe what Ethiopia's thinking, go for 2 Sevastopols with all the guard shadow teching on them, to go up against all this infantry and just protect them from Cav using the Javelin Riders. Yeah, the remaining Kongs. What's going on here? Looks like this is a Mount Monastery build is getting out of dodge, so these opponents can take off and gather some more gold and influence there, which I think is a pretty smart idea. Unfortunately, Town Center might be a goner at this point. You have really no force to contest these Janissaries right now, because the Abyss will just drop them fast. They'll drop them like mosquitoes with the fly swatter. It's not good. Getting some champion levied bowmen there, some quick emergency units. Yeah, basically with the African civs, they don't have Minutemen. What they do is you can train as many of these archers, spearmen, or gunners as you want, but they cost influence, so they cost a pretty penny since it's one of your rarer resources. So, kind of trying to throw everything he can at this, but he just doesn't have anything to do it with. And then all the Villes that were caught in the base, they're caught in an early grave. Yeah, GG. Totally caught off guard there. I don't think he was expecting that. He wasn't expecting the Ottoman player to run on top of him like that. That was a good play by the Ottoman player, you know. Good job. Good job, Ottomans, for punishing him hard there. That was solid. That was really good. So, I definitely like that quite a bit. And you should too. Well, if you don't like it, that's fine, but I'm just giving you advice. Don't mind me. Alright, so where are we on now? Alright, so let's scroll down. This one. Just Sauce versus Ungers. Oh, that would be a good one to see. We know Ungers, right? He's from the Wars of Liberty community too. Yeah, he plays a ton of Wars of Liberty games as well. So, I would love to see some Ungers gameplay here today. So, Ungers is playing Germany, and Just Sauce is playing Mexico. Hola, Santiago, Mexico. So, Mexico versus Germany. Kind of an interesting matchup. I don't know what to expect from it. Should be pretty cool, actually. So, yeah. The Mexico is going for a trading post, so I don't know if that means, well, that could mean a revolution. So, yeah, maybe Central America, maybe Baja California. That's pretty good. Reason why I say revolution is because, obviously, if you're going for a revolt this Mexico, you try to get a fast trading post, at least one, so that your card inventory is coming in very quickly. You know, that's what you do with the Mexican revolts. You try to get card after card after card, right? In fact, earlier this weekend, remember that cringe game where because somebody changed the game options, they literally denied them a chance at using the revolt properly and they kind of forfeited? That was pretty cringe, so hopefully that we don't see that here. That'd be pretty sad. As for Germany, Germany is building their market, getting hunting dogs early because those settler wagons have a huge base gather rate. So they're going to gather like madmen with that hunting dogs tech. It's really worth it to get as soon as you possibly can, and it gives you a huge hunting advantage and age up time advantage. So that's good. Now, as far as battling is concerned, we're going to have to check what the deck is. Is it going to... So when is the deck going to be? Standard deck. Yep. 1v1 5 DOPs. Oh, interesting. So this deck emphasizes Doppelsolner a bit in Age 3. That's pretty okay. I mean, we haven't seen any Age... Have we seen 5 DOP deck at all here? So far we've seen 2 Yulon, 2 Skirmisher, 1 War Wagon, Black Rider, Jaeger decks for Age 3 unit cards. This one has the Doppel. I think that's pretty good, actually. 1,000 wood, 1,000 gold. That's great. So, yeah. Interesting thing here. The Silversmith card. Yeah, this is a pretty big card because in Definitive Edition, not only does it help you with the mining rate, which is pretty good, it also allows mines to last longer, which means it improves your villagers' gathering yield on mines, which means even though they're gathering better at those mines, it means that the mine is able to retain more of its resources while the villagers' gather rate is going up with that tech. So you end up getting more coin from that mine than it has initially on here. So instead of 2,000 coin, you're getting more like, I don't know, like 2.5k coin or maybe even 3,000 coin. It's pretty good, you know. Makes it much better for you in the long haul. Going for a quartermaster. Is Germany there? 400 wood. Mexico going with Texacala. I don't think there's... Texacala is like the most popular Egypt, I think, for Mexico. I don't think anyone goes for anything else other than Texacala, personally. Texacala was the one I've done since game one. I've done since day one of playing Definitive Edition. And that was like 3 or 4 years ago. So, Texacala, I stand by it for life. It's great. Gives you access to a ton of cool technologies and stuff. Gives you a chance to get a ton of extra vills. It's such a good age-up choice, you know, honestly. I couldn't see myself going with any other starter other than Texacala, personally. Maybe you can, but not me. So what's their deck? So their deck is looking to be a... Well, we don't see any huge indicators of revolt from the deck itself. It seems to have a ton of Fortress Age options, which means maybe the Mexico will play standard, but it's not determined 100%. Alright, so, yep. We got a ton of rush options there with Insurgentes, Saltetiradores, Chinancos, Handy Navajo skirmishers there. Going for the 700 wood first. Oh, so they might be going for a revolt. You know why? Because I see them doing a weird macro here where they're going for a bit of gold. Now they're going to be bringing in wood. It looks like they are going for that resource distribution to go for a revolt here. That's what I'm seeing. Yeah. And I will mention, too, the fact that Germany also got a trading post as well. Germany, it's pretty popular to go trading posts because they're one of those civs that, like the Ottomans, like the Haudenosaunee, they love their unit cards a lot because their unit cards come with extra units, the free Ulans. So not only are you getting like a crossbowman or 3 doppels, you're getting a bit of handcap too that can act as a support, or it can act as a unit that you bank up and you raid with the whole map. So what's a revolt? Baja California. Oh, so we're going to see a trade monopoly attempt by the Mexico. Very nice. So all your villagers turn into filibusters, basically a revolutionary musket. Pretty reasonable. Mexico's always do a middle hacienda when they do this, so that they can essentially... Oh man, Germany was right on top of the hacienda to deny a wagon. That's pretty big. So basically the Mexico revolt here, when they do this strategy, they try to build as many trading posts as possible and then go for a trade monopoly. Yeah, but before they do that, they get their factory first so they can at least get some gold to keep up outlaws out of their saloon. And then they try to set up a substantial defense to keep all those TPs alive. The fact that they were denied one, that goes into Germany's hands. It does. So, yeah. What will be the next card that we get from this Mexico? Okay. Let's see here. So they're getting annexation. Good. Trade monopoly started. So the clock is ticking for Germany. They have to somehow beat all these trading posts, and Mexico's game is to defend all these trading posts. So right now they got about 13 filibusters. And they're going to basically be queuing up as many outlaws as they can out of the saloon. Going with the banditos. Banditos. So they're essentially renegados, but they get a charge attack where they throw dynamite. So they're throwing an actual explosive at the end, which obviously does crush damage, a bit of anti-infantry, some splash. It's great against these crossbows. So, yep, going for the big boy 320 XP treasure there. That's huge. That's the reason why Mexico stalled going after the units right away, because getting a XP treasure that big means another card. They can go for the Walker's Gang to get 7 random Wild West outlaws. So I believe that counts as cowboys, gunslingers, or owl hoots. That's quite nice. On top of these additional banditos that the saloon's doing. Looks like the Mexico is also going for some wood from the factory too, which is good. Looks like the Germany's also diversifying his portfolio, going after multiple trading posts now, making this one the main one, but also trying to go after this one up here as well. So what Mexico's going to do, he's going to target it with his Huatreros, basically a Mexican Comanchero with the charged lasso attack that does some splash damage, quickly dispatching those pikemen. This TP is still alive, so Mexico trickling wood can theoretically repair this now. Will he repair it? He probably should. Maybe he's a little distracted right now, but sir, repair it. Yep, good. Repair that TP. Deny all the hard work that Germany did to try to siege it. That's great. Now your Suatreros have returned, and now you can go after the main German force of crossbowmen right here. There's so much ranged troops on the Mexico side that they can basically press the crossbowmen now and put the Germany on his heels. If he's on his heels, he can focus on your trading posts, and then he loses to the trade monopoly. The clock is ticking. We're approaching 2 minutes very quickly, and then you only have 2 minutes to end this trade monopoly. Otherwise, you lose the game, man. He has been stacking pikemen in the north here to rush this TP now. But the thing is, the Mexico went with the really cool card here, Coach Guns, which gives the trading post a powerful charge attack ability, which does a ton of damage to the unit sieging it. So This Mexico's going to do everything he can to stall himself some time and deny the Germany the cancellation of his monopoly. So thankfully, he got enough TPs done that this loss here is acceptable. But now he has to defend the rest of these trading posts. He has to defend this one, in sort of this C arc here, crescent. This crescent of trading posts needs to be secured for the next minute and a half. How much units does he have to actually defend this? So he's got big stack of the filibusters still with Renegade, with the Banditos. Has an Owl Hoot. Has both of his hero units there. Some more Banditos and a couple Suatreros is also coming in. So he's going to concentrate all his forces on these ones here in this arc. So what the Mexico has to do, has to micro these Banditos, get maximum damage on his dynamite tossers, and get as many of these pikes as he can. Alright, so has less than a minute now to get this done. Let's see if he can defend this one. Let's see if he can do it. If he can do it, great. If he can't do it, that's a big problem. Alright, let's see. Okay, so the Suatreros launch their lassos right into the center of the pikemen there, doing a huge amount of splash damage. Pikemen maneuvering around the range shots to try to get down this TP. Yeah, no. Oh, ooh, just barely survived it. It's over. I think it's over now. Unless he quickly rushes, he's going to rush these Yuans to the TP. Look, the Yuans are coming. The Yuans, they just need to throw one torch and this TP will be down. One torch. Oh, wow. He almost threw it, too. Look at the save by those Suatreros. Quick throw-in lasso just knocked them out. Just KO'd them. It's over. The trade monopoly will commence and he will win the game. Yay. That was so... Did you see that? He literally needed one siege to get this TP down with the Yuans. Their fast mobility. But the Suatreros were so fast with the charge attack and the lasso, they just whipped them right in the middle of the animation and just saved Mexico there. That's a good demonstration of trade monopoly. I love that. That's awesome. That was an awesome trade monopoly win by Mexico. That was really good. We should have seen one of those earlier this week. Or last week, I should say, but because they set the mode to classic, it denied them the ability to use trade monopoly and it ruined it. But now we got to see it for real. That was great. Did you see that? That was awesome. I really liked seeing that. That was great. Alright, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go to another one of these matches and see what we got now. Scroll. Let's go up and find another one. I like seeing that. That's great. It's really good, actually. So which one are we on now? Now we're seeing Chinese name versus Pog Hunter. Pog Hunter. Never heard that name before. Pog Hunter. Alright, so Pog Hunter is the almonds. Nothing special. Another almond player, another day. And Chinese feller is playing the Dutch. So Dutch versus almonds. Interesting matchup. If I remember correctly, I think we've seen the Dutch actually beat the Ottomans during this tournament, right? I believe it was Julian K, if I remember correctly, right? Julian K playing as Dutch was able to beat an Ottoman player. So Dutch can be an effective counter to the Ottomans, you know? If you do it right, obviously. If you play into their Fortress Age strengths against those powerful Age 3 shipments that the Ottomans run, I think you can do it. So, yeah. Let's see if this ends up working or not, right? So Mosque is down here. Trading post is down for the Ottoman player. Trying to max out as much XP as they can to get a ton of unit shipments. They're going to need every single one they can against the Dutch. 30 food treasure there. Dutch also setting up their build order right now. So the thing you got to understand about Dutch, their villagers actually cost gold. They cost gold because the Dutch love their money. They actually build banks to trickle gold, so if you ever want a lot of money, just be Dutch in this game. They love their money. They have tons of banks full of money. So, yeah, basically these villagers here, the merchants, they cost gold, but they also gather gold faster too. So, typically in the Dutch build order, you'll have a couple of your merchants gathering some gold at the start, just so you can queue up enough villagers to keep your town center churning out vills until you're ready to age up. So that way your town center is not going to waste, and you're getting a substantial amount of villagers to go from age 1 to age 2 with, and to keep your build order working just well. So right now, more than half the food needed for an age up is already there, so I think this player timed it out pretty well. Also shipping in 3 merchants from the home city. This is great. This should be quite substantial. So it looks like Ottoman player trying to snare the Dutch explorer a bit there, but at this point, kind of a waste. If you're going too deep, Dutch player could just garrison the TC at any time and just take out your explorer, denying you some pretty critical treasures, you know? In these 1v1s, treasures are important. As many treasures as you can get. Like, the Dutch one's gonna get 60 food up here. Quite good. You know why it's important? Because the thing you do between age 1 and 2 as a Dutch, try to get your first bank. Banks cost 350 food and 350 wood. So any food treasure like this you can get, it's gonna help you to get a bank very quickly. Right, whereas the Ottoman player is gonna get 80 XP. Ottomans love XP, means extra unit shipments, and unit shipments for Ottomans usually means a win or a huge advantage, so both players are kind of getting what they want out of this treasure system. Dutch Explorer is heading in the direction, but Ottoman players should have it done way before. Yep, indeed he will. So Dutch player is going Quartermaster, 400 wood, probably the same from the Ottoman too. Going with the Naturalist, interesting. So Naturalist is going to give him some villagers, give him some food in the form of herbals. Quite interesting. So yeah, that should be quite fun. So what does the Ottoman deck even look like? So Fast Fortress. Fast Fortress. So we're going to see a Fast Fortress. At least we're supposedly going to see a Fast Fortress. So that's sort of the duality we've noticed between the Dutch and the Ottomans in the last game that we saw that had Julian K as Dutch. Basically what the Dutch do, they say, okay, Ottomans, you're going to go for your Fast Fortress, so we're going to make an even better Fast Fortress by having the trickle economy of banks to back it up. So not only are we in age 3 as well, but we got all this gold churning out from our banks. Looks like they were able to time their bank perfectly between that transition. And on top of that, what you can do is Dutch. You can move some of your villagers over again to a mine where they gather faster from than an average villager to ensure if you don't have enough gold at your bank to basically maintain your villager economy, you can have that extra gold from the mine to make sure that you're always churning out villagers and keeping up with your Ottoman opponent. Your Ottoman opponent, they get villagers for free, so they don't have to do all that work to make sure that they're queuing up vills. It's one of the things that makes Ottomans feel like a very lazy civ, is that they don't have to worry about having enough food or making sure they remember to collect the town center. It's just done for them. You on Dutch, on the other hand, gotta make sure you have enough coin to do that. So, getting bank number 2, this is typical Dutch behavior right here. Get 700 wood, build another bank, and then after that, then you typically ship in your 3rd bank through the home city with this bank wagon. That way you have 3 trickles of gold, all amounting to 2.75 per second. Combining all those, you got like over 8 gold per second, which is quite good. Quite good. Actually, they're getting bank number 3 down because they've been so diligent with their hunt and their wood economy, so they're getting bank number 3. That means they're going to have a whopping 4 banks here to match the Ottomans. They know that the Ottomans are probably going Fast Fortress, so the odds that they're going to rush them out of the gate with Janissaries is pretty low at this point. And if you want to look at the line of sight of the Dutch player and what he's seen so far, he has not seen any developed barracks yet, so he can safely assume that the chance that it's going to be an outright push out of the gate is very low. So he has enough time to finagle 4 banks. Actually, he's going to finagle in 5 banks, so he's going to get his whole build limit of banks done. So his gold economy is pretty maxed out for age 2. Ottoman player going with the scout, they're going to get some delis, so get some hand cavalry. That means for the Dutch, when they're preparing their age 3, they're probably going to go for some Reuters. to counteract that. Some one-pop dragoons that they get. Now they're going for 600 wood. So I don't know what they're going for just yet. Are they going to counteract them in age 3, or are they just going to stick in age 2? They can, the thing is, if you stick in age 2 as the Dutch, you're forced to use pikemen, which is a hand infantry against hand cav. So a little bit of chasing around. Sometimes you can reach the deli, sometimes you can't. So yeah, ideal situation for Dutch would always be to be in age 3 with veteran skirm, veteran reuter, to sort of deal with each other's counters. But if you're stuck in age 2, you're going to have to replace reuters with pikemen to protect your skirmishers, which, by the way, Dutch, the only European civ that starts a game with skirmishers as their range infantry instead of muskets. They get early access to skirmishers, but no muskets. So your counter cav is a little bit less flexible, but your anti-infantry is booming. Okay, so the Dutch does get enough resources to get their age 3 now. They're going to build a stable and a barracks. One stable for reuters, one barracks for skirmishers. All they have to do is sort of survive here as long as they can and deal with the Ottoman pressure. They're queuing up Janissaries, and they got those free 4 delis from the age up. Also, the Ottoman is starting to send those beefy unit shipments in. 2 falconets followed by 8 Janissaries. Right here. So, if you're Dutch right now, you gotta stall for as much time as you can. How much resources do they got to play with? So, they got all 5 banks done. So, gold is not a problem. They got a ton of gold, and because they've been hurting well, they got a hunt right here that they can keep grabbing from whenever the Ottoman player isn't paying attention. So they kind of did good for themselves with their defense here, making sure they have some easy to access food. They're going to finish this bison off. They got this one, and they have this bison right here to look at how they timed the herding. Bison right outside the town center, ready to go to eat. So what the Dutch player can do right away, make some halberdiers, make a hussar. I don't know about hussar halberdier, honestly. I think it's a little bit... Oh, interesting. So this is an interesting move right here. Going for the halberdiers to push onto the falconet, that's a powerful move. Because halberdiers, believe it or not, even though they're heavy infantry, they have a hand attack comparable to hand cavalry, so they can rush artillery if used properly. So they actually down the artillery, and now they're pressuring the Janissaries with their large hand attack. Yeah. Halberdiers are one of the most flexible units in the game for units that they can reach. They can fight infantry, they can fight cavalry, they can fight artillery. If the halberdiers get close, they can fight theoretically anything. People fail to realize how good halberdiers are in straight-up one-on-one combat. Look at, they shredded heavy infantry, regardless of their high HP and hand armor. They got rid of the cav, and they even got rid of the artillery. So this was a huge turnaround for the Dutch player. Completely took out a major siege. Now, the only thing they have to worry about now is this stacking of Janissaries. But what you can do is you can retreat, you can stall as much time as you need, let these Janissaries get cut up by the town center cover fire there, and just bide your time. Do you have enough? He doesn't have any wood. I was going to say repair that barracks, stall even more time, but guess what? Dutch has a shipment. They're going to get skirmishers now. So now they do have something to scare the Janissaries away with, which is skirmishers. Veteran skirmishers. So now these Janissaries cannot hold their position. They have to run off now into the sunset. And now, because you have these established halberdiers as the Dutch player, Sifahi Mamluk, not a winner right now. They would actually be threatened by these halbs quite a bit. Ottomans have to come up with some sort of method here of how to hold. So right now they only have a barracks. They have not had any time to get a foundry or a stable. So no abyss gunners, no cav archers. So what did they do? We'll have to see. For right now though, they're going to take the time because they have a sizable stack of Janissaries already. Get veteran Jans. Get that HP especially up. They're also going to pick up a foundry to get some artillery. They're queuing up falconets. Yeah, because there's no sort of... Oh, actually, they do have cav. They have hussars. So what they decided is, because they've seen halbs, they've seen skirms, they're assuming that this Dutch at the moment is going to be a mostly infantry-based army, so falconet is the most appropriate nuclear option to deal with infantry, so they're going to go for falcons. They're going to queue up 2 of them. They're probably going to get 3 of them at least. 3 falconets. They got the big coin shipment in, so they might be able to get 4 or 5 of these falcons. They could actually get all 5 because they have the wood for it. Can they eke out the last of this gold to get 5 falconets? Unfortunately, they weren't able to grab the gold fast enough to do it, but 4 falconets is nothing to laugh at. If Dutch plays their game wrong here, they could lose their whole army and be put into a bad position, so they have to be very careful. If they have to retreat back to their base and buy themselves some time, that's what they have to do. They can't be too risky here. Ottomans are approaching their villager build limit, so they have to get their build limit up from 25 vills to 40 vills. Sometimes you don't realize that even though the Ottomans get free villagers, they do have a small build limit to start, and you're forced to spend extra resources to get that build limit up at the mosque. So they just did that now. Galata district, the first one, is pretty cheap, so it's not a huge deal, but you gotta make sure you have the resources to do it. Let's see what Dutch is planned. So again, Halbs, Hussars. They've seen the writing on the wall with the falconets, so they know they need some counter artillery. The question is, what did they get? Also, he's got another shipment upcoming too, so he could potentially get these 9 Reuters. He could even go for Bosniaks. My guess is probably the 9 Reuters right now. But he's got to get enough wood for a house to be able to get those Reuters out, so he can maximize his anti-artillery potential there. That's the only way that that's going to basically work in the end. Yeah. Alright, so Halberdiers there. Very nice. Hussars also queuing up, which is quite good. Very nice. Hussars a veteran. These are also veteran. Very good. Alright, so Hussars they're trying to get through this wall of Jansen. Can he connect? Yes, he can most definitely connect because the mass of Hussars is so big, he's gonna connect at some point. It's just how many Hussars is he gonna get across that barrier. So he does get enough to take out 1 falconet, 2 falconet, 3, and 4. So all the falconets are down. Enough halberdiers to clean up the supplies. So that will be another Dutch victory against Ottomans in this tournament. Very strong. I love the Dutch. It's great to know that the Dutch are a great counter to the Ottomans too. Though there is a bit of a risk there, as we've seen, that the Ottomans press in very deep and they force the Dutch onto their heels. But if they resist, they seem to be the favored winner, it seems like. Yeah. That was a pretty good showcase that the Ottomans are not the gods. They're not the demigods, you know. There are ways to deal with an Ottoman player very appropriately. And that was a good show of it right there. Can't let the Ottomans get ahead of you, you know. And for what we know, that Haudenosaunee player also beat the Ottomans with their good aggression. So, yeah. I think what the problem is we've seen so many matches where the Ottomans were the favorite civ. And, that's why we've seen them win a lot. But there are some civs like Dutch, Haudenosaunee, other ones where we can actually put the Ottomans in check and maybe make them rethink their dominant status in the game a bit, you know? Yeah. So here we are again. Let's scroll down, find the next game. Port Mafia versus Robot Game. This should be pretty good. The last robot game out of synced. Hopefully we see him participate in this one. Alright, so Port Mafia is Japan. And robot game is the Ottomans. So we're going to see Ottomans versus Japan. Kind of an interesting matchup. I don't think we've seen Ottomans versus Japanese this tournament, right? Nope, not quite yet. So this will be an interesting one. I can imagine, well, I'm trying to think in general if I've seen a ton of Ottoman versus Japans, especially in Definitive Edition. Truth is, I can't remember. I can't remember seeing this matchup a lot. But honestly, I would say probably. I would maybe put my cards on the Ottoman player, depending on how they set up, how fast they are. I don't know, because I don't want to discount the Japanese either. because the Japanese obviously have that very economic defensive edge as well. The fact that those Ashigarus walk so fast at 4.5 movement speed versus just 4. Huge advantage on the battlefield too. They can allow them to get around the Janissaries. I don't want to discount that either, you know? So yeah, big time. I think definitely on Great Plains, Japan is always going to have a bit of an edge by the fact that there's so many hunts on the map, that it's not going to be hard for your eco monks to basically find the shrines that they need to essentially pick up all of the resources here. So I think in that aspect, Japan does great on Great Plains, because there's a ton of bison and other pronghorn huntable options to ensure that you can get all the 20 shrines that you need to boom like crazy. Oh, interesting. So Mountain Warrior is the first card here. Mountain Warrior upgrades the monk and allows him to get more yield from the treasures. So basically it encourages you to play Treasure Hunter as Japan, get a ton of treasures, and instead of the initial resource count that the treasure has, it ends up giving you more. Alright, so Port Mafia did get 70 gold out of a treasure. That's really good. Gets a free coyote as well to look for even more treasures. So setting themselves up here for some good success, right? How many other resource treasures we got? We got a 25 wood one here. This will be really good. This will help Japan to get another shrine. I would say even this treasure's not bad, because guess what? You can take these herdables and stick them right onto one of your shrines in your base, so you don't have to go for a risky shrine outside of your base. You can put a shrine near your town center and just bring the herdables to it to ensure that that shrine isn't immediately harassed by Yom and Janissaries. I think that's a pretty good distinctive advantage to pick up as well if you can. But is there any other resource treasures? Yeah, get this one if you're Japan. You should try to get this one. The big XP one there. This is an okay one. Yeah, I think this. What's this? Yep, try to get that one. Try to get all the resource treasures, because the thing is, you went for this card for the sake of getting a ton of treasures, so you better get all the resource treasures at least. Otherwise, it's a wasted card. Alright, so going Torii Gates. Torii Gates, as we've mentioned last night, or I think it was last night or the night before, if you see Torii Gates with Japan, it means they're going to be playing aggressively. They're going to go for a rush. Because what this wonder does, it sets it up so your units gain more XP when they kill things, and it also means you gain more XP when those units are being trained. So all of your XP bounties just go up. It's quite helpful. Another thing this age up does, it gives you a military rickshaw that you can put right away into a barracks. So you don't even need the wood to build the barracks. The barracks will just build itself. And you can start up with Ashigarus and Yumis as you need. In addition, it gives you a free samurai too, but I don't think that's the most important part. The samurai definitely can be good for scouting, and it can obviously be good for a support unit against cav and maybe meat shielding, but big thing is the military rickshaw and the increased bounty thing. That's the big part of Torii Gate. So, Ottoman going double barracks Janissary, so they will not be fast fortressing here. They will be going double barracks Janissary to shove their Janissary stats down the Japanese player's throat at this point. They're going to be like going nuclear on the HP of those muskets. And you can see them right now going for the gold shipment there to make sure that they have an endless stream of gold to queue up Jans. So already the double Janissary queue is beginning, and you're going to see a rush for them towards food to make sure that they can maintain it, right? The Japan looks like their barracks is just about up, so they can start queuing up Ashigarus. But the thing you gotta realize about Japan as well, they can ship many of their cards twice. So they can, even though this is a 5 Yumi Archer shipment, they can get up to 10 of them if they get another shipment available. They could get 10 Yumi Archers, not just 5. They could get 10 of them by just shipping the card again, right? But what they started out with was the 5 Shrine card to get them a quick source of population with those shrines, and they moving them out onto the map to get as many hunts near their base as possible, so they can get resources and more pop space to keep up with the Ottoman player. Ottomans already getting their first batch of Janissaries out. Now they're starting to double barracks queue more Janissaries, it looks like. As the hunt rate on the Ottomans improves and they get steel traps, they should be able to afford huge batches of 8 to 9 to 10 Janissaries. So Janissary numbers are going to go through the roof once steel traps comes into effect and their hunt rate is substantial enough. They're even going for 5 Uruks, so 5 more additional villagers to go on the animal son. Alright, but it looks like Japan is going to try to defend. They got Ashigarus from the barracks. They also got the shipped in Yumis. Yumis is going to be that big difference unit that's going to give the Ashigarus an edge against these Janissaries because they got the multipliers against the heavy infantry. 19 times 1.5, that's essentially going to be 20-something damage, which is going to beat out what the Ashigarus are doing against the Janissaries. So, gotta keep those Yumis alive, as well as keep a ton of Ashigarus in the front to push the numbers in there. Ottoman player trying to eke out as much raiding as possible, seeing if they can snipe a Ville on the cherry orchard maybe. But Japan will round the corner there to put down the market. Right away, they're going to want to get their berry gathering technologies for the cherry orchards, and eventually get the Yokogusa lanterns, which is the second cherry orchard technology, to get a really good gather right there. Janissaries down. Looks like Japan is consolidated with both of their Yumi archer shipments. Looks like they've lost 2 of their archers, but it's pretty okay since they got enough Ashigarus to keep up with. Went with the diplomatic intrigue to get access to the bank. That's going to provide enough gold to keep a steady stream of Ashigarus going. And then they're going to cancel that alliance right away to go with probably Japanese isolationism to get the attack up on the troops. Because for what you know about Janissaries, they have a ton of HP. Best thing you can do, you have more attack onto these Yumis, so they're doing even more damage at the Janissaries, right? Also, picking up all of the cherry gathering techs at the market there, even getting civil servants, which will benefit all the gather rates or natural resources, including the berries. So, going heavily on food economy there. Oh, good use of the smoke bomb there to avoid giving the Turks any additional kill bounty on those explorers. Very nice. You're also going to need those explorers to build more shrines on the map too. So I think, frankly, Japan's doing a pretty good job there. Now, what the Japan is going to do now is they're actually going to go for the Golden Pavilion. They're going to go for a Fortress Age. With this Golden Pavilion, they're going to get some more free Yumi archers, so a bit more anti-Janissary pop-in power. Plus, the Golden Pavilion can be configured right onto the range mode, which means all range attacks will increase. So that means Yumi arrows are going to do more damage, and the bullets on these Ashigarus are going to do more damage as well. Well, it benefits all the attack modes, so it's not just the range attack, it's also going to benefit the melee attack on range units. So it's going to benefit the bayonets and the Ashigarus, and it's going to benefit the little katanas that the Yumis use too. So yeah, that's great. Also, Japan sent their second batch of 5 shrines out, so they're going to go for as many shrines on this periphery as they can. I think is pretty good. Very good, actually. Merchant Marine. Very good choice there. Should be a very good addition to their economy. Let's see there. So they picked that up from the Spanish consulate. But now they're going to be going to the isolationism. It looks like they wanted 1 additional technology from the Spaniards in. So that should be quite good. Alright, so now they're in age 3. They can get veteran on these Ashigarus. They're probably going to go for flaming arrows, my guess, too. They're going to go for flaming arrows. That'll be quite good, because then you can use the flaming arrows to actually snipe any potential Ottoman falconets then, right? So what Japan's going to do right away, they're going to rush these barracks. They're going to destroy this forward base that the Ottomans are using and force them to be more defensive. Because if the Japanese can drive the Ottomans back to their base, it makes it a lot less likely that the Ottoman player is going to be able to rush that many shrines with their Janissaries, because what's the Achilles heel of the Japanese? It's taking out their shrine economy, popping one after another after another. So one way you can do that, make it so the Almond base is threatened, and they can't afford to take these Janissaries around the map anymore to start downing the shrines. So, best way to do that, take out their forward base, force them to build a base in their base, and then that's what you do, right? Unfortunately, Yumi Archer's there to intercept the Janissaries, and they're actually veteran upgrade now too to boot, so they're in really good shape to combat these Janissaries now. Yeah, quite good actually. What is the Almond agent up with, by the way? The marksman? Yeah, no, that's probably going to be their best bet there, is to get some Abiskars, so they're doing full crush damage on whatever infantry that they're fighting. What do the Japanese going to get now, is the question. They could go for flaming arrows. They could go for Way of the Marksman to get more range on these Yumi Archers. It really depends on what their game plan is. Oh, interesting. So they got the Golden Pavilion on the speed mode. So instead of worrying about damage or HP, they're concerned with improving the movement speed on these infantry. Now the Ashigarus are up to a whopping 4.72 movement speed, which means they can get out of dodge when the Abyss Gunners show up, which you see them doing. Look at these Ashigarus. They know that the Abyss are a threat, so now they're using that movement speed mode to evade crush damage as much as possible, which I think is great. It's going to keep that Japanese army alive a lot longer and be able to roll out in the stack against the Almonds. You know, I think once you get the flaming arrows as Japan, and you get a steady number of Ashies, you can go after this Almond base and finish the job with them, personally. Yeah. Oh, look at this. Bad luck for you Ottomans. Their forward villagers were hunting up here, and now they're gone. 2 villagers down on the Almond player. That's pretty substantial. Yeah, you can tell that the Japan's already double score on the Almond right now. Ooh, so Almonds actually have their Royal Decrees available. So they actually went with Moss Construction followed by Palace Intrigue. So they're calling in some Royal Decrees now. They got their Nizams in, plus they got the 2 Falconets now. So a bit of a resurgence by the Almond player. Let's see if these Nizams make a huge difference. Because the thing with Nizams is, you can put them on standard mode and they'll have multipliers against heavy infantry. So they're actually good for shredding muskets when in the right mode. Yumi Archers going into a bit of a stagger to fight the Falconets. One will go down. They will take 1 Falconet though, but I don't think they have enough to take the second one out. So what Japan's going to do, they're going to try to retreat these Archers, stall a bit of time, give Japan a moment to come up with this cohesive strategy. So what they'll do now is, they'll get the Shogunate, get a free Daimyo, and then that Daimyo, they can deliver units right onto the field through their cards to that Daimyo. So they can ship flaming arrows right in the middle of a fight, they can ship in Mortarus into the middle of a fight, Ashigarus, Yumis, you name it. Those Daimyos can change battles for the better, because the units can spawn right in wherever that Daimyo is and just go boop and take out their artillery. It's quite huge, right? And what the Japan's going to do is he's going to take all of his excess export and train a few Kansha Yamabushis. So the Yamabushis, they're not that important, but they're just a nice meat shield to soak up the bullets and the cannonballs with. For all the bigger troops like the Ashigarus and later the artillery to actually be able to focus on their targets without falling too quickly. Alright, so we got those Yamabushis there. These Ashigarus. He's got the 4 flaming arrow shipment right on top of this Daimyo. Daimyo Masamune. Let's see if Masamune goes right over here behind him and gives him a bit of a surprise. Yeah. Yep, he configured him right to the Daimyo as you see right there, and he's got the flaming arrows ready to go. Because Japanese manage their shipments well, they're going to have 4 more flaming arrows too, to boot. He's also picking up Honored Flaming Arrow, which means that's the guard upgrade on these cannons. So, guard artillery, 8 guard artillery pieces against Almonds right now. This is not good for the Almond player. That's why you have the Almond player in stagger mode, because in stagger mode, Nizams deal anti-artillery multipliers. But, yeah, so he's trying to do 48 straight up damage to these cannons. It's best as he can. But unfortunately, because of so much Japanese infantry, they were able to intercept that whole line of infantry. And now the flaming arrows can take a snipe onto that valve. Ooh, he even had the Yamabushi mashing it with the mace from behind. That's quite good. But now it's over for Ottomans, because now they've lost their army. You got 7 long-range pieces of artillery. How many does he have? 3? Yeah, but no, he was all set to get more shipments there. That was fatality right there. That was over. And he even had his Ashigarazari up to guard as well. So, yeah, if I remember correctly, I don't even think the Ottoman player even had. Did he have veteranized Jans, or was he behind on that marker too? I think he was behind even on that marker as well. Yeah. Pretty big, actually, yeah. No, pretty substantial. But, yep, we're already ready for the next match, so let's go into it right now. Yeah. I like that Japan right there. Another demonstration that the Ottomans aren't everything, you know. A good, well-placed Japan on Great Plains can beat the Ottomans as well. Yeah, quite good. So now let's see what the next match is. Scroll up, find it. Where are we on here? Wezi versus Ikuda. Let's see how Wezi does versus Ikuda here. Should be quite good. So Wezi is Mexicans. And looks like Ikuda is the Italians. So we got a Mexico versus Italy. Interesting. That's a fascinating one. I don't know how that one's going to turn out, but we'll have to see. Italians right away building their market, followed by a house, using the architect, which means that while the architect is building it initially, it means that the building is technically free to build, so you don't have to pay any wood. But it's done at a very slow rate. So what you do is, you build the building as long as you can for it not to hinder your build order, and then you turn on the finished construction ability, and then you pay out the rest of the wood to build it at a normal rate. So effectively, if you plan it really well, you can save a ton of wood using this architect, while still spending the wood where you need to not hold up your population and your other stuff, which is good. Another thing you do with Italy, queue up 1,000,000 marketects. Get your blunderbuss. Get your gray coat. Get your gang saw. Get your placer mines, hunting dogs. Even the other marketects in age early. And you know why? Because with the Italians, every time you research a technology, you get a free villager. So Italians don't actually get villager cards, they just get free villagers from their techs, which can be even better than a 3 villager card is. Because look, he's already got a free villager. Hunting dogs is going to give him free villager number 2. If he's already got great code, then he probably already has free villager number 3. You know, same with gang saws, same with placer mines. From the market alone, you can effectively get free 9 villagers from the market techs. That's pretty good. And then you count in all the military upgrades, and yeah, it's quite good if you're Italy. I think even the native techs as well count as that. So look out for native sites as well. So another free villager here coming out. Look at that, another free one, another freebie. With Italy, you start out with the card Capitalism, because you don't get villager cards, so Capitalism is the preferred card to start with, usually. And then from there, you typically go for Lombards. Try to build a lot of Lombards. Basically, Lombards allow you to trade 1 resource for 2 other ones in a mixture. So you can take about 250 food and turn it into a mixture of wood and gold to balance out your economy. Right? But there are some awesome cards like these ones here. Your Monte de Pieta, Senenzi financiers, your Lucan financiers, and then your Florentine ones that essentially give you free resources at the Lombard. So it's like a huge acquisition of resources at each Lombard that you own, and then you get a ton of resources from it. So yeah, it's a really good way to boom up quickly as Italy, right? Typically with Italy and the architect, you just build a wall of houses at the start, right? Because you got so much time on your hands at the start to do that. You save probably 200, 300, 400 wood just building a bajillion houses, and then you have that population ready to go when it's time to fight. Whether it's H2 with Paviseers, or if it's later with Bersiglianes and whatever troops you need. Yep, so Italy's going to go with the governor, whereas Mexico going up with Michoacán. So Vivid and Taxicala. So what's their deck here? So deck-wise, from the looks of it, they might be going Revolt, or they might be going Fast Fortress. I can't tell yet, because notice the lack of unit cards here. The lack of unit cards is very telling. It means either A, Revolt, or 2, Fast Fortress. Right, so let's see what this Mexico has in store for us here. The Michoacán has 2 Evertex, but they're all fishing related. Except for this one, which gives you XP and stuff, so a little bit different. Yeah, I believe it's going to be semi to full Fast Fortress here for the Mexico. Well, wait a second, no. They're actually queuing up some Soldados right now, so you got the middle Hacienda in the middle of the map for map control, followed by the Soldado. The reason why you keep a Hacienda in the middle of the map is because this can deliver home city shipments. So you want it here middle map, so you, whether you're delivering wagons or whatever, it'll be right there in the center of the map, so you can like do whatever you need to around it, which is quite good. Alright, so we got a couple Soldados here, some elite Mexican muskets. These are 2 pop soldiers, so they're very strong trooper. Any of those you can get, really good. What else do we got? We got 700 gold coming in, really nice. For the Italy, we got 700 wood. Followed by, let's see, more architects, very nice. So if you get multiple architects, that just means you're going to be able to queue up multiple free buildings at the same time. And more than likely, you're going to be able to build more of those structures without having to finish them with wood, which is great. So what Wizzy does goes for a Central America Revolt. So this is a particular build for Mexico that goes around this card right here, the Santa Maria Fire, which gives you more Soldados. So if you love the Soldado unit, this is a great card because it ships 4 of them in on top of the ones you're training. And then it gives you a free P-Tard with every card that you send, including this one. So you get free siege troopers to blow up buildings while still getting a batch of Soldados from your military here. The difference between Central America Revolt and the Baja one is the Central America one does not convert your villagers. It actually gives you free 8 villagers, and is considered an economic boom revolt. So it actually beefs up your economy. It doesn't shut it down. It actually makes it better. Alright, so we're going to use one of those P-cards right away to rush this house. Boom. 10 population down. Now I'm going to try to engage the Paviseer crossbows now. As best as you can. Looks like, I believe Soldados can handle Paviseers no problem because of their high stats. Should be pretty easy to do, honestly. Yep. Paviseers are down now. But the Minutemen have just arrived. These guys are they siege troopers? Yes, they are siege troopers. So I believe these Minutemen have a multiplier against grenade troopers, right? I believe they do. I could be wrong. Looks like the Soldados are still winning either way. More Paviseers being trained out of the barracks. Oh, those P-Tards are nasty. Blowing up the houses. Also, with Central America, you do get this good infinite Falconet shipment card that gives you a Falconet. And then after Santa Maria Fire, you get a free P-Tard as well. So you just send that in sort of a conga line while training Soldados. And that's sort of a rush build that Mexico does with Central America. Looks like in this case it's successful, and the Italy just isn't capable of holding up with their regular infantry. So that was a good demonstration of the Santa Maria Central America rush with Mexico, basically. There. Quite good. Alright, so now we will go into the next game and see what we can get. Very nice. So far so good. We've had a ton of good matches here to look at. So, yeah. hopefully you're all enjoying this with me. This is pretty awesome, actually. So let's find another one here. Very good. Very nice. Let's go down to here. Where are we on now? Just do a bit of scrolling. Where are we on? This one. Pasianak versus Wasiaki? Wasiaki? I don't know what that name is. Wasiaki? With a bunch of numbers. Okay, so it's Pasianak is the French versus Wasiaki, I think it is the Indians. Interesting. So we got India versus France. Very, very fascinating. From my understanding, at least from what I recall, I believe India does better in this matchup. I could be wrong about, but maybe that's my bias as a pro-India player in ranked. I think India is looking quite good here. Yeah. Basically, in this matchup, what you need to do is India get that aggro forward into a good spot and try to keep up with the French. You know, essentially get a good stack of troops to keep up with the French H3 shipments. Honestly, yeah. French right out of the gate, they always get a trading post right away because the French are very card oriented, like a lot of other civs we've seen in the tournament tonight. And essentially what French love to go for if they can, fast fortress into falconet, skirmisher, cuirassier, dragoon. That's what they like. If they can't do that, then they fall back on muskets and H2, and maybe a little crossbow, maybe a little hussar, and that's what they do. So we'll find out what the verdict is here. So this treasure, this is just an animal, it's nothing serious. Still gonna go for it anyways. France will try to contest it because that's what you want to do, is try to steal people's treasures in this game. It's not nice, but that's how you win the game. Is stealing. Stealing their treasures. Alright, so they do get the coyote. It's going to try to snare him with the native scout, but that's a pretty frivolous effort, so he's just going to move on. Now, I think France is going to get the good treasure here, which is the 85 wood one, so that one could be substantial. As far as deck is concerned, it's called anything, because you can do anything with this deck. You can go H2, you can go H3, you can play CBDs with your regular army, or you can just go regular troopers. It gives you a lot of flexibility. Yeah. Alright, so Renegato should go down pretty quickly here and allow Explorer to get that. They will go up with the Quartermaster for 400 wood. Get them a nice barracks or two, which would be great. India. Oh, they're going for a 10 villager Kainamata. Yeah, so India, their villagers cost wood. So they got two choices. They can either go for a mix food and wood build order, where they go up to like 15 villagers in H1, or they can just say, you know what, I'm going to eat through all my wood and just go straight up 10 pop and just eat nothing but meat. And then get an age up with just 10 vills on hunts. And that's what they ended up doing here. And what they did that for was so they could get an early Kainamata. The Kainamata wonder, it builds your gather rate near the structure. So the building gives you a good aura of gather rate. And then you can hunt faster, you can mine faster, you can chop faster, farm faster. It's basically a huge gather rate booster building, which is great. And then whenever you age up as it gives you free wood crates, food crates, gold crates. So it gives you all 3 crates in an amount that depends on which age you're in. So gives you a nice recovery of resources too out of the gate that you can use. So at this point, because the India is gathering all wood, they can continue to queue villagers because, yeah, Indian villagers cost wood, you know, which is quite good. Alright, so another villager's out. Yep, and obviously the great thing about the Asian civs as well is they're the only culture that lets you train villagers while you're aging up, because their age up isn't at the town center, it's at a separate building. So you get to queue villagers and receive economy while you're aging up. So going for a 10 villager build order with India actually isn't the most risky to your economy, because they end up making it up anyways during the age up transition. right? So, because you don't have an agri fort, you do need to construct a barracks to get sepoys and Gurkhas and Rajputs. So, barracks is required when you go Karamata. Right, going for 700 wood now. Remember that all Indian cards come with a free villager too, so that's another way to catch up in economy when you go with these types of builds, is just send tons of cards and you will get free villagers to eventually override your opponent's vill numbers. Alright, so start is going to be Sepoy, but we do see a market here, so probably going to see hunting eagles, some of the mining techs, some of the overall techs too. Now, this is the big treasure here, and it looks like both explorers are here, so I wonder when this one's going to be contested. Looks like the French explorer already picked off one of the banded riders, but it is going to take a bit of work for somebody to grab this thing, so who gets it, I don't know. But it looks like the French at least has hussars ready to go, whereas the India is going to resupply with sepoys. Go right into the melee, scare off the hussars. Now can shoot off the explorer there. Probably take him out. If he can take out that explorer, this treasure is his. He gets this treasure now if he can take out that explorer. Right, and that can go right into probably diplomatic intrigue, sepoys, maybe foreign logging. It's going to go into gold, so he's going to get some coin now. Needs a substantial amount of coin, I think, to eventually set up AH3. Maybe get some more gold for sepoy or Gurkha, especially since Gurkhs cost a lot of gold compared to sepoys. Alright, so Hussars going for pressure. Thankfully the Vills are able to garrison properly and avoid death. Hussars are going to try to weave out around this mine area and get out of there before India can catch up. More sepoys are queuing up. Very nice. The France going to ship in 700 coin and get some economy there. Very nice. Very, very good. Yeah. Alright, so now those hussars are going down. Very good. Very, very good. And let's see. Okay, so France is gearing up for a semi-fast fortress, and since they're getting ready to age up now, they just did an initial pass of hussars to harass, and now they're ready for age 3 to get some big boy shipments in that age. The India is adding stable, it looks like. So they're probably going to add Sawars in. If they do run into cavalry trouble, they could also get Zambaraks in age 2. Okay, so the Bills, the Animal, and so forth working together to take out those hussars and save the base. Right. So what now? Diplomatic intrigue. Consulate is out. So, yeah, since it looks like he already got the Ottomans, now he's gonna probably be able to afford what I would assume to be the Delhis, the hand cav. Maybe he'll go for the free villagers, the free 4 villagers, maybe the Azaps. I don't know. He's got those 3 options. Right. So, as he's seen the hussars, he's going to assume the hand cav is going to be a threat, so he is going to queue up some Zambaraks. There are essentially 1-pop dragoons that the Indians can do on top of a camel. And believe it or not, that weapon that they have is actually a culverin. So, you've seen culverins on the ground, right, as your counter artillery in this game? Well, the Zambaraks actually use a miniature culverin on top of the camel to actually, you know, counter cabin artillery things. So it's kind of a funny thing there, yeah. So I believe India still gets this XP treasure to push them ahead, right? Zambaraks are out. Also, what does India end up doing with this consulate there? What is his choice? Is he going to get some hand cav? Or... Okay, so he goes for the free villagers, right? The 4 settler batch and the Azap batch, and then he cancels out the alliance. Because I believe he wants to go for British. So he can essentially acquire more HP for his troops. Yeah, he wants to get more HP for his soldiers. That's the main thing that he is going for there, basically. So, yeah, that should be pretty solid, I would think, to say the least. Yeah, get that extra stats on there. Oh, look, the France already has his skirms out, because he's been in Fortress Age for a while. He's also got his 5 Dragoon shipment in play. He's also going to queue up more skirms, queue up more Dragoons, Now he can... Oh, he queued those up. He didn't even train them. So he could still ship in 5 Dragoons right now. Which I think right now, not a huge deal since there's no hand cab on the field. But it's just going to be additional firepower that the France can throw in alongside the skirms at this point. Definitely make sure you got your AZAPs on the ready to shoot those Dragoons, since these guys have the good multipliers against these guys, so that's what you're probably going to want to use there. But the India, at the moment, not quite ready to age up at all, but they can queue in some Sawars. Unfortunately, the Sawar's in a bad position where the Dragoons are, so he has to sneak out, get to the skirms, hope that they don't get shredded. Okay, so the Sawars were somehow able to sneak past those Dragoons for a bit, and they are going to be able to get a ton of skirm kills, whereas the emergency sentries can cut into the Dragoons a bit and put them in check, and force a bit of micro on the Dragoon player. One more Sawar is left, and he's doing some good value damage there. Explorers are also going to do some damage on these guys as well. I think is quite good. Sepoy is forced to push off these French troops as much as possible, but unfortunately they're just Sepoy, so they're not going to do well versus a 20 range skirmisher with multipliers, so they're forced to retreat again. Oh wow, yep, got enough export there to get a batch of delis, and then he's going to cancel armaments. Then he's going to cancel, because he wanted to cancel them earlier, but then I think he realized that he needs another batch of hand cab just to survive here. He also shipped in 4 Sawars, so he's trying to sandwich in the hand cap here to deal with the skirms. This connection is successful, whereas this one down here was mostly a failure, but they did get 1 scout at least. Unfortunately, the number of Dragoons is quite substantial now, so it's going to take a bit of luck here for these Sepoys and AZAPs to eke out a win. More Sawars are queuing up right now from the India. Score-wise, it looks like things were in favor for France, who was able to maintain no pressure on their base, keeping up a steady stream of ills, queuing up more skirms and dragoons, which the wombo combo is pretty deadly, and then when you add the 2 falconet shipment, then they get a real lot of firepower then. But I think honestly at this stage it's safe to say that France is the winner. Yep, once you get a sizable mass skirmisher dragoon, and then you add a bit of artillery, especially if your opponent's an age behind, it's not looking great for them. It's actually quite bad. Yeah, and this is really the sweet spot for France, is their age 3. And they try to go for it as fast as they humanly can, typically. Because once they get those big age 3 cards in units, it's hard to fight them if you're an age behind. It's usually what they count on. And I think India played right into that, because I think India wanted to play a little greedy with the Karnamata. But what they probably should have done was go more the semi-fast fortress route with the Agrifort. That's what I would do against France, because I know France also wants to go to age 3, so I'll go to age 3 with them. Get Gurkha, Mahout, and then you could put the France in check, because the Gurkhas will threaten the Dragoons, and then the Mahouts will just cream the skirmishers, and then they have to add in hand cab, and then you get Sepoy or Zambarak, and it turns into a contest. But that right there was not a contest. It was really skewed in favor of the French there, because of the way he set it up basically. So yeah, you gotta be careful from that sort of thing for the most part, right? Definitely. Now we're gonna see Waxiauk versus Yuki. Let's see who wins this one. Alright, so Waxiauki versus Yuki. We got an India versus a Japan. India versus Hololive girls. That's pretty fun. So, India versus Japan. This is a tough one to call. I've seen this matchup a lot in my ranked days, and it really depended on how good the Japan was. I feel like when the Japan was really strong, they made it really miserable for me as India, because they were able to move in and out and weave in with those Ashigaros so bad that I couldn't get the, fights that I wanted. I've dealt with some weaker Japans where India has done absolutely good with. I think another thing as well to consider is is basically the fact that a lot of the Japans that I used to deal with back in the day when I did ranked were very turtleish. They used to build walls. They used to build a ton of castles. So I don't think we're going to be seeing that sort of gameplay in a tournament setting. So probably a different set of expectations for what the Japan matchup is going to be like here. So yeah, we'll see. Obviously, just like any matchup on Great Plains, Japan does great here because they got a ton of hunts that they can exploit for the shrines. So they can sort of stay in this sort of ballpark here to get all these hunts, so they don't have to risk them out here as much. But eventually they certainly can head out there as well. So, yep, Japan on Great Plains has a ton of economy options that they can utilize, which is cool. So the Japan will start with 2 villagers first. Keep in mind that Japan can ship these cards twice, so they can go for 4 vills out of that card if they really want to. It's pretty rare since, honestly, I think you're better off waiting till age 2. So if you want to go for super greed, you can go 4 vill, and then you're looking at 10 vills instead of merely just like 4 here. So, yeah, but obviously I think Japan is definitely looking more in the direction of going with Ashigaru's, Yumi's crates way before that, right? Another thing that I've never touched on in the tournament as well is the inclusion of this card, Cherry Orchard Rickshaws. This is a good backup card while you're fighting that you can ship these in at any time, and it saves you time that you don't need to build rice paddies. So every good Japan player should include this card in their deck so that they never need to use rice paddies. They can have enough food to win them a game where they can have the improved gather rate from the cherry orchards and never have to rely on building and upgrading rice paddies, which can be really tedious and harmful. And that's why you also see the card here, Refrigeration, too, so that the cherry orchard gather rate will be even stronger for Japan once they hit that fortress age, which is quite good. Yeah, so going to Shugu Shrine this time. So this is the other option for a Japan player. You can go Torii Gate to go for early game advantage, or you can go to Shugu Shrine for economic greed. The Toshugu Shrine is exactly what it says it is. It's a shrine. So it acts as a shrine, gives you population, it trickles you more resources, it lures in huntables nearby, and it also has an aura. The nearby shrines will also have their trickle rates improved. So this shrine here, as well as so many other shrines that you build near it, are actually gonna be better shrines and get you even more economy, right? Thankfully in Definitive Edition, Japan has it a bit easier, because what they can do is they can go with the Dutch consulate allies, build a livestock pen, and actually train some goats right around the Toshugu there, and then they'll just put the goats onto those shrines. So even if you don't have a ton of hunts over there, you can still theoretically set it up so you can have like 5 or 6 of your shrines around that corner there to get a really good boom going, right? Now, one interesting thing we see India doing, which I think is pretty smart, actually using the native scout that they got from a treasure, as well as the elephants, to actually rush a shrine. These elephants do 15 siege, and combined it's about 30. Add the native scout, it's about 35 siege. So if they can down a shrine just using explorers, that's a huge punch in the gut to the Japan. Cuts their economy back really good. The India's going to go for wood shipment, it looks like. Since this is the India we saw last game, they're sticking with the Karnamata 10 villager build order. I think in this situation, maybe the Karnamata is going to be a bit more rewarding. Because what we had the last game was the France played semi-fast fortress and punished India hard in Age 2 for going greedy. This Japan is going to be going potentially with some more aggression out of this barracks and consulate, so a little bit more of a chance, I think, for the India to be able to keep up against the Ashigarus. But that being said, Ashigarus are going to be a real pain to deal with because these guys have a movement speed of 4.5, whereas the Seppoys only have a standard build movement of 4. So Ashigaru's can now run sepoys, run back, shoot them, run back, shoot them. And if the player isn't paying attention, they can get a ton of free damage on your troops, which can be very bad. You have to be very vigilant of that when you're dealing with Japan. One good thing about this forward base for Japan, they're going to get the 320 XP treasure on the Great Plains map. And that's going to mean a whole nother unit shipment for Japan. They're going to probably be able to add in their Yumi archers and have one additional multiplier troop to down the sepoys with. That being said, it looks like the India does double down into double barracks, so they can double queue sepoys as needed to catch up with Japan. The Japan here only has one barracks, but they also have their consulate to make some Yamabushis, because it looks like they are in the Japanese isolation right now. And these Yamabushis, for the most part, are going to act as a siege trooper here and help to get these buildings down. And if India does ship in Sawar or Delhi, they're gonna basically be able to counter multiplier those troops very good, basically. So yeah, right now it looks like that Japan has a real edge against that India. And it's gonna do a good job of chasing them off. Notice how this India has very little troops there to work with. And now, with all these sepoys coming in, it's going to be pretty deadly for the India to hold that. Let's look at the resources. So India can definitely still forward sepoy. They are actually sending in the ASAPs as well, so it's not over yet. The Fat Lady did not sing yet. So yeah, basically they can try to defend. Japan getting in their second cherry orchard tech in, also shipping in 4 villagers to reinforce their economy. Got a good number of shrines because you can already start to see that score advantage for the Japan player. Second barracks is actually going to go down as well, so that's 400 wood worth of military production zones down the tube, right? Also going for the military rickshaw of the Japanese isolationism, so I wonder if that's going to go to a barracks or a stable. Because you can build a barracks or a stable with a military rickshaw with Japan. So, will he be going double Ashigaru, or is he going to be going with... Yeah, he's going stable, so we might be seeing some supporting Naginata riders here in the event that India tries to add in Gurkhas. Is a good way to punish Gurkhas. So, it looks like that Japan is being pretty flexible here in the possibility that Gurkhas are a threat. India calls in the emergency units in to help deal with the Ashigaru threat, but these guys are going to run pretty fast and try to kite all of this as best as they can. I think the emergency units will take the brunt of it. The Japanese explorer does use the smoke bomb to get out of there safely, and these Ashigarus will not be getting out of here alive. So that is technically a defensive win for India. But that being said, more Ashigarus have already come to harass this position, force the villagers into the TC to shoot them off. And yeah, right now that's what it is. India getting foreign logging. This is a second wood trickle card you get with India. First one they send is their first card as always. Distributivism is their first wood trickle, so they can maintain villager economy easier. And then they follow it up with foreign logging. So their wood trickle is so good, then you can take off even more villagers from wood and get other resources. You can get more hunters, you can get more gold gatherers. So that you can actually maintain 2 barracks, or a stable and a barracks, you know? That's sort of the extra issue that India has to deal with. They actually have to take more of their villagers off of the necessary food and gold that they need, so they can just maintain a regular villager economy on the wood. So they get that extra challenge, unfortunately. But at the same time, you know that wood is the only resource you need to spend those vills on. So you know all your food and all your gold is available there for military. So it's kind of a good and bad thing. It's nuanced, like most things in an RTS game. So India right now in such good shape they can actually queue in 10 sepoys, but they also have the delis from the Ottoman consulate ready to go. Nagys right now are actually not that good because the India has not made any effort to make skirmish units, so the Nagys are kind of going to be a nag to the Japanese economy. A naggy. Delis sort of the same thing, but I understood why he got those. because the Delis are at least going to be able to snare these Ashigarus and give the Sepoys a clean shot at them. So the Delis make a little bit of sense here, right? So it does work in somewhat, and he is using the Sepoys to the best of his ability to shoot these Ashigarus, but he does need to consider these Nagis as well and quickly slice them with his swords too, right? The ASAPs are kind of an interesting one because their range attack is kind of poop, but the rate of fire is actually reasonable, so they're doing a little bit more damage than you would expect them to, since they're an archer. Looks like the India is going off with Ottomans right now, and they'll probably go onto the Brits to get some redcoats and beef up the HP of his troops slightly. Shipment of Sawars has also arrived to snare these Ashigarus further. More Nagis is being made by the Japan. I think in this case the Nagis are doing a good job at stalling the Sawars and giving the Ashigarus a chance to retreat. It does look like he's going to lose all those cab though. At least the Nagis can somewhat retreat. Yeah. I also don't know why he's going with Shinobis there. Probably because it's a range support, right? And I think theoretically it would be better than the Yamabushi there. More Sepoys queuing in for the India. Also going for camel attack to get the Sawar attack rate up by 30%. 30%, that's huge. 30%. Gonna queue up more Shinobi no Momos there. The interesting thing about Shinobis, they're one of the only skirmisher units in the game that has no malice against cav. So they're essentially doing range damage similar to a musketeer because they don't have any range multipliers, but they do have full damage on all troop types. So Shinobis are one of the best skirmishers to use against cavalry because they are dealing that full damage to the cav unit. The only thing that it's kind of being hindered is their pierce armor. So, yeah. In this situation, Japan at this point has burned through all their stuff except for the Yumis, and they're getting the Ashigaru musketeer attack. Get their Ashigarus in a much stronger position. I would be getting the Yumis now. You need some Yumi archers. Get some Yumi archers to deal with these Sepoys, right? Nagis is not the call. Stop making Naganatas. Naganatas is going to get you destroyed. You gotta go Ashigaru with Yumi shipments. This unit comp is falling apart. You do not make hand cab until you see a skirmisher on the field. Do you understand me, sir? You understand me, private? You do not do that. It's very bad. You do not make hand cab until you see skirmishers on the field or artillery. So, that's very horrible. Honestly, the Japan, I feel like, threw the game just by going for hand cab when there was no visible skirmishers in play by India. That, I think, messed them up. Yeah, I think if they went double barracks, either made Ashigaru or even Yumi, this would have been a clean win for Japan, but they just threw their advantage out the door by giving India a ton of wins. Yeah, I mean, frankly, if they win double barracks Ashigaru and they maintain the micro appropriately, they could have probably beat out the Sepoys with proper micro. Maybe. Or at least had a better shot, and then they could have shipped in Yumi archers to be that extra edge to deal with the Sepoys. But in this case, because they're still burning their economy with Ashigarus. Come on now, you've done it bad enough. Don't do it any worse. It's sad and it's embarrassing. I'm cringing. I'm crying for you. I'm wondering when you're going to improve because you cannot make more hand cap. There's no Gurkhas. There's never been a single skirmisher being trained by this India. And for some reason, he's still insisting on making hand cap. That's a bad idea. And you know why it's even worse for the Nagis? The Nagis are mostly specialized against skirmishers and general hand cap. So, yeah, they're not like Hussars even. So they're even a weaker hand cap to push with than a Hussar is. So, I don't know what he's going for with these Nagis against these Sepoys and hand cap. It's just detrimenting his resource count for nothing. When he could have just went with more Ashigarus or Yumis and, you know, had a contestable force there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So now it's way too late. No more food. Gold is run dry. India base is cleaned out. They're starting to liberate themselves. And they still have their gold, by the way, too. So they could have even went for an H3 and gone into the next round of shipments. So India, I think in that sense, played it out pretty appropriately and did a great job. Yeah, quite good job, indeed. So let's see what match we're on now. I'm going to have to scroll down here. So now we're on Hunter versus I Am Turk. I think this is the second I Am Turk game we're going to see of this tournament. So I Am Turk is going up against the Paug Hunter. Paug Hunter. Whatever a Paug Hunter is. So I Am Turk is the French, and Paug Hunter is the Ottomans. So we're going to get an Ottoman versus French. Interesting. So we got two civs that love fast fortresses, and we got two civs that can somehow play okay in H2 as well. So I think mainly we're going to have to look at the Ottoman start and deck to determine we're going to see an H3 war or we're going to see an H2 war. Because I know I Am Turk is a pretty skilled player. I've seen him play before for a long time, and I think he knows what he's dealing with the Ottomans, so he's not going to stand by an H2 and let an Ottoman cream him with falconets. He's going to come with his own roaring H3 as well, expecting that. So we'll see, right? One thing you see in the France versus Ottoman, both players go for a trading post because both civs rely heavily on unit shipments to get ahead. So both players definitely need those trade posts to keep that delivery of 69 XP alive. It's very important for them to do that, right? And now we see the Ottoman explorer there trying to back out and trying to come in and essentially get... Ooh, look at this. This is a 110 food treasure. This is going to be a big advance for the Ottoman player. He's going to get a ton of food there to get a really good age up going. That's pretty awesome, right? Shipping in 3 Yaruks. So, what's the deck called? H2. Huh. I mean, he can still fast fortress with this deck. He has the means to do it. But that's fascinating. It's fascinating how he has a scary trees Chiaz versus Ottomans. I'm surprised I still is here. Yeah, big time. I mean, that's a huge boost for the Ottoman player. 110 food. You kidding me? They changed them on this map. Right. So what's France running anyways for a deck? So land. So both players could go H3. They could go H2. So we just don't know what the verdict is just yet. Ottoman's going to go Core Master. I'm assuming the same from the French. Core Master. 400 wood for each player. Strong barracks and infrastructure start. Possibly even a market tech or two. That's what we're going to see on both sides. Now, one thing about this Ottoman deck is that it has, which is pretty interesting, it has the possibility of herdables. Actual cows. That's kind of fascinating. I don't think we've seen any Ottoman decks this whole tournament actually consider a possibility of H2 to go with cows. So that's kind of interesting, I think. That will definitely keep things pretty fascinating here, to say the least. Yep, so a market coming up for the Ottomans there, so they can get their hunting dogs, at least, to help their Janissary numbers. France is already getting those hunting dogs. Yep, I guess that is sort of similar to between Ottomans and French. They definitely plan in a market between age 1 and 2 to get hunting dogs, placer mines, usually steel traps, and amalgamation later. So yeah, a lot of focus to economy between both civs just to make sure that their age 2 and 3 is not off to a rocky start. Quite important. Oh, Paug Hunter got a 50 wood treasure. That'll definitely help out with market tech research. 4 CBDs for France. How about Ottomans? I'm going to go 5 Yaruks, followed by 700 wood. So, Ottoman players playing H2. They're going for an H2. They're going for a barracks. And they're either going to go for another barracks or they're going to go foundry and stable or something. We'll have to see. So, the French is getting stable, steel traps, 4 villagers. So, they're going to open up with hussars. And they could either stick with Hussar or they could go for a semi-fast fortress with that, just like we saw 2 games ago. So stable is going to be in effect. They are going to get a pretty burly batch of probably 4 or so hussars and try to cut down the armaments as best as they can. Problem is of course you're going to be dealing with janissaries that can counter that, so you have to be careful. So he doesn't have enough pop yet for caveat, so unfortunately he's got to do a bit of chopping to get that wood for the house. So he does use the market to trade for some wood so he can build a quick house. He is shipping in 700 gold, by the way, so he is. So again, that big beefy burst of gold ready to go to prepare for a potential combat in H2 or a Fortress Age in H3. Right. Turk is doing a great job with herding, keeping the bison right up against the town center there, so when he queues up a bill, it's already there cutting up that meat. Doesn't have to do a lot of walking, saving those villager seconds. It's so critical to economy. Ottoman already pushing with janissaries. They got their first batch of 5, supporting it with another batch of 5, queuing up another janissary. So this Ottoman is going to go hard janissary push, aiming to take out his opponent very quickly, put him on his heels. But I believe the France is going naked fast fortress. They went naked fast fortress, folks. Grabbing up that gold, and they're going to go right up to H3. Whereas this Ottoman's committed to janissaries, the France is going to go up to H3 and probably get skirmishers right away to counteract them. So he's aging up with Exiled Prince, aimed at fast age up time with no age up reward. CBD, watch out, CBD. In some ways it's a good distraction, but in other ways you lost a bill. Yeah, no, this is going to be pretty critical because by the time he ages up, he's going to have his first shipment ready to go, and he's going to go with skirmishers. Ottomans are like, no, not today. I'm going to build destroy your casa so you can't send the shipment in. But French are just going to hang out in their town center, get as many of these jans as they can. But thankfully, France was able to get another house down to negate that attempt. 5 dragoons. Interesting. So instead of going for the skirmisher shipment, he goes for the dragoons. That's a very safe option because while dragoons don't have the same range as skirmishers do, they don't have the same numbers and they don't have the multipliers, what dragoons do is they are mobile. So what the France can do, he can actually maneuver around the janissaries, pick them off one by one, and actually counter-cap, because the problem is, if the French player was like, okay, I see janissaries, I'm going to make skirmishers. The Ottoman, who is committed to H2, is going to have a stable, and he's going to just kill you with the hand cap. So the French player knows he has to go dragoon, so he can counter-cav, and he can counter heavy infantry with proper micro. So he has to make a tough call to go for the less optimal janissary counter, just so he can survive counter. So look right there, he counters the cav with ease, and now he can combat the janissaries. He's actually using his CBDs and Minutemen to sandwich the janissaries and eliminate them using the remaining dragoons. This is a good show of why France villagers, the Courrier de Bois, the CBDs are so good, because they're really good for range combat. So he was effectively able to get the entire janissary army. And he still has a dragoon ready to go to deal with the hussars now, right? And he is actually going to ship in some more gold too. So he's going to be ready to go with more dragoon reinforcements. And then with the following shipments, he can maybe get in skirms, falconets, cuirassiers. He's setting himself up for a substantial defense to deal with this encroaching Ottoman player. That's what he's going for here. He's not a dummy. He knows what he's doing. He knows that he has to be ready for the long haul against this Ottoman player who's going barracks stable, hand cav with the deli, and then range, with the janissary. So he's got to prepare himself for that. And that starts with dragoons, and that can eventually lead to skirmishers being pumped in later on. Thankfully, he herded appropriately, so he has the food to survive here and get enough dragoons to get himself out of this pickle. And eventually, he can do so good as to eventually free up some space to get another hunt later on, so he can make more dragoons. Yeah, so Dragoon here is going to be his backbone troop, just because cavalry is a threat here. If it wasn't for the cav, he could have gone skirm, and it would be a easy to decide victory. But now, because there is hand cav, he has to deal with the hand cav appropriately with the Dragoons, and then consider the Janissary threat. It's a really tough situation to find yourself in, and I wouldn't put it on your worst app. You know, it takes a ton of micro, it's hard to do, it's annoying. Look at all the work he has to do this. He has to stall time. It's really annoying, you know. As much time as he can bide himself with this town center doing range damage is great. So that's what he's going to do. So what he has to attempt now, he's got to scare these delis away and give himself an opening for these skirms to make it out alive. This is really tough, what he's doing. He has to give himself a shipment angle. He's got this angle currently for the skirms to come out on and start blasting the Janissaries. He has to time it perfectly, and he has to reduce casualties on his Dragoons at the same time during the whole process. So skirms are going to come out right here. So he's got an opening. He's going to shoot that Janissary. He's going to get this one. He's going to get that one, and then the Dragoons have to come right in and save them as best as they can. Now, the number of hand cav, can he do it? Well, maybe. But he's still got 4. He's got 6 of them. It's not going to be easy. He at least is giving himself a little breathing room. It wasn't perfect. He lost the skirmishers. He lost that executioner to the Janissaries. But he at least dealt with the number of them. Took some of the pressure off, gives himself a bit more time to gather some gold and other resources. Maybe take another volley onto these Janissaries. Almond player knows to still pressure the military and not the CBDs, because the military is the main threat. He's just going to finish off the town center right now, and then he's going to go right into destroying, raiding. Now, the Bills are still on the field, so economy is still a possibility there for the French player. But now it looks like the Jan numbers are small enough that the CBDs can deal with them with the Dragoons, which is great. You know, this is going to be a defense for now for the French player, right? So from here, what the France has to do now, he has to either get another town center, or he has to get a tower for the cheaper cost of wood to be able to get his other shipments, to get his cuirassiers, his skirmishers. That was a bit of a misstep by the IM player there. He should have backed up a little bit more to maintain that range advantage over his opponent. But wait a second, no, there is no range advantage. It's 12 range, never mind. But still, it would have been better to be offered a longer range so he could pull out faster, because frankly, when it's Dragoon versus Jan, it's about dodging the bullets, you know. You don't want to take too much bullet fire with these Dragoons. It helps a little bit that they are cavalry, the HP is a little bit naturally higher, and the pierce armor is there, but you still want to avoid getting shot as much as you can. And this is worse, because now the Ottoman has adapted, and he has switched over to some wood economy to get AZAPs. AZAPs have multipliers versus Dragoons, and they shoot faster. Not quite as fast as a normal archer, but very close to it. Instead of a 1.5 rate of fire, it's a 1.75, which is right in the ballpark of it. So it's just slightly a bit slower. Huge threat to Dragoons. So that's what we're looking at here. And at this stage, the Ottoman has burned through majority of his crates and units, and now he's sending the cows in. So now we understand what that herdable card means to the Ottoman build. So now he's probably going to get a livestock pen somewhere over here, and he's going to fatten up those cows right away and eat them like crazy. He's going to be eating steak for breakfast, lunch, and dinner to make sure that he can keep making enough infantry and cav to finish off this French before he can re-establish and redeploy everything. The France does have 7 skirms now, so he is essentially getting the skirmisher Dragoon wombo combo going. He is queuing up some more Dragoons now. He does have enough resources to get, well, wait a minute, no, he didn't even he didn't even train those skirms, he just shipped them in because he had his second 7 skirmisher shipment ready to go, so that just shows you why the French love to pack their decks with tons of unit cards in H3. Even if you take out their big boy 8 skirmisher card, they still have the 7 one ready to go. And look at all the AZAPs he's losing right now. He's doing a pretty good number on them. Also, Dragoon's going to take some time to harass the villagers here and maybe take one out. Great. You gotta retreat, man. You gotta retreat. Run, 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 run. Run. Come on, get these AZAPs first. You gotta get the AZAPs because they got the multipliers that you don't want. Get the AZAP, good. Dragoons have to micro down the delis now. Get out. Now, this is tough because there's a lot of numbers here. This is not easy. You gotta get these guys out of here. This is not good. Oh, man, that's horrible. Alright, you got a substantial number of Dragoons. You got about 13 of them. Pretty good number. And now you guys sort of just maneuver around and go for what you can there, right? Yep, definitely. So, let's see. Get these... Oh, he's going to harass the Bills again. Now, I don't know... Does he have Falconets yet, or is he not? So he's going with the Cuirassiers first, it looks like. Because it might be a slightly safer option with so many, you know, cav units as a threat. The France is just gutting Vills like crazy here. And then it's forcing the Janissaries to come back and save the Vills. Kind of a neat little trick there to stall himself some time, while also slowing down the Ottoman economy a bit. Going for cav combat now, right? He's got his Cuirassiers up. Did he send the Cuirassiers in? No, he canceled out to actually go for cav combat. Interesting. Because I think he realized that with so many Jans on the field, Cuirassiers might be down very quickly. So what he figured he'd do is go for cav combat. So these Dragoons are now going to be a bit tankier. They're going to do a bit more hurt on the enemy, so that he can potentially clean up the delis faster and maybe pose a threat to the Janissaries. He also is training up some skirmishers. Oh, that's not good. Oh, man. That's sad. He almost got a town center up. That would have fixed things a little bit for himself. But now, he's got to angle these skirms away, deal with the delis, and micro down these Janissaries. I think if he can micro down all this poop, things are looking good for him. Get some breathing room, finally. Yeah, no, you need some breathing room if you're France right now. You gotta deal with this. Good. He's hiding his delis. He knows once the delis are done, then the skirmishers can breathe easy and then just hunt down his Janissaries. So he's making it a little bit more of a poker game for the French player here. Yeah, no, but at this point, France can keep getting skirms. They seem to be on the winning edge of things. But he's got all these Vills out in the open, too. The Ottoman thought that he could go in the direction of the French base and somehow get away with it. Now he's being punished and being forced to retreat, which is a ton of wasted villager seconds. You know, thankfully he didn't lose the Vills, but now those Vills are all technically idle and not doing any work for him, which is not good. Right. So now we got skirms here, pretty good stack. Dragoons in good position to deal with the cav. He's got plenty of Dragoons to deal with that cav, by the way. And now enough skirms to, you know, push back against these Janissaries. Janissaries are going to try to wipe up right against the Dragoons and get their hand attack in there. But unfortunately, the French army is mobilizing well, and they're basically fishing out the Janissaries that they put into him, and he's getting free hits on them, which is great. Oh, GG, WB. That was a substantial France. That France was put into check by losing a town center, losing another town center before it was even built. That French knew what he was doing. He knew the Dragoon skirmisher combo well. He knew when he needed Dragoons, and he knew when he needed skirmishers. He knew if he started with skirmisher, he would have lost that. I think that's the biggest takeaway from this match. If you're a France and you're in that sort of a barrack stable situation with the enemy, you got to start Dragoon and then reinforce with skirmisher, not the other way around. You can't just start with skirmisher and then reinforce with Dragoon, because then the hand cab just melts you. Dragoon survives the hand cab, and then you can eventually pad yourself with the skirms against the Janissaries. So that was a great demonstration of effective French fast fortress skirmisher Dragoon gameplay there. So that was quite nice. That was a good one. So now we're going to look for the next match here in the list. Get started. Let me find it. So I have to scroll through all this stuff. A little bit more, I think. Alright, here we are. Let's scroll down with this review very quickly. So we got. Where are we? Don't need to stop. Let's see. We're almost there. Almost there. Come on, we got there. We're getting there. In person, little bow. Can you see this is look time? We already did those. Conqueror versus Ujbumba. That should be a good one. So Conqueror versus Ujbumba. Have we done that one yet? I'm just making sure. Because I remember the name Conqueror from a while ago. Just making sure we're not overlapping at all. Previously done matches. Let me just make sure. Oh, that was Antimony. Alright, so we can do Ujbumba just fine. Now let's just go back down to there now. Let's check it out. Very good. Wow, we got a ton of matches here. Look at all these matches. This is crazy. Probably need another day to do these. Who knows? Maybe we'll get through them tonight. Depends how fast they are. Conqueror versus Ujbumba. Okay, so Ujbumba is USA and Conqueror is Germany. So we got a Germany versus a USA. So, for the most part, USAs have played a pretty basic role here. They've all sort of gone Scottish immigrants. Scottish immigrants has been the way to play USA here. So, yes, we are probably going to see that again here. He's going to build a trading post there, which is pretty cool. And basically the idea of the USA in this game, build as many trading posts, meeting houses, and saloons as possible, because every one that you own becomes a free Highlander from the Scottish immigrant card. Up to 10. So you can get 10 powerful musketeer mercenaries for a pretty reasonable gold cost in Age 2. That's kind of the idea of the setup. Whereas Germany, they're going to build a market, get hunting dogs to beef up the settler wagon's insane gather rate, and try to play standard over there. Right? Okay, so getting a 30 XP treasure, that's pretty good. USA is going to start with a capitalism trickle, it looks like. And then they're going to probably follow up with another shipment. Interesting. So this one does not... Oh, so they don't have Scottish immigrants. So this is a very different setup, right? We don't see Scottish immigrants. We don't see the Chinese rickshaw immigrant card. But we do see the Spanish one. Spanish immigrants. Essentially what this does is it allows you to call levies of pikemen from your trading posts and your towers, I believe. And it ends up leading to a good supplement of anti-cav, which I think is pretty fascinating here. Yeah, no. And as far as cards, you got your State Militia, and then you have your Lee's Legion, which gives you early access to Carbine Cavalry in Age 2. So early Dragoons, pretty much. Yeah. Donald Trump. So Donald Trump instead of Donald Trump. Huh? Pretty funny name. What's the age up going to be? Delaware. Joe Biden state. That's pretty good. Delaware builds are very powerful, actually, so you gotta watch out for Delaware, you know. Delaware builds of USA are pretty solid. Germany, though, again, they're 2 settler wagons in now. You gotta realize how strong this card is for Germany. 2 settler wagons. In terms of, like, settlers, and the gather rate of settlers, it's like getting a 4 settler card in Age 1. So getting 2 settler wagons is a lot scarier than you realize. You're getting so much extra economy there. And I guess the idea is since you can't give people free Yulons in Age 1 without turning it into a cheating game, they just had to make the settler wagons a little bit better so you could, you know, eke out some extra value. And kind of funny enough, in Wars of Liberty, where the Austria-Hungary Civ doesn't have settler wagons, they ended up emulating that card effect by just making the settler wagons bigger for the Civ. So they get like 4 settlers instead of 3, 6 settlers instead of 5, and yeah, it's kind of funny how they ended up doing that in the end. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Alright, so the age up's going to be Quartermaster, 400 wood, USA it's Delaware. So with every age up, you get XP crates, obviously, so that's pretty good. So let's see what the next step is for the USA. Since we haven't seen I don't think we've seen a Delaware set up for USA in this tournament. It's all sort of been Pennsylvania, Scottish immigrants. So going with the non-Scottish immigrant Delaware makes things a bit more various. Yeah. So what do you get with Delaware? You get the fertile lowlands, which gives you 2 homestead wagons and then 6 cows that you can fan up with livestock pens you build with that. And then you get Delaware Blues, which ships an additional regular for each shipment you've sent in the game so far. So the more cards that you send, the more infantry it ends up giving you, and I think it's infinite as... Oh, interesting. So he calls the levy of pikemen from the outpost, the levy tercios, and he actually takes down the German outposts. Wow. And he went quartermaster, right? So he ended up building that tower with actual wood. So he just made him waste 250 wood used in these tercios. That's pretty serious. Now, he just messed them up really bad doing that. You don't even realize how much wood that Germany ended up losing from the loss of that tower. Yeah. Now the USA is going to get Virginia General Assembly, get a state capital, and makes the next upgrade research of the state capital free. Only exception would be spies and blockade, because those techs are so valuable that making those things for free would be cheating again, so you can't do that. So we got a shipment of... What did he get for a shipment again? Looks like he got 3 settler wagons for his economy, and then he obviously got 2 free Ulans with that card. And military training wise, he is training pikemen from his barracks. So pikemen versus pikemen. The picking of the pikemen. The piking of the pikemen of the peppers. Yeah. So state capital is up. USA can pick a technology to get for free from this, so he ends up getting statehood from that capital, which is a pretty strong technology to start with, typically. Alright, so these bills have to... Oh! That one almost died. That would have been bad. He got in just in time. Ulans, not paying attention, they just get creamed by the tercios there. Very nice. And obviously, when the levy reactivates, the Spain can potentially send out another levy of tercios from that outpost too. So it doesn't end there, basically. You can deal with another threat of pikemen as well. USA is now aging up with Kentucky. Kentucky is a pretty solid one. I believe Kentucky is more centered around sharpshooters, if I recall correctly. I believe they even get a card that gives you owl hoots and sharpshooters too in a stack. So unless I'm forgetting something, I haven't seen Kentucky gameplay in a while, so maybe I'm a bit rusty on that. But let's find out 100% if that's what it is, and we will find that out rather shortly. Yeah, very nice, very very good, very good indeed. Yeah. So outpost there. Outpost is gonna go down. Downtown, right? Yeah, downtown. Oh boy, look at all the crossbowmen we got here now. So sharpshooter is definitely going to be good in that matchup, just because of the extra range, because of the armor. Okay, so what does USA start with? So they're going to get let's see, pikemen are in cover mode to act as a meat shield. That's kind of a funny idea. So he got some sharpshooters from the Kentucky age up, so he's got a few sharpshooters already. And then he's going to get rolling artillery to get some Gatling guns. Since these troops are right under his TC, there's no sort of like range difference there. He may as well get the Gatling guns to shred them with bullets. Go like that. They're basically machines. Their Gatling guns are basically prototype machine guns. So they go like that, yeah. Okay, so he gets another levy of tercios to protect them as well, which is great. So we've got about 10 protectors there. Here comes the Gatling guns, go against all the infantry. Oh no, but the Germany gets a 210 XP treasure up there because of his army advantage. It's not good. Oh, but USA gets Pulowski's Legion. This will allow you to ship in about 12 Ulans and allow you to train him at forts. Does he have a fort card? Yes, he does. So he could potentially go Ulans this whole game himself to counteract the German Ulans. So Ulan versus Ulan. Yeah, but it's pretty good, actually. Yeah, definitely very good. Does he have any other sort of fort cards like that? He does. He actually has the one for the Kovatz Legion to get Magyar Hussars as well. So Magyar Hussar Ulan from the fort, that could be quite good. So here come the Guard Ulans. These are Guard Ulans, jawohl. These ones are very strong. Very strong Germans. High attack. Angelegt. So pikemen are going to run in first here against the barracks. Gatling guns will also siege quite well. But now he's got this beefy hand cav army here to protect the artillery and the pikes. Quite good. Barracks is definitely going down, so infantry reinforcements is behind. Settler wagon gone. No, just missed it. Not good. But at least he can move on to the TC now and put that in check. What is he going to ship in now? Germany's made TH3. They're going to get war wagons for heavy cavalry fire there and anti-artillery. Men arriving as well. Pikemen reaching around to get a Yuan. Has to remaneuver now because the pikemen are moving in. Can't lose too much Ulans. Has to get the Gatling guns into position too to maybe get a good volley in. Gets the town center down. That's beautiful because that means no war wagon shipment now. That changes up the whole game for Germany. Big game changer. Also, Russian-American company arriving. This gives USA access to 2 blockhouses. It also allows you to get better hunting gather rate too. So food rate of USA is going to go through the roof now with more hunting rate. You're going to have more map control with 2 blockhouses, which is going to negate the rating of these Ulans. You're looking in great shape now if you're USA here. Good old USA. It's doing quite good. Alright, so now, Ulans have to back off from these pikemen, obviously. Ulans are going to look for an angle to raid, but unfortunately, USA is going to be able to catch them wherever they go. Let's see right here. So these block. Oh, he's idling them. No, he's gonna lose it for free. Look at this. Pay attention, man. But he's trying to fight in the base too, so that's a tough call right there. The Germany is exploiting his idleness so good here. He lost all those vills. That is horrible. Force him to get another pike levy for that matter, but he gets out and gets away with it. Man, that's so bad. So bad. Because guess what? He's got an outpost now. So what he can do is he can get shipments again. The Germany can get shipments again. He can get war wagons. He can get his skirm shipments. He can get his Yuan shipments. His home city is back on the books. So you gotta be careful there. Alright, so Gatling guns need to sit down and they gotta shell the pikemen first and then shell these crossbowmen. Oh, the vills are going towards the Gatling guns. Look at this. He's gonna use an anti-artillery play with the vills. He's gonna punch him with the settler wagons right in the... Look at that. Good use of vills there to counter artillery. And he didn't have a lot of Ulans left, so was able to negate that as well. Alright, so... The big ball is changed. USA has to come up with a new plan now. Germany has 3 war wagons and 3 Ulans to work with again, which is great for them. And then they can ship in 1,000 gold. So they might be going Jaegers or Black Riders now. They have that on their deck, right? Jaegers, Black Riders. The 2 most popular mercenaries to get with Germany deck. Yeah, and remember Germany mercenary cards are bigger, you know, because they have extra units in them. So that's another thing to watch out for as well. Here's a beefy Jaeger or Black Rider shipment. Veteran state militia from the USA player. Nothing too serious, I would say, at this point. But USA ended up getting the 54th Massachusetts Volunteers to get a nice batch of regulars and state militia and get their veteran upgrades done for free. So that's why you see those there. Looks like now he has to retreat because these war wagons are too substantial for him to handle now. He's going to try to surround him now with these things. Look at that. Now he's forcing them into the same path. These pikemen are in... Are they still in cover mode? What are they in? Because if they're in cover mode, they're slowing down his troops here, and he's gonna, you know, get circled by the crossbowmen, which is not good. Alright, so he blasted away 2 crossbows, and now he's going after this guy down here. It's gonna force him into a retreat now, and he has to pull back. Going for the Kentucky Hunters. This is the big card that he wanted. Gives you 4 owl hoots and 10 sharpshooters. Because it gives you a sharpshooter for every card you've sent in the game so far. Can you stop that? Can you stop that? Can you stop acting like the Germans? Come on, you crazy clown, stop acting like the Germans. Oh man, yeah. He's doing exactly what Germany's supposed to do, raiding with the U-ones, and you're upset about it, really? Oh no. That's really bad. Yeah, when you can't deal with Germany for being Germany in a AoE 3 game, that's sad. Alright, here comes the Jaegers now. The goods. Oh man, here come the big batch of Jaegers. These guys are going to hit very hard. I think that big Jaeger shipment's a lot more valuable than the Kentucky Hunters one. Just saying. I don't think he can deal with them now. The Jaegers are, like, fatal. No, he's dead with these Jaegers. Combined with war wagons, too. But Germany turned it around. Imagine winning without a town center. That's what we saw last game with I Am Turk. Same situation. We got a player who's working so good with his micro and his management of units. He's able to win without more villagers from a town center. Unreal. He knows what he's doing. Yeah. The only thing protecting this guy is his blockhouses. Yeah, no, he's got the blockhouses there, so... Other than that... yeah, that's about it, really. GG. Well played. Yeah, GG indeed. Good match there. That was a good steady one. A lot of action, a lot of micro from both people. USA had the initiative and they did great, but they eventually ran themselves too thin with the protection for the artillery, and the Vills went Angleip and just meleeed them down. That was beautiful. Really good. Very nice. Alright, so let's go into the next one now. Hey, I get a cool unit together. I'll get the... Should I get the Seal or the Carib? I'll get the Seal. I like Seals. Seals are cute. Let's load in another game now. What we got here? Scroll down more. Very good. Alright, so which match are we on now? Aldiug versus Obi-Wan Kenobi. Hello there. Alright, this should be a good one. Okay, so Aldiug seems to be maining Hadashani for this tournament, so another Hadashani gameplay, thankfully, that we get to enjoy. Obi-Wan Kenobi is playing as the Ottomans. Very interesting. So, an Ottoman versus Hadashani. That's what I said I wanted to see earlier, to prove that maybe Hadashani are a good counter to the Ottomans, but we'll see. We'll see for sure. Similar to Ottomans versus French, one thing you're going to see in this matchup, both sides are going to build a trading post. That's one thing that's kind of similar to these civs. Both civs really care about their card arrivals. Ottomans because of their powerful unit shipments, Hadashani because of their volume of unit shipments. They just love to stack them one after another after another. Get the Tomahawks, get the Kanye West Horsemen, get the Archers. A constant steady stack that leaves the enemy reeling. That's what it's like to be Hadashani, and trust me, when you're dealing with Janissaries and Abyss Gunners, you gotta keep those units rolling in very fast. so that they don't sort of run you dry. You gotta be careful. Alright, so Haudashani's just getting down his TP right now. Right, and as we saw last game, that we saw the Haudashani, they're going to set their longhouse up to where their forward base is going to be. So where's that Travois going to go? We'll find out. So where's the Travois going exactly? So it's going to go right in this corner over here. I think it's quite helpful because it gives some good line of sight so that Haudashani knows where the enemy's coming from. If he is going to raid with delis, you at least have a bit of warning. If it's Safai, same thing. So, Haudashani deck is obviously going to be a rush deck. Archer, Tomahawk, Kanye West, Horseman. These are your main components of the rush. You also got some crates, you got some bills, but definitely these are primary stuff you're going to be looking at. Ottomans, fast industrial. So, it's going to be a game of Haudashani trying to rush down an Ottoman before they get to age 4 and keeping them from getting to age 4. That is a very fascinating scenario because it looks like Ottoman is not theoretically going to be going with the law military, right? Once they have, because this is a hard, fast industrial deck. Look at this. No unit cards in age 2. They get some in age 3, so they could fend it off in H3, but no H2 possibility. What this Ottoman does, which is different, he went with Silk Road. So Silk Road is a very greedy Ottoman card that sets it up so all trading post deliveries deliver more stuff, as well as crates. Crates deliver more resources too. Because believe it or not, actually, the resource arrivals you get from the trade route were actually classified as crates object-wise in the game. So whenever you increase the size of crates in the game, you also increase the size of trading post arrival deliveries too, because they're both crate objects, which is kind of funny. Because I don't think you ever realize that about the game's code, but the way it classifies the trade route and the crates, it's the same objects. So, yeah, kind of funny. So what is Haudashani going to do? So the Haudashani is going to go mid-map war hut, but the Ottoman explores there, and he could snare this guy and give him some trouble. Is he going to do it? No, he just lets him walk right on by like a good soldier and puts down that forward base. Ottoman going Philosopher Prince. Philosopher Prince gives you food crates. So naked Fast Fortress, possibly naked FI. That's what we're looking at from this Ottoman here. It's going to be shipping in the gold right out of the gate to all those food crates, yeah. So here's the 625 food, because remember he got Silk Road, so a 500 food crate becomes a 625 food crate. Similarly with 700 coin, we're looking at 175 extra gold on that, so he's going greedy, naked, fast industrial. This could go okay, and this could go very bad. Because remember, this fella here managed to convert 3 human treasure guardians already, the banded rifleman and the 2 banded drivers. Plus he's got a batch of Aena bowmen ready to go. So Haudashani is not going to give him that breathing room that he wants. Not at all. So, right, so the gold is ready to go. Does he have enough to age up with? He's going to get, I believe he's going to get 875 gold. So that should be enough to reach Fortress Age with. But what does he do from there? I don't know. Because he's going Royal Decree. So he might feel like that he needs to go with the New Order infantry upon reaching Fortress Age and getting those Nizams out. If he has to do that, that'll be a pretty urgent situation to find himself in. So we'll see if he ends up doing that. Now, if he ends up doing that, it's going to be pretty substantial. Have to follow it pretty closely. Alright, so yeah, here we go. So Royal Decree is active. Age Up is going to be Exiled Prince for the Age Up speed. Does he get a chance to collect any wood? Because he's going to need wood to get the Nizams, if that's a situation. So he goes on to the food. Yeah, comida. Necesito comida carne. Yeah, no, that's not good. You should have herded these in because now the Haishani has him right where he wants him, where he can snare his Vil formation, just gut him every time he tries to go for that food. I think this almond overplayed his hand a bit. If he secured his hunt a bit better, I think he'd be okay, but this hunt is clearly where it doesn't need to be right now, and he's basically starved to death at this point. Yeah. Advanced frontier defenses, 3 outposts, and researches their first upgrade. Problem is he's right under your town center, so he's gonna eat those up like instantly. It's not good. Only redeeming quality is affected to the almonds, and the Vils are coming out for free anyways. If it wasn't for that, you'd already be dead as a doornail, but you're probably still as dead as a doornail because every shipment you send is going to be directly attacked when it arrives, especially those wagons. Okay, so wagon there, wagon everywhere. Wagon's going to go right there. Okay, so very nice. Does the Hadashai player care? He's just letting those go up right now. I think he wants to just get rid of the town center first, because he knows if he can get rid of the town center, that means no more economy for Ottoman player. Okay, so the towers are up. He's gonna shred some of those units a bit there, it looks like. Very nice. Yeah, well, the problem is the Kanye West Horsemen are still up, so they're tanking some of these shots for the infantry. If the cav was gone, I feel like the towers would be able to clean up, but yeah, no, GG. He's trying to get a fort. Doesn't have any time to even establish a fort without the foundation being crushed, and yeah, a GG situation, basically. So yeah, Hadashani can really punish the Ottomans, especially if they're going for greedy Silk Road, fast, naked, industrial strategies like that. Quite substantial, actually. So yeah, you gotta watch out for that stuff, big time. 100%. Okay, so let me scroll up here, and we'll go to the next one. Ecuador versus Lucas. Have we seen that one yet? I'm just gonna make sure real quick. Ecuador versus Lucas. Make sure, because I remember that name Aquila pretty well. Have we seen that matchup before? I don't believe we have. Just making sure. Yeah, I think we're alright. So let's go back down and do the next one now. Yeah, exactly. Go down, town. Alright, let's do this one now. And then we'll do Story Table versus Chapika. So Ikuda is sticking with Italy again, and then Lucas is going Chinese. Okay, so China versus Italy. Okay, so similar to last game, build order for Italy is going to be build a market, build a house. Build it as long as you can for free using the architect's free building property. And then when it's closing in a bit, do the finished build and then pay the wood that you need to for that. But in the end, you end up discounting yourself a ton of wood. So it's very good, you know. Even if you do have to pay a little wood to finish the building, at least you're saving some of the wood that can go right into those market techs. Because with every technology in general you research with Italy, you get a free villager. So technology is good. Lots of free villagers. That's what you want. Tons of free villagers. And for the China, let's see what the China is going to do. So the China is going to go trading posts. So they're looking maybe going standard summer palace setup. Maybe. Yeah, pretty much. So basically what you do is you build a trading post right away, which for Great Plains is a great setup because the TP is right outside your base and you know where it is. Because you know what side of the map you're on, so you know exactly where the TP is going to be. And then you have 3 villagers chopping wood just enough so that you can construct the village. And then as soon as you build the village, you're ready to. You move all the vills back onto food, and you brace for impact, get T export for the consulate, and then you time it in with a summer palace. And basically you use that consulate that you built to go Russian allies, even before you get diplomatic intrigue. So you're actually getting your ally before you get diplomatic intrigue and paying the 100 export for it, so you can get a blockhouse to act as your primary banner army training production building at the start. Right, as well as some basic defense with the range attack too. Now sometimes we do see people go French, but more than likely he's going to be going Russian. Oh, he's going French. So what we're going to get here is we're going to get a French consulate followed by porcelain tower. Yeah, there's two ways to do China. You can go Russian allies into the summer palace, or you can go French allies into porcelain tower. The reason why you get a French consulate ally is because they give you a tech that you can get in Age 1, food crates, and it actually gives you 400 food. So it's actually a more substantial batch of food than you get from a home city card. Because in the old days, what you saw a lot with the Chinese is they used to get infinite 300 food to age up because they didn't have villager cards. But what's better with the French is you're adding another 100 food into the stockpile. So it's a much more worthy investment. Not only that, as long as you got the French allies active, your villagers actually gather faster too. So essentially you're gaining extra economy just by having the French allies active in your console, which is pretty cool. Yeah. And once you get that porcelain tower up as Chinese, this is essentially kind of like a factory because you can set it up to trickle food, wood, gold, or you can set it into a mixed mode where it's again food, wood, gold, as well as small trickles of XP and export. So it's a very flexible structure. Yeah. So typically you pair this with a fast fortress of some kind and then go for powerful H3 cards. So we know that the China's probably going to be playing more in the realm of H3, whereas Italy focusing on greed of economy, getting as many market techs as possible, including steel traps. Italy can access those market techs in age early, so you can get steel traps, amalgamation, log flume in age 2 actually, which means if you can get them all very quickly, that means 8 free vills before you even hit age 2, which is quite good. Because like getting a 3 villager card followed by a 5 villager card, basically without spending any cards. So that's quite good. It's what you want to see typically when you're playing as the Italians, the Italianos. So what's their age up going to be? It's going to be the governor. So you're going to get a tower and some gold crates. Quite good. Sets you up pretty well as the Italians. Whereas Chinese, again, going for a naked fast fortress with this setup. Going for the 700 gold right away. Not saving any time. And you couple it with powerful card. Whoa! Wow! Wow! Meow! Meow! Wow! Ooh! So what happened is the China went with Step Riders. And he had no answer to it. Whoa! That is... Did he get rid of his architect? Why did he resign? I'm wondering. I'm wondering now. Why did he resign? That's serious. He must not have had any resources to build something. Imagine being down by a single step ridership, and that is some intense gameplay there for a card to make that much of a weight to the game. Yeah, no, that's a big ouchie, a big boo boo, a big ow to do to somebody. Yeah, big time. Yeah. So now we are on a sturdy table versus Chapika. Let's see, have we seen that game before? We are not. I'm trying to remember. Sturdy table. So that's Chapika Mycius. Trying to remember, I've also heard the game Chapika from. Let me see here. Chapika versus the Chinese name person. Alright. So Chapika versus Sturdy Table is one we have not seen yet, thankfully. Okay, so go back to that. Who doesn't love a sturdy table that doesn't collapse when you put your food on it? It's pretty good. I wouldn't want my plate shattering with a nice ham sandwich and chips and french fries on it. That'd be pretty bad. So let's see, Sturdy Table versus Chapika. And then Red Kid versus Obi-Wan Kenobi. Hello there. So Chapika is playing as the Portuguese again. As we've seen before, Chapika seems to be maining Portuguese in this tournament, whereas the Sturdy Table is playing a very sturdy Civ, the Ottomans. Yeah, very nice. So Portuguese versus Ottomans. That's a pretty interesting matchup, to say the least. You got a very good map control / boom / turtle Civ in the Portuguese against the Ottomans. So Ottomans are going to have to up their game here, since Portuguese can be a real problem, you know. Getting a free covered wagon with every age up, pretty substantial actually, because it can either be used defensively and be stacked right up against your TC here, and it's another thing shooting at you, or they can just stick it all the way out up in the boonies out here, and then expand their map control and get another hunt, another mine, wherever it is, and just capture it. So yeah, Portuguese give you a lot of choices with those covered wagons. More than you realize, so that's pretty substantial. We'll have to see what the Ottoman response is too. Are they going to go fast industrial, fast fortress, double barracks Jan Abbas? Who knows? Well, the first card for Portuguese is always going to be Vitórias or Vitórias, depending on how you pronounce it. I think it's actually Vitórias, the way you pronounce it in Portuguese. But essentially, it allows every town center you own to trickle food, wood, and gold by a small amount. I think it's like almost one, not quite 0.3 per second, but it's close to that. Pretty substantial, because remember, with Portuguese, you're going to have a minimum of 4 town centers between age 1 and age 4. So eventually it goes up to over 1 resource per second on each of the 3. So yeah, it rewards you obviously for aging up faster. So one thing you'll know about Portuguese always go fast fortress, unless they're doing some special things. So Portuguese are always going to go fast fortress. They gonna go fast fortress. There's no doubt about it. You know why? Because for Portuguese, going fast fortress means 3 town centers, 2 covered wagons, 1 in age 2, 1 in age 3. Essentially a full house economy, a full house defense. Portugal has no reason to stick around in age 2 and potentially risk their endeavors. They're going to go up for the age 3, get all 3 town centers under their belt, and then start pushing out with cazadores, dragoons, maybe halberdiers, some organ guns. That's sort of the idea. So Ottomans are going to go up with the Core Master. What's their deck? So 1v1. So maybe age 2, maybe age 3. First card is your Rooks. So going with the Vils. So did not go for the capitalism first. So we don't know 100% yet if it's going to be an age 3 or an age 2 combat for the Ottomans. But if it is an age 3, it's going to be a pretty interesting contest. Ottomans get a ton of weapons. You know, they get the Safahi shipment, they get the Mamluk one, the Abbas one, the Falconet one, the Janissary one, even the Delhi one. So it's going to be a war of the cards, basically, like actual card wars. Yeah, card wars. Very cool, scenario in AoE 3. I don't know if they have card wars for the 5th edition. If there is, let me know. I would love to play some card wars. It's really fun because you essentially are given a number of shipments and then you spend them on cards. You know, because that's what you do with shipments. You buy cards with them, right? And then you essentially have to manage those shipments over a set of rounds to, beat your opponent. And if you burn through them all at the start, then you're game over. But if you can play it like the Chinese game of Go and hold on to them, then you're rewarded more, basically. It's like American checkers. It's like American chess versus Chinese checkers, basically. Actually won the Vietnamese the Vietnam War, because the U.S. was all about essentially dominating the Vietnamese army, the Viet Cong, with tons of brute force with their military. But the Vietnamese learned guerrilla tactics where they were able to win battles by essentially using the least amount of resources and troops, and eventually were able to outlast the Americans, who kept taking losses with their bigger forces and wasting a lot of time getting eaten up in the jungle by, the diseases and the heat. And yeah, pretty interesting history there. So yeah, essentially that's sort of card wars for you. I don't know why I brought it up, but I was just thinking, in this matchup, Portuguese and Ottomans are going to be running their H3 decks against each other, and it's kind of going to feel like that. So yeah. Alright, so actually what we're going to get with Ottomans, double barracks Jansen. So already queuing up 8 of them, and they're going to be running out of the gate trying to rush this Portugal down before they go to H3. So they're not going to want to give this Portugal a free H3 without a fight. But the problem is he already has 2 town centers, so he can just sit in his TCs and wait it out if he has to, because he's got the cover to do so, because all he has to do is, balance the settlers out between both town centers, and you essentially got 2 beefy towers there shooting away the Janissaries, yeah. It's not going to stop him from trying to be annoying, though, and keep shooting his stuff. So, yeah, he's going to keep trying to come under these town centers and keep harassing them and forcing him to use both town centers. Look. Beep, 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 beep. Yeah, see that? Oh, he's going to take his house out? That's annoying. It's real annoying. Take it. Yep, he takes a Janissary out. It's gonna maybe get another. Yep, gets another one. He could actually repair this house too. Oh, he gets a 3rd covered wagon there. Very nice. 3rd town center. So yeah, he's all set. He's got a solid defensive position. He's got 3 town centers. So if Ottoman wants to press him, he's gonna be dealing with the town center fire of 3 structures. Right. So what Portugal's gonna do is they're gonna start with halberdiers. Halberdiers is an okay option because, well, it can defend against infantry and it can defend against cavalry. Against the infantry, what he can do is he can put the Halbs in cover mode, so the Jans are forced to engage, and then the TC just melts them. And if Cav shows up, the Halbs obviously know how to deal with that, so you get that solved. That's essentially going to be his defense there for the moment, yeah. So Halberdiers are out. Ottoman's still looking for an angle to weave in and shoot his vills. He's going to do everything he can to get these villagers dead. You can tell. He's just looking for an angle where he can shoot the vills and not get shot by the TC. But because Portugal is hurting the animals between the 3 town centers, playing monkey in the middle with them, he's ensuring that he's going to have adequate food that's not going to die to these Jans. Right? And once Cazador's shipment comes in, Jans have to leave because Cazadors hunt them down because they're skirmishers. So that's kind of what he's investing for here right now, is just getting the Cazadors in there to essentially shoot off these Janissaries. Yeah, basically. Oh boy, he's getting the organ gun shipment, and he's going for even more overkill against these Jans. He's getting the big boy artillery out there. Wow. Basically primitive machine guns before there were even Gatling guns, Essentially got all the little tubes in the gun, and then they each all shoot off individually and go pew, 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 like that, yeah. So organ guns will absolutely be a great unit against it, because you know what? You actually get 3 of them with the card. You get 3 organ guns, so not just 2 cannons, you get 3 cannons. So that's a lot of artillery that you have to fight there, yeah. Funnily enough, the Janissaries actually have more HP than the organ guns do, which is kind of funny. But the organ guns being artillery obviously has, 3/4 of the bullets guarded against with their armor. So, yeah, it's not an immediate steal. Yeah, so you got Halbs and organs now. And at this point, the Portugal can play. He can play a bit. He can try to put the Ottoman in check, but he can't go in too deep yet. He can just barely go after... Oh, no, I don't like this. I don't like he's putting it so close to the barracks like this. I'm a little concerned for him. So he's going in hard against his barracks. Which one is he queuing? This one? Oh, this is awesome. You know why? Because he's going to deny him the barracks. and then they're not going to queue up, and that's denying him troop numbers. Because now you're actually going to force the Ottoman to potentially engage, because now he's going to lose his second production. Oh no, the Falconets. No, absolutely not. Get out, get out. Get out. No. Get out. Good. Good. He got a warning shot and he got out of there. Oh, no, 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 no. Don't do it. Get out there. Get out there right now. Please. I beg of you, get out. You should have just left when he had the chance. He lost almost everything. He got an organ gun out safely, but I think he should have just left. Came back with Cazadors or something, but maybe he saw something that I didn't know. But either way, he didn't get a chance to get these Falconets. Now he's kind of going to be running into some problems at this point, because now you got a huge Janissary stack with Bashi Bajouks as a support, and then the 2 Falconets. Basically, yeah.
Sim, preparada.
Preparado. Sim, vou fazer. Qual é a sua ordem?
Alright, so going with the Dragoons, it looks like. Queuing them up at the stable. That will be great against the Falconets, but he'll still have to come up with something for the Janissary threat. Yeah, he'll probably need Cazadors for that. He doesn't have a barracks yet, though, so yeah, that's a bit of an issue. Main issue is that the Ottoman was pressuring him before, and he didn't have as much build time and build seconds to get the wood he needed, I think, for a barracks, so he has to work with a little bit of he has to smudge together a defense for now, and then once he can get a house and a barracks or something, then he can go solid Cazador Dragoon as needed. Yeah. Now the Falconets are going to do something interesting and actually angle themselves here to get maybe the trading post down. Yeah, I was like, wait a second, you better not waste that working gun on those Falcons, because you know what's going to happen to them. Just let the Dragoons do it, you know? Let the Dragoons do the work there. Alright, so he's going to ship in Cazadors, queuing up more Dragoons. At least he's not going over it. Oh, he doesn't have any prop anyway, so I was going to say, yeah, at least he's not attacking the house, so he can't queue up more Dragoons, but he's actually got to build a casa. Uno casa, dos casa. Yeah, needs dos casas to be able to really stack up these Dragoons as he needs to. Yeah. Now, the Ottoman, he's doing good economically. Like, he can go to age 4 now. It looks like he is. He's going to age 4 to clinch the win with bombards and factories. Just because he knows the Portugal is scrummaging together a defense and economy, he can take advantage of that timing and just go for the age 4 with the Tycoon to get gold. I think he's going to go Royal Decree then. I think he is. He's going to go Royal Decree, use that gold to get the Royal Decree that costs gold. He's going to get the food one, and he's going to get the wood one, and he's just going to rain on top of his opponent, maybe. That's what I think's going to happen. What do you think's going to happen? You think that's... Alright, well, anyways, Dragoons not wasting a beat. They're going to try to raid a little bit there, basically, and then start shooting away at it. Yeah, very nice. This isn't good. Well, he's going to get the factory. Factory's going to give him the resource he needs to actually cycle through the Royal Decree. Yeah, but it looks like... Oh, he overextended the Cazadors. He got a single Culverin though, so he can maybe get rid of the Falconet. He can. He's in the Dragoons. Great, but his Cazadors are kind of... Why can't he get this Falconet? Why is he letting the Jansers run him so badly there? That's sad. These Jansers are like running him so hard there with the melee attack. That's crazy. I did not expect that at all. And then he's gonna... Oh, he's getting Mercantilism with Tycoon. I didn't realize that's why he went with Tycoon, so he could get Mercantilism from the church and get a free shipment or two. Yeah, Prey basically got 2 cards for free. With that, that's quite good. So now we can get his second factory. He got his first factory, right? Then he can get second factory, and then he can get Royal Decree. And then he can probably get something else like Bombards, too. Not that he's going to need it. I mean, he's probably fine where he is now, but he's going to overkill it so hard with all that artillery stuff, basically. Yeah, it's quite insane. Quite insane. Oh man, look at that. Oh, he's putting a forward foundry up too. Huh, interesting. Didn't expect that at all, really. Nope, definitely not. Quite surprising, actually, yeah. Big time. Big time, yeah. And so he's gonna take that chance there, yeah, right there, which is great. Cazadores is coming out as well in that spot. I think it's over for this Portugal. He's just buying his time. His Ottomans are just going to run card after card after card and then go through the World of Crews, and then you're looking at fatality. He's also getting Guard Janissaries. He's got the Bombards. He's got the Bombard shipments. The Cazadors are dead. And these Janissaries are going to be beefed up, tanky Guard Janissaries. So this is looking like fatality right here, right now, actually. This is very good. Very good, actually, yeah. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. So, yeah, quite nice there. Boom. Right there. Right where you want. Very, very nice indeed, yeah. Shot there too. Very good. Ooh, the armored pistoliers. Yep, move them up. Alright, GG. Yeah, I always find the armored pistolier shipping kind of curious. You know, the armored pistoliers are a very scary card. You know, because they're actually like a super beefy musketeer with really insane hand armor. And on top of that, they have splash attack with their range attack with the pistol. So, it's like a super tanky knight with a gun. So, yeah, you don't want to mess with those guys. They're pretty dangerous, to say the least, yeah. Alright, let's scroll down here to the next one, and then we should be ready to go for the next match. What do we got? Okay. Red Kid versus Obi-Wan Kenobi. Hello there. And then we got Quicker Wagon versus Mao Dun. Mao Dun. Like Mao Zedong? Mao Dun? Alright, so, ooh, we got Obi-Wan Kenobi is the Portuguese. So we got another Portugal. And they're going up against the Lakota with Red Kid. Oh, I'm trying to remember. Have we seen Red Kid? I think Red Kid is, Lakota main, so this is pretty interesting here. So we should get a nice Lakota fight, yeah. Lakota versus Portugal is kind of a fascinating one because Lakota love to apply pressure in this in any matchup. But I don't know if they're going to pressure here or they're going to go for age 3 as well and try to maybe make some of their stuff. Yeah. One thing to note about this matchup, this particular matchup, or really any matchup where Dragoon Skirm is a possibility, believe it or not, Rifle Riders are really scared of Skirmisher Dragoon because Rifle Riders also have the heavy cavalry tag, just like Hussars do. So Dragoons actually counter Rifle Riders just as good as Skirmishers do, if not better, because the Dragoons can run the Rifle Riders down in ways that the Skirmishers can't. I never learned that fact till years later when I looked at the unit tags and I finally figured out playing some Colosseum that my Javelin Riders with the Hausa in Colosseum were actually cooking the Rifle Riders. I used to think that they were a demigod of a unit until I realized that that heavy cavalry tag was a huge shot in the foot for them to keep them in line. Yeah. Very interesting. It's one of the only units in the game that's both light cavalry and heavy cavalry in the main game, which is pretty funny because normally you got heavy cavalry and then you have light cavalry. But the Rifle Rider is an example of a hybrid where it's both classes of cavalry at the same time. Yeah, quite interesting. You know, you don't realize that until you look at the unit stuff. Basically, you look at these icons like this, and then it gives you a bunch of stuff. So you see Villager, Land Villager, same thing with the Rifle Rider. You see a ton of classes. You see Cavalry, Light Cavalry, Heavy Cavalry, Gunpowder Cavalry, and you try to make a determination of what those tags are and multipliers and mathematics-wise, what affects it, basically. So, yeah, quite interesting stuff there, pretty much.
Qual é sua ordem?
So, aging up with 13, probably 13 mil age up, yeah. Got their Fiterias done, very nice. So, presumably, similar to Chapika, Obi-Wan Kenobi would probably go for a fast fortress here with Portugal, just because he wants the triple town center instead of just a double town center. So yeah, that's kind of what he's going to do. It really depends what the Lakota does, though. Is the Lakota going to be just as pesky as the Ottomans were the last game, or a little bit more reasonable? We'll see. Alright, so it looks like Lakota's just opening up their tribal marketplace now to start collecting that coin. Very nice. And do we see, well, he's probably has hunting dogs by now, since he has the market up. So that's in the shoe at this point. That's a shoe-in. But, yeah, it does look like Lakota might be playing more into a fast fortress themselves. Just because they're collecting that gold now. Because normally if it was a fast fortress, if it was a hard aggro Lakota, they would be going for food and wood. And they'd be preparing war huts. Because believe it or not, even though Lakota's always thought of as, oh, we're a cavalry civ, Lakota in the 5th edition actually started out as a war hut-based civ, playing around at war clubs and Seatan Bowman, and then they eventually will bring in cavalry as needed. But what they usually do is they start out just by shipping cavalry in, and then once they get later in the game as needed, they'll actually start training cavalry. So they start out in their primitive state just doing archer club, and then they eventually acquire the horses to start doing the cavalry. Yeah. Okay, so town center is going right here to go right on top of the bison hunt. Question is where the 3rd town center will go. Will it go defensive or will it go more offensive and try to capture new land? That will be the question. So Lakota's going to start out with 4 axe riders. Try to do as much raiding as possible. Axe riders are obviously a very ferocious cavalry. Pretty tanky unit. They got a lot of attack. 35 hand attack. They're brutal. They're very insane. They're quite scary. They're actually so statistically scary they had to add a nerf to the unit since Legacy. They gave it a malice against Dragoons just so they wouldn't shred everything that they deal with, you know? Yeah, so if it's anything other than dragoons, they're doing a solid 35 hand attack, which is quite powerful. Yeah. Oh man, he was trying to herd that hunt. Oh, he's not gonna be able to herd that in now. That's bad. That's bad. So he's probably gonna have to put a town center here later. Oh man, his hunt placement is not on par. Look at that. He's got a situation where the axe riders are right on top. Oh no, he got Seville too. So Portugal's dealing with some problems here. It's not gonna be easy. I think he's got enough. Well, he doesn't have enough food to age up yet, though. So he's got to deal with these axe riders and hope that they don't devastate him. But they're definitely pinning him. They're pinning him so he can't get his hunt. All right, so this is a frustrating situation when you're Portugal, when your enemy is literally keeping you from getting into age 3. If you can keep them in age 2, altogether, the Portugal is usually cooked. Captain cooked, like, really bad. But unfortunately, the axe riders path through here, so lost another one to the town center, so they might have to pull back for a bit. But what we got now is we got the wait a minute, no, he won 700 gold, so he changed his mind. I thought he was going to go for the forward war hut card, which would have been pretty nice there, but yeah, ends up going for that instead, it looks like. Alright, so he's got enough food finally. How about gold? So oh, that's Lakota. That's Lakota going to Fortress Age. So they did a semi-fast fortress with the Axe Riders. Interesting setup. So now they're going up to age 3. Did I say age 4? Age 3, I'm sorry. Portugal is still in age 2. So Portugal wanted to get the fast fortress, they couldn't. But Lakota ended up getting it instead. So this might be a very bad situation for the Portuguese, yeah. Going for a stable. I think they want to go Dragoons, but they're not in age 3 yet, and they don't have the early Dragoon card in the deck. So if he's forced to fight this out in age 2, he's toast. He can't get his Dragoons. Yeah, because I would have agreed that going Dragoons in age 2 would have been the age 2 defense to do here. But he doesn't have that card in his deck, so he sadly can't call upon the Dragoons in age 2 to defend him, basically, like he might have wanted to. So that's going to be an unfortunate, tragic loss for him there in his defense. Yeah, pretty much. So, yep, Axe Rider's coming in again. This hunt is in such bad placement, he can't even stay on it long enough to get the food that he needs. This is sad. Alright, Portugal's getting a church, getting a couple houses down. Coda Witsy's going up with the wise woman. She's a very wise woman indeed. It's going to get him some free bison and get the hunting rate up too on his villagers. So he's going to get a ton of food. And he's going to actually be able to keep up with corral units because he's got so much food that things like the Axe Rider will actually be affordable. Yeah. See, you got to be careful with the Lakota because here's the thing. Initially, it might seem like the cavalry can take the town center down because, you know, cavalry normally aren't enough to siege a building down. But the thing is, when you're the Lakota, you can get the siege dance from the community plaza later on. I think in age 3 and later, that increases the siege of all units. So eventually, he's going to be able to get the siege dance going at that community plaza, and then he is going to be able to nuke these town centers with these axe riders surrounding him. So Portugal's got to play on thin ice here and make sure that this cavalry doesn't become a huge threat. That being said, it looks like the Lakota also gets some Wakina rifles, essentially some skirmishers that they have. A bit lower range, but it's still a pretty reasonable anti-dragoon unit there. Because the Portugal is in age 3 now, he can do dragoons and he can chase the axe riders with them. So he needs Wakina rifles to discourage the dragoons a bit. So that's what he's going for there. Wakina rifles actually are going to come here to the corner and try sieging the town center a bit to take off some of that HP. But problem is he did keep those vills in there, so he was able to injure them pretty well. Yeah. 3 organ guns, it looks like. Coming in right now. Quite nice. Queuing in more Dragoons. That's pretty awesome. That's what we're going to see there. Very good. So how many Wakinas is he on? Pretty good stack, actually. So he's got about 15 of them. Followed by Great Hunter. This is actually a really scary card because what it does is it actually gives you food, more food for all the hunting that you've done in the game thus far. And then it boosts your hunting rate by 20%. So for all 10% of the hunted animals that you've hunted so far, it gives you a stockpile of food right to your inventory, not even in crates. Up to 1.5k food. So if you've been hunting there for a while, as Lakota, you could easily get 1.5k food, which is like a huge, like age 4 food crate shipment worth of food. On top of your hunting rate for the rest of the game just being better. Really a godly food card for Lakota. Yeah. Axe Riders are still not veteran yet, right? Yeah. I guess it's fine. I mean, I think now at least Lakota has the map control. They got all the hunts they need to use that Great Hunter card effectively now. Oh man, look at the Axe Riders going Wabadi Wash Day, the Shawak Day on top of his village. It's very good. That's what you like to see there. But now the Portugal has his help, so he's going heavy in the anti-cav. He really, really wants to get rid of those Axe Riders, you can tell. Because those Axe Riders are really making him bleed out his economy. Very serious stuff there. Yeah, no, he's got to be careful of that. What has he got left? Land Rush. So this guy doesn't have a Cazador shipment. He's got a fort, though. So the fort is probably going to be his next move. He's going to find an area where he needs economy, like right here or something, and he's going to put a fort down somewhere to, like, literally force the Lakota off. That's all he can do at this point is, like, establish a huge structure like a fort and have it be fully built to keep this guy off. Yeah, no, the fort I think is going to be the center of that defense, really. So that's what we're going to see there is a fort, without a doubt. It's going to be a fort. The fort. Rifle Riders are in. These guys are brutal against artillery. They got multipliers of 6 against artillery. That's pretty scary. But again, the Dragoons have multipliers against them, so how's that guy? It goes very bad because you got Axe Riders and you got Rifle Riders. He's got a double factor trifecta against all your stuff, so that's not good. I hate Rifle Riders so much. Well, I think you could have dealt with them, but you had Axe Riders kind of sandwich you in there like a nice ham and cheese sandwich, so I don't think that was purely the Rifle Riders, though they are pretty formidable with their rate of fire. They actually have the same rate of fire as an archer, 1.5, so they shoot very fast, and then their multipliers are brutal, so yeah, big time. Quite an interesting one, but we'll move on to the next game. Funny enough, I haven't heard any chats from people about these games today, so yeah, kind of interesting. Nobody's sort of debated these games at all. You would have expected it, but I guess not. You just like listen to me yap about Definitive Edition, as always. Yeah, I think that's cool too. Alright, so we got Quickeragan versus Maudun. How many more games we have in general, actually? Look at all these things. We got a ton of games to look at. Crazy. Spoopy how many games we got, yeah. Okay, this is a duplicate, So we gotta watch out for these duplicates, man. Watch out for them. So we're gonna do Quickerag. I was trying to figure out where we are on the list so we don't dupe them. Alright, Quickeragan versus Maldoon. And then we'll do Azamain versus McJim. After that. Maldoon is French, and Quickeragan is España. So it's Spain versus France. We've seen Spain versus France in this tournament, and I can tell you it's an interesting one. Last time, I believe Spain really clapped France pretty hard because they were able to maintain a quick deployment of double barracks musketeer, and France just wasn't able to maintain a defense against that. Because before they knew it, the Spain was already in age 3, and domineering them pretty quickly there. So, yeah, it's going to be a pretty tough one for France, I think. At least from what the previous experience of this tournament has told us. Yeah, so France obviously building a trading post. Spain also builds a trading post. Two very card shipment based civs, I would say, for different reasons. Spain because they get shipments very quickly, so they love to have that TP in play. And then for France, their big dream, they had a dream, get to H3 with the fast fortress, get skirms, get dragoons, get falconets, get glissés. And get the second skirmisher shipment too. So, yeah, it's basically what they do there. Yeah. But we'll check the decks though. We'll check the decks, see what we're looking at. Especially Spain. I especially want to know it's Spain. It's 1v1. So, I think we're gonna see Musketeers start with Spain again. At least from what we're seeing, we're not seeing a straight up naked fast fortress Spain. But they could do that. But it depends on how comfortable they feel. If they think they could do a naked fast fortress, greedy into Spanish gold to get all those extra gold crates, a Spanish treasure chest, they might do that. But it's not a given. It's not a given. It really depends on a lot of factors. If they feel like they could handle something like that, you know? Yeah, definitely, big time. So, let's see if they can queue up another villager there, potentially. Should be quite good. Well. Okay, now if they go with 12 villager into Quartermaster, right? Quartermaster, Spain, France, and then Espana's probably going to go Governor, right? So the thing is, because Spain gets shipments a lot faster, they're not only able to get 3 villagers, they're able to get 3 villagers plus capitalism. So, all thanks to that trading post addition, they can essentially get the same amount of villagers as any other civ does with the settlers, and then gold trickle, too, on top of it. So their economy starting out is looking kind of nice, you know? Yeah, so I wonder what we're going to see with Spain. Spain is actually a little behind here. You know, they're only on 16 vills and they're missing 300 food or so. I'm a little bit scared for Spain that they might not have planned their stuff out accordingly. Yeah. So what's this treasure? A tomahawk? Yeah, no, they need to catch up to age up time because it looks like the France is going to be way ahead of the game on them there. They're almost aged up at this point. You know? Is he going to go for an H3 or is he going to go Ancien Regime? Oh, interesting. Interesting. So, he is not going to go H3. He's going to go Ancien Regime. So, Ancien Regime is a card that gives you a native embassy. And from it, you can train House of Bourbon units. So, you can make the Royal Dragoons and the Royal Musketeers. Why does that matter? Royal Musketeers are like really powerful muskets. They're considered native warriors. But what this card does, it takes those native warriors and it adds a population cost to them. So it's not like you can just have them as an extra unit in your army. You actually have to make them your primary army. So get a build limit of like 15 of them. And what sets these muskets apart from regular ones is they get a charge attack where they pull out their pistol. And then they just shoot you and do a ton of damage, and then they fight you with musket and saber then, and essentially a pretty reasonable, musket unit, yeah. But it's that charge attack with the pistol that makes them a godsend of a unit, because they just shred through HP like a paper shredder and then engage in more combat. So he's already queuing up the Royal Muskets right now, and he's sure to push them right away with these. But unfortunately, it looks like he's not macroing very well because he can only queue up one of them. Yeah, that's unfortunate. But actually got 2 of them. But still, notice this. The normal range attack on these muskets is 22. Hand attack's 40%, which is great. And then the HP is 160. And then this is the hand attack here. So, on its own, it's an okay musket with some really good hand stats. But when it comes to the charge attack, it's 44 with the pistol. 44. That's almost like an Imperial Musketeer doing a volley there with the charge attack. And because of that, that's why people go with ancien regime Russians with France, just so they can essentially cap on that pistol attack so that the enemy army just gets shredded, and then they just chase after them with the rest with their musket and their saber. That's the idea of it at the end. With their rapier or whatever that sword is, basically, that they use. Wait, what is the sword that the French, the fencing sword that they use? Is it a saber? Is it a fencing sword? Is it a... I forget what they call those swords that the three musketeers used to use in combat. Yeah, it's pretty strange actually. So, yeah. All right. So 3 royal muskets. Is he gonna be able to queue up any more of them? Looks like yes. More royal muskets on the way. Very good. We'll be able to stack up a ton of these things. Beautiful. He's got 5 of them now, actually. So let's see how he uses them. Let's see where he uses those charge attacks. I would use them against the dogs, because you know how much these dogs cost, like 100 food, right? Or 80 food actually. So if you can gut those dogs, you're wasting his food so much by making the dogs go away quickly. I know Peter's gonna be mad about it, but that's just the way it is. Hussars, look! Oh no, they're trapped. He's caught in a trap. Caught in a trap with the buildings. He built too closely. He can't squeegee through this market to get away from him. Oh, that's horrible. It's absolutely devastating, actually. That's why you can't build too close to the mine, because he could have maybe ran around there, ring around the Rosette into the town center, but he got forced into the opposite direction, which is really bad. Alright, so now he can finally get out, and he can continue gathering. Now he's going to get native warrior combat, which is going to give him 15% additional stats in all his units there, which is quite good. Staple also going up. So he's going to queue up Hussar with Royal Musketeer, which is great. Oh no, not again, not again. He's idling. No, he's gonna lose a CBD. He's gonna lose 2 CBDs, 3 CBDs. Three CBDs. That's horrible. You don't want to do that. Oh, he's making Apaches now out of the embassy. Look at that. He's actually making Apaches. That's interesting. Oh, he's actually going Dragoons. Okay, so the Spain goes up with the Bishop, gets a covered wagon, so now he's on 2 town centers, but the Spain is now idling his Ville. Oh, can you get that on, I think if he shot a little bit faster, he would have gotten that Ville. I understood why he wanted to waive that, so he didn't lose too many troops, but, yeah, that's totally understandable there, honestly. That's all I'm going to say about that, pretty much, yeah. So, yeah, here we go. Wilderness warfare. It does beef up the villager HP, so no more crazy Hussar raids to worry about. And then it also beefs up its natives, so it beefs up his Apache riders, it beefs up his royal muskets. Everything that has a native tag or a villager tag gets tankier, as well as his skirmishers too. So when he's making skirmishers later, those will also be improved by it. So it can help a wide plethora of units that you use during the game, which is quite good. Yeah, I don't know about this. This is a tough one, because I think that Spain got away with way too many Hussar raids there, and it might have pinned down the French just enough for him to go for a big push. Spain went for 5 Lancers, strong, brutal, countered infantry. So he's trying to smother him with the royal muskets, which seems to be working. So that worked. Now, okay, so France now has Hussars, and he is able to overpower the enemy Hussars, especially with the help of that one Apache cab there. And now he's going to charge the Hussars into Spain skirmishers. So it's not a cut and dry 8-3 advantage for Spain now, because Spain burned through the Lancers, lost his Hussars, and now the skirmishers are now in check. He's now going to try to queue in Lancers, queue in skirms, ship in rods, big rod 9 shipment. But he's going to have to find a good place to put those rods in, because now he's got Hussars running around his base. He's got Royal Muskets running in his base. Oh, he's rushing the skirms with the Royal Muskets. Pretty nice. But now he's got, France has 2 Lancers on now, so he has to deal with these appropriately now. But the rods, I thought the rods were going to try to block a bit and prevent the Royal Muskets from smothering the cav, but it looks like no. They're still going to be able to rush one of these Royal Muskets. Oh, the Town Sargam, okay. Yeah, no, this is a tough battle here. I mean, both sides are like getting each other's economies. It's a bloodbath, yeah. So some rods are remaining. Spain is going to continue to train some skirms now, it looks like. And the fight will commence. 1,000 wood. Good choice. Yeah, he doesn't know quite what his enemy's doing, so he's not going to send Spanish gold in just yet, because he's only going to do that when he feels comfy as a pillow. Once he feels as comfy as a pillow, then he can go for that Spanish gold. But until then, he has to play it safe. He just doesn't know what his opponent is doing, you know. Because right, he's like working with no armor. He's got like 6 upgraded rods and then some skirms. A lot can go wrong with that, yeah. But it looks like the Spain will queue up Dragoon, Skirm. Skirms for the Royal Muskets, and then Dragoon for the Hussars. Skirms will also work against the Apache Riders too, so Skirm Dragoon kind of makes sense there for the Spain at the moment. Yeah, it pretty much does. Whereas France continues with Royal Muskets and Apache Riders. So he's going to go Apache Royal Musket. A bit of a gaping wound of skirms, so he has to be careful there. Also, the rods can rush his Apaches as well as he's doing right now. I don't like that he doesn't have any multipliers against Dragoon either, so he's going to be relying on his charge attack to take out the Dragoons. But at least his Dragoons theoretically won't have multipliers against him either, so... Okay, so those vills going to be targeted. Yes, one of them is down. The other one gets away. Very nice. Look at all those skirms getting to work there. Quite good. Quite good indeed. Yeah, very nice. Native treaties. Native treaties gives you a batch of natives from every tribe that you're allied to, so he's going to get some free Apaches, and he's going to get some free Cheyenne warriors as well, so that's actually a pretty valuable card there for the France. He's going to queue up Apaches and Hussars, so he's committing to an H2 native push, but he's got to stay on his toes. If he lets the Spain develop too much, he's going to lose out to these skirms and dragoons, so he has to be very much on his toes here and not give him a single chance to like build a big army. Spain builds a big army of lancers, dragoons, skirms. It's over for the France, but if France can keep biting him apart with his army, I think this should be able to work there pretty much. Yeah, 100%. Okay, so the Cheyennes and the Hussars guarding against the rods for now. This is kind of annoying actually, because these vills have the villager tag, so there's a malice for these Apaches, so he actually has to fight, muddle through all of these villagers before he can fight the military. Yeah, no, it's kind of frustrating actually. You kind of wish that the vills weren't there as France right now, because you kind of just want to hit his army now and grind his army down. Is he queuing up more rods? Yeah, he's queuing up rods now. They're not upgraded though, so yeah, it's not. I get why he's doing it. He's doing it because they have anti-cab multipliers and they're speedy. That's why he's queuing up rods. But I personally would stick with skirms if it was me, because if he does Royal Muskets again or something, Yeah, no, the only reason I would not consider that is if he has hussars. But he only made like one hussar, though. So it's obvious from a battlefield perspective that he's not just going straight up. Yeah. But looks like with all this chaos, the France will actually take the momentage up. He's gonna kite very carefully here and maybe take out one or two of these rods. Yeah. And try to maintain some distance and distraction so he can maybe get a power shipment out or two. So he'll be able to continue this native sort of build in Age 2 with the veteran upgrades on now, and then get some critical shipments like Valks, Cuirassiers, Dragoons, Skirms, and maybe close the gap finally. Oh no, no defense. Really? That's not good. You're gonna lose one CBD. Two CBD. Three CBD. Yeah, trying to be the counting the dead villagers. That's more like it. Oh, actually, no, 3 got away. There was no tres, only uno and dos, no tres. So, thankfully those Apaches were able to intercept there. Man's gonna lose a TP to rods and skirms, unfortunately. These rods are up to veteran finally, so these rods are a little bit more impactful here for the Spain, it looks like, yeah.
Já tá certo.
Alright, so... Okay, now the Spain is comfortable enough to get the Spanish gold. So he's going to pick that up probably, so all these cards he sends are going to give him some extra gold to reinforce with more artillery and other elite units like lances. Alright, so it looks like the France actually goes with the bishop. Now he's going to get a covered wagon up there, so he's going to be working on 2 town centers now. The France is actually going industrial age. He's actually going industrial age. So is he going to go like heavy cannons? Is he going for heavy artillery? Because that could be a pretty good way to blast his opponent back, I think. You could blast him to smithereens if he gets heavy cannons. Well, I think he might. He is actually getting native warriors to cheapen the cost of native troops. So you know natives is on the ballot. You know, he's still going to keep doing natives. And now they're going to be a lot cheaper to train now, too. So that's good. That's good. He's going to also start making Royal Dragoons. Royal Dragoons, they have a bit more range than the average Dragoon. So that's where their recipe of success. So these are going to cost like 75 food and gold now, which is a pretty good cost considering how expensive it is. Yeah, just a little bit more expensive than a musket, right? For a skirm. Tycoon, 1,000 gold. So what is he getting? He's getting artillery, heavy cannons. He's got a TC up here, so he can just relocate up there and get his heavy cannon up there. I think, and that would be kind of okay. Yeah. He's also going to have Royal Dragoons to protect them as well. So he is going to get heavy cannons. Probably get some factories if he can secure them. And then just defend with all of this range cavalry as his sort of protectors there. Yeah. Quite nice, actually. Quite good. Alright, so World Dragoons doing some good work there. They got about 17 range, so they actually got more range than a crossbowman does. So they're actually a pretty good sniper unit. And then once you get ranged cavalry capital, then you get to a range of like 19. So just under that of a skirmisher. Alright, so heavy cannons are going to scare away those skirms, send them flying back. But right now, France, you got to get some protection for these heavy cannons. He's gonna have to come up with some sort of solution of range cavalry and possibly other troops to, Why is he going in the front of these rods and skirms? That is so... Oh, man, I don't like that at all. He had, like, no reason to do that. He's gotta stop exposing his troops. He's gonna die doing that. Stop exposing your army like that. It's not good. Gonna have... He has to consolidate, get some army, and just do it. Oh, interesting. So Cheyenne hunting grounds. So he's gonna get a ton of free bison out of that in this town center. Look at all the meat he's gonna get. Look at all that juicy meat. I mean, it's not juicy meat. Bison meat is actually really gamey and stuff, but still food. Still food. I've heard some say that bison's actually more lean than beef. So if they don't like beef because it's too fatty or whatever, they actually just eat bison. If you don't mind the gamey taste of a bison burger, I guess you can end up doing that, I suppose. Yeah, so what is France up to? So he hasn't made any additional troops yet. He's still on... Oh, wow, look at that Buchanan downing a Lancer. That's quite nice. So he's going to continue with veteran Royal Dragoons and probably get them to guard. So this is the problem here. And this is going to be serious. All Spain really has to do is get culverins, and that's exactly what he did. Because this man has like no substance-based army there to back these cans up. So, yeah, no, he's just gonna pick them apart like a pickled pepper with these culverins, just like that. That is very not good. Yeah, absolutely not. Absolutely not. That's insane. Insane in the membrane. Yeah. Oh boy, tell me about it. That's like crazy, yeah. Along there at this point, yeah, pretty much. Big time.
Sí. Sí, ¿qué me ordena?
Alright, so look at all these rods, though. He's running a ton of rods. Pretty speedy army there to start pressuring stuff with. Especially cabin artillery. He's even guard yet? No, that's still veteran, so he's not even. He's got his factories on. So he was planning on going heavy artillery from the factories with like natives or something. That's taking a long time to... Oh, he's gonna down his factory waggy. Factory waggy! No, factory waggy, no. Oh man, that's bad. It's over. It's over. Quick ragging is ragging you up like a big wet rag. Whatever a ragging is. Yeah, he's ragging you like crazy. That's like brutal, man. Crazy. That's not a situation you want to find yourself in on the battlefield. Absolutely not. Big time. Yep, skirms will scare those off. TC will go down, followed by Factory. Factory might get a heavy can, but at this point, it's just going to be smothered with rods and lancers, and it's not going to last very long. You can tell right away that that's just not going to happen, you know? So there we go with the heavy cannon. It's going to deploy somewhere over there, right? Yeah, pretty much right in that spot. Good. Very good. Oh, petards. Wow, petards. That's awesome. Yeah, you know who loves to make petards? HVNI. Mr. Replay, quick replay guy. He loves petards. Yeah, if you're ever in a pinch and you want to siege a building real quickly, just get petards, man. It's a fun unit. It's food and wood, so it's a trash unit, and it just nukes structures with very little numbers, you know. Very wonderful in that sense. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, he's in a losing ship at this point. I don't know what to tell him. I don't know what he's got himself into. Alright, so he's just getting veteran upgrade on these Apaches right now. it's scary to think of how little troops he was making in Age 3, followed by how little upgrades he was getting in Veteran Burb. Okay, so that's... man, that's poop. Apache Raiders. Yeah, no, this is totally a GG well-played situation. Yeah. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say to this man. I would resign at this stage. Like, I wouldn't even try to fight because I already lost a town center. I lost 2 factories. One wasn't even produced. Your army is looking meager. Like, he's only just running around with a couple Royal Dragoons. Like, this is not a combative strategy here. He's just stalling time. Whereas the Spain is already industrial age. He's already caught up in age. He's got, you know, his own stuff. He can get his factories. He can get cannons there. Pretty much, yeah. Now, yep, also this card's pretty good. Gives skirmishers 20% damage, but only musket infantry 10% damage. I wonder why that is. Probably because of balance, I think, or something. But I don't know. I don't know why they need to do that necessarily. Yeah. Also, these Royal Dragoons have like a crazy hand attack. 35 hand attack?
Sí.
It's pretty good. I mean, that's pretty good for a hand cap. I shouldn't say hand cap, a range cap. That's quite good for a range cap.
Preparado.
Yeah, I would call it quits a long time ago after seeing this mess. Big time. Like, I don't even know what he's doing there strategically on the field. Big time. Really not good.
¿Qué me ordenas?
Alright, so Vills are basically just in there laying it down at this point to skirmishers. He just shot me, hey, shoot me already so I can resign. That's what he's gonna do. There. CBDs are actually fighting back kind of well. Look at that. Look at the CBDs. They're actually taking casualties on the enemy. That just shows you how good CBDs are when used right. They can actually hold their own against a lot of stuff. And he didn't even get Pioneers on these either, right? If he got Pioneers on, he'd be doing even better combat-wise. Yeah, no. CBDs are a real threat, man. You gotta be careful of them because they can really mess you up your army if you're not careful. And they're also rushing the culls. And now he has to fight through the rods. Oh man, look at the rods just smothering him. It's the only way you're gonna make it work is just surround him with tons of rods because CBDs have range armor so they can fight with their guns pretty well, but when it comes to melee, they're not like regular vills, they at least have hand armor, so the rods with their, you know, 17 hand attack or very 19 hand attack as a Spadachins are quite beefy indeed, yeah, quite substantial. Alright, so let's go on to the next one now. I thought that was a pretty fascinating one. I feel like personally if the France was playing more standard-like, probably would have gotten an easy win there because you saw how Spain was stalled there with their timing on the age up. I feel like that was a great opportunity for yeah, no, I think that was a lost opportunity there for the player. It just slipped right through his fingers there. So now we got King of Osmane versus MC Jim. Let's see what this one is. Should be pretty fun. Okay, so King of Osmane is the French, and MC Jim is the Bretons, the British commandments. Okay, so British versus French. Always a fun matchup to see. It really depends on who plays a little bit better. I think, in this one, but it's gonna basically be Manor Boom versus, French, whether they go Fast Fortress, they stick it out in Age 2. Yeah, I think if French try to stick it out in Age 2 and they're dealing with the Brits eventually, as long as they micro appropriately, can pound them out using their gradually growing army. Because the thing is, as you know with the Brits, every manor house that they build, a slightly more expensive house, they get a free villager. So if they get all 20 of those houses done, you're talking about 20 extra villagers on the field for the Brits. And for them, going double, even triple barracks musket starts to become a reality even in Age 2. Yeah, very dangerous. Also, France can opt to go Age 3 and try to beat them out with skirms, falconets. But the thing is, Brits get enough safety guards like access to the governor, politician, to actually grab the gold they need to get a barracks up very quickly and then pressure with muskets. So it's not like the Brits are just sitting there in the background doing Manor Boom and have no way to put the opponent in check. They actually can. And it's all thanks to governor, politician giving them that gold, as well as a tower that you can put in your forward base with the barracks. So your forward base actually becomes a bit more imposing as the Brits, because they have a ranged attack in that base other than your units. So yeah, kind of interesting, isn't it? Yeah, it really is. Alright, so King of Osman's gonna go Core Master. And MC Jim is gonna go Governor once he gets enough food. Yeah, so he's going up with 17 vills, which I think is pretty standard for the Brits. Yeah, they usually train about 15 of their own vills, train and ship 15 of their own vills, and then they gain 2 from the manor houses. So he's going up Governor, right? Governor. France is already going Core Master, so he's going to get his wood. Land Age 4. So we might see Age 4. That's at least what the deck is implying here, maybe. Big time. So, yeah, this will be pretty solid. I think if he can go for a fast industrial somehow, that could be a potential solution against British. Who knows, though? Yeah. So what basically the France is doing is he's got his market up, so he's already getting his hunting dogs ready, his placer mines, his steel traps. That's basically what the French build order entails. Basically, get a trading post, then get a market between Age 1 and 2, so your CBD economy is really good. Because here's the thing. CBDs, as you know, have a better gather rate than an average villager. So, when you research hunting dogs, placer mines, all those techs, the astronomical effect of the market tax is actually going to be larger than a standard bill. So, hunting dogs is better than 10%. All the R1s feel better than 10%. It feels a lot stronger than when you're dealing with settlers. That's why he's already getting steel traps. He's going to be shipping in also 4 CBDs, so going with the villagers before he gets the gold. Very good. British getting their outposts. They're going to keep it defensive near their hunt. Right? And is he building? No, he just has it under his thumb. I was wondering what he was doing there, if he was going to go for a native or not, basically. Yeah. Yeah, the France is actually going to apply some pressure with the musketeer barracks there, so I think France is going to play it safe. Yeah, it looks like he is. He's going wood and not gold. So he's going to start out with musket push, and he might go towards Age 3 a bit later. Yeah. I think it's pretty good that he's starting musket just because, the Brits are going to do that. And it's better you have at least your army of muskets ready to go to handle them. Yeah. Now, what I think is a bad thing is the British is actually starting with pikemen. Why is he starting with pikemen? Does he have a reason for pikemen here? Does he assume he's going to idle and he's going to just siege him out with pikemen or something? Yeah, no, he's going to be in for a rude awakening because the France is coming in with muskets, and the muskets will beat the pikemen so badly. It's like now the British is a bit behind, but at the same time, it looks like he's going pike and shot, so he's going to start with the batch of pikemen, then he's going to train longbowmen, then he's going to ship longbowmen, so he's going to have sort of a longbow pikeman combination. When you do pikeman longbow combination, you have a very powerful archer in the longbowman, backed up by a nice stack of pikes to siege mainly, to siege the structures. Pikemen in the matchup are mostly for sieging, and then the longbowman is like the range support, to fight the infantry, fight the villagers, even fight cavalry when in substantial numbers. Because as you know, longbowmen have rate of fire, good rate of fire, so they can shoot rather quickly. Because really, when you think about a longbowman over the course of 3 seconds, it's actually doing 32 damage and not 16. So it's actually like an Imperial skirmisher over the course of the same time that a skirmisher shoots. It's actually on par with an Imperial skirmisher in terms of damage. It's kind of insane when you think about it. That's what makes archers so scary. It's because that 1.5 rate of fire allows it to do double damage over the course of gunpowder infantry's sort of shooting phase. You know, it's quite spoopy in that sense. And obviously also because it's shooting faster, it's more likely to get in extra damage before it falls as well. Because it's just hitting time after time after time with its arrow. Yeah. Like the longbowmen are gonna plow in forward there, seems like, yeah. Alright, so pikemen in the front there, a couple longbows. He's got another batch of pikemen, so he might be getting ready to rush this guy's base. But unfortunately for him, the France has deployed double barracks muskets, so he's got a defense. If the pikes go in too prematurely, the muskets will just shred them. He has to be very careful and tread lightly. Falconets coming out now. Falconets with musket. Reasonable defense. I think longbow pike will have to retreat from that. Oh, interesting. He's taken out a periphery house with the pikemen to do some damage, which it looks like he will be able to do. Housing his opponent effectively. That's a pretty nice way to get some work done, since you know your opponent is at age ahead and could be a serious danger. And so Falconet's out with a big stack of muskets, quite solid. Very nice. Veteran musket, and then 3 cuirassiers coming in. Quite good. Oh boy, takes out a Ville. Essentially in this setup, Musketeer is the backbone unit, so the thing that basically protects the artillery from the hand attacks of the pikes. And then the Cuirassier Falconet combo is what you use against the Longbow. So 3 Cuirassiers, you can run those right in, I think. At least when these Falconets roll in enough, and then you should be able to press them deep. Yeah. He's also getting 8 skirm too, so he's gonna have a bit more good range support for the army as well. So falconets are starting to bombard the archers, because the archers are again a bit panicky and desperate at this point to protect the PC. Muskets in the north will handle the pikes quite well. Pikemen in the south will force the cuirassiers to cycle around and attack from this angle on the archers. Yeah. Alright, can he finish this pike off good? Alright, now he's just going to charge the archers. Maybe get like 1 or 2 more splashes in. He's getting a good number of them in, actually, so he's getting some work done there, yeah. But unfortunately, the archers' sword attack finishes them off. But these are veteran muskets now, so they're hitting a bit harder and can, you know, deal with the archers somewhat there. Right? While falconets just focus on the town center attack. I think that town center, at least for now, should be dealable, yeah. But the Brit is also aging up, mind you, so he might have his own trick up his sleeve to get falconet, 5 hussar, 10 longbow. I want to age so badly XD. Yeah, I think he did want to age up so badly to meet him with equal number of falcons. Yeah, that seems to me what he was trying to do, but I think it was way too late for that. But at the same time, he couldn't find H2 anymore either because of the falcons. Because the skirm's on the way, because of the KSS. He was in a really bad situation there. Yeah, that's unfortunate. So we're going to another one now. Look through all this stuff. Very good. Let's see what the next one is. Scroll down here, find the next one. Where are we at now? Anubis Grupo T. Oh, McJim versus Anubis. Alright. What's the last Anubis that we had? I'm trying to remember. When's the last Anubis? So I think it was somewhere back here, right? Yeah, no. King Osmane, alright, so we're good. Okay. So that one now, very nice. British Mirror. Okay, British Mirror. This is always a fascinating situation when you have a British Mirror, because you kind of know what both of the Brits are going to do. It's going to become a grudge match of who's the best micro of their musketeers, or which sneaky dog manages to mix in some longbowmen and win the game. Yeah, no, this will be a fun one. We're gonna literally be seeing musketeer mirror wars. Yeah, it comes down to who's the best with their macro skills, with like herding, who gets the most manor houses early on, who gets lucky with the treasures. Anubis, by the way, has 25 wood, so he's going to have 25 wood towards another manor house. Yeah, that's kind of what it is. Also, could depend a bit if there's some deck differences, I suppose, but yeah, like, what's the difference going to be? Is somebody going to run Virginia Company and somebody not? And just, like, breeze through all the Vil booming that quick? I mean, we'll have to find out. To find out what the difference is between both Brits here. Anubis also gets an XP treasure, so they're doing pretty good in the treasure hunting department. Where's McJim getting? Is he getting anything good? He's getting 60 XP. Okay. That's quite nice. I can't speak against that. Alright, so let's see. So Anubis has Principiante. So he's got 5 crates, archer, musket, attack for cav and musket. He's 3. He's got meowman, musket, hussar, for 10 long. Okay, so that's what it looks like. Gentleman of the Pike and H4, obviously, and rockets and stuff. How about the other one? What's the other brick got? McJim. So McJim, less crates, more upgrades. He's actually got no cav attack. He's got the HP one though. He's got advanced arsenal. He's got spice trade. No Gentleman the Pike, but he has 3 mortar. Yeah. No Yowman. Ooh, no Yowman. I don't know about that, because Yowman obviously gives your archers more range, and it gives them multipliers against heavy infantry, so... You know, I feel like if it comes down to archers, Anubis is clearly going to be the favored poster child here. So governor there, governor here, governor everywhere. Everybody loves the governor. Hello, governor. It's funny how that's like a common thing in like the British and Australian. They just, hello, governor. And they end up making the governor like actually the best politician for British build ordering. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a fascinating situation there, to say the least, pretty much. Alright, so governor is almost halfway done there, and then this one's almost halfway done as well. Pretty cool. Oh, what is Anubis getting? So Anubis is getting an HP boost on his Explorer. Not the best for your resource pocketbook, but at least his Explorer is going to be a bit tankier, I suppose. Alright, so... Oh, so Brit's here. McJim goes for a forward manor house. So gets 2 nice vills on this mine. Oh, but unfortunately Explorer is going to contest it and rush those guys. Yeah. Also, McJim is taking the time to herd this hunt more towards, he's far away. He's not going to be able to herd that anywhere good. What is he doing? Is he going to lose a Vil to, like, an Explorer and a Tomahawk? Yeah, he is. He is going to lose that. He is going to lose that. Look at that. Look at that, man. He's going to lose a Vil to an Explorer. Wow. Anubis doing good there. Can he get this guy too? Is he just gonna, I don't know. And he already downed a villager on McJim. That's not good. Alright, Anubis is getting 700 wood. Right? What is McJim getting? McJim is just starting to get 700 wood, so... Yeah, it looks like Anubis is ahead of the game in the shipment department. Not good. Alright, so the barracks for Anubis is going to be defensive with the tower, right in this position, whereas the McJim one is mid-map. So he's sort of setting for a mid-map forward base to rush with. So map control-wise, theoretically, McJim is in better position, but in terms of overall resources, score, Anubis is looking better. Yeah. Alright, Anubis already has 5 muskets. He's getting 2 more mare houses, so he's... How many vills ahead? He is about 8 vills. Going to be about 8 villages ahead of the game there. Also, the 700 gold is deploying out. I feel like Anubis' setup is going to be better for early. Because he's got more resource crates to facilitate constant queuing of muskets. You know, and if he has to go into longbow, hussar, any of those troops, he's got the option there. So, I mean... I would say for certain right now, I would want to be the Anubis Brits right now. Look at the score as well. You know, Anubis is closing in on 7k, whereas McJim hasn't even closed in on, oh, he has just went into 6k. But yeah, you can tell, especially in that situation, that McJim is down a Vil. He's down another Vil, because these 5 muskets just downed his Vil in that spot. He's keeping them in a closely knit defensive formation with the Explorer, so they're moving like this little death ball around the map and just blowing off whatever villagers head off that they can in the position. He's gonna get this one now, and then yeah,
Yes.
get that one as well. Spot. Good. Another target. He's being super precise about taking out a commie where he can. And he's just gonna retreat, pull back. Good micro, good composure there, and just pulls back. Yeah, very nice, very nice. Yeah, good call with the defensive formation, because he's basically able to dodge the enemy muskets quite well and, you know, maneuver around the map appropriately. Yeah. At the same time, he's got a couple muskets here, and then called out some Minutemen to deal with the counterattack that McJim was attempting in that position. I think if he microed it well, he might be able to down these guys too. Or no, is he gonna... Uh-oh, he's trying to surround him. You're surrounded. Surrounded, my friend. It's alright, though, because Anubis is stalling him time. He's going for an age 3. He's going with the Mohawk Statesman to get some, I believe some tomahawks, right? So he is actually stalling himself in time there. And then he's going to come with these extra guys down here, which are basically battered anyways, and just stall a little more time, you know. So let them walk for now. Yeah, but what you get to do as Brits here is you get to go Falconet, possibly even Archers, and get a strong run on McJim. Yeah. I think McJim is definitely in the worst position there, basically.
Ready?
Commandment.
And muskets, and then it's going to reinforce him with up to 15 muskets, right?
Yes.
Yep, very nice.
Ready. Commandment. Ready.
Oh, 21 muskets, pretty good stack. 700 coin. Musketeers there. Good. And he's got that nice stack of tomahawks as well. But I guarantee you the Falconets is arriving right. Yep, Falconets and Veteran Musket. That's how you clinch the win. Get the HP and attack up on the muskets you got, and then artillery just blast him down the line there with the artillery. So yeah, Anubis is playing exactly the way he needs to, getting the early H3 he needed. Yeah, and obviously at this point, McJim is stuck in a deadly dance where he's forced to basically keep going Musketeers, and he can't inch towards H3 at this point. So yeah, no, Falconet's going to get a clean shot of a musket there. Has to start pulling back now, and at this point, Anubis is going to get Musketeer combat. He's going to get 50% more stats on these muskets even further. So he is playing the way he needs to, I think, to clinch this. Yeah, no, he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. I think that crate flexibility in H2 gave him what he needed to essentially plan out his H3. Now we got an H2 British running from an H3 British, and that's never good. There's one thing I understood in like ranked mirrors with the Brits. It's the player that's an age ahead usually that plans that out properly and booms properly that clinches the win in the British matchup. They can get to like H3 or H4 and you're behind. That's a bad sign for you because they're just going to go red coat, they're going to get rockets, they're going to get falconets with veteran musket, depending on what stage in the match it is, and you're just going to fall behind into the cracks. So yeah, I think that's a totally situation to find yourself in there. Yeah, I know, it is. Pretty much is, yeah. Quite bad. Yeah, Anubis at this point just has to go full throttle on veteran musket. He's going to be shipping in, is that 8 vills? Yeah, 8 settlers. Knows what he's doing. Alright, McJim wants to go H3 now, but it's way too late. I mean, he's trying to get the barracks now, but they're just being built now. He's going to lose the bill. He's forced to engage now, and Falconet's going to get a clean shot there of 4 of the muskets. Alright, this barracks is going to be pressured now, so this barracks is denied. If he gets that one too, then he just loses production, and it just grinds down, basically, yeah. Pretty much. Oh, interesting. So, Anubis is going to opt to down some manor houses for big XP bounty. Not a bad idea. I mean, he may as well, because he's got the Brit on the run. Okay, so the Brit is going to get some longbowmen now to try to clinch this back. Right, and McJim is also going to ship in some Falconets, yeah. Whereas Anubis, he's got a pretty secure economy at this point, and he can just grow. Oh, good volley there. Every good volley you can get like that inches him further and further towards the win. Yeah. Exactly what you want to see there. Yeah. TC is down right there right now. Very good. That's what you want to see. Ooh, Falconet. Oh, okay, so Anubis' Falconets are down. Now McJim's Falconets are down, but now Anubis has better stats. He's got Musketeer Combat plus Veteran, so this Musket will beat the McJim one very easily, and even pressure the Longbowman to a defeat as well. Yeah, GG McJim. Nice try. There you go. Good one. Very nice. Alright, we will go into the next one now. Let's go to the next one here. Right here. Let's scroll down. What are we on now on this list? Ezad versus Mao Dun. So we got another Ezad game. That's quite good. Alright, so this one's a duplicate, so we can skip that one. Alright, let's do Ezad versus Mao Dun. Ezad's always a strong player, so this should be quite good. Okay, so we got Ezad Germany versus Mao Dun British. So we got Brit versus Germany. My bets are on Ezad Germany, just because I know Ezad gameplay. He's a pretty tough opponent to deal with, but Mao Dun could be good too. We'll find out. We'll find out what Mao Dun has. Alright, so mark it up for Germany. Get that hunting dogs. Mining away to get enough gold for the hunting dogs there. Since again, your settler wagons have such a good gather rate, hunting dogs is a really good statistical idea for your bills, you know, and then you chop enough wood so you can get the hunting dogs tech, and then you do much better overall with it when dealing with animals, yeah. Right, and then for the British also got a market for hunting dogs, it looks like. And yeah, basically.
Yes.
Ezad got an 80 XP treasure, that's quite good. Getting XP treasures for Germany is quite awesome, because obviously every card you send in H2 and later has free Ulans, so your army will grow a little bit better than everybody else if you get those cards, you know, because you're not just talking about the card that the card is about, but Also a bit of handicap too. They can go into raiding. It can go against falconets. It can go against skirmishers. It's quite good. Yeah, basically. So what is this deck going to be? Okay, so Moundun's British deck does have the potential for Virginia Company. So this card here, Virginia Company, if you can fit it in, you can finagle it. It actually makes your manor houses cheaper to the point that you can stack them a lot faster. Because normally a manor house is more expensive than a standard house, and it takes quite a bit of wood to build one. But this card makes it cheaper than a regular house, so you can go boom, 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 vil, vil. Get 20 vils, super boom, your economy up to easily upper 40s, lower 50s. Yes, that's really what it is in that situation. Other than that, we see resource crates, this. We do get Royal Decree. Royal Decree for Brits is always a good one because it gives you some good options, like the ability to change your longbowmen into Roger Rangers, or just Rangers, so it turns them into real skirmishers, reducing their range, but also making them stronger in multipliers and damage and such. So, yeah. Also gives you access to the Blackwatch shipment, as well as your ability to up the HP on your muskets. Yeah, make them pretty sturdy and tanky. Yeah, exactly. Alright, going up with the governor for the Brits, whereas Germany's going to get a Corps Master with wood, just like they usually do there. The Germany actually went for middle trading posts. I think that's quite good. Basically, if you get the middle trading post, you're going to deny it from the Brits, and then you're going to be able to come back later and get this one. So essentially, you're getting the lion's share of the trade route done, which is great for map control purposes. So now you're going to get your 3 Scepter Wagons and 2 Yulans. Jawohl. So how's the Germany deck looking? So the Germany deck, this is looking like the majority of the combat decks we've seen with Germany. So basic age 2 layout, emphasis on cav. And then in age 3, he's got Skirm, Yulan, War Wagon, Mercenary. So none of that Doppel stuff that we seen earlier. He's just sticking to the standard script for that. Same standard script for age 4 too. Yeah. Plain and simple. Ezad will open Yulans, and he's got a lot on silver because Yulan costs 100 gold and only 50 food. So they're a very gold heavy unit. Mostly gold, yeah. So he's just going to go in and push with these Yulans, I think, and that'll be pretty good. He also got 2 free ones from his first card there. Oh, Brit's going in with Pikemen first. Pretty good prediction there. Okay, so the Pikemen do get in there against the Yulans. Okay, so 1 Yulan is gone. Using the Explorer to snare the pikemen and reduce their mobility is always nice. Also, the Germany will get the 320 XP treasure, so that's a huge gain for them. And they only lost 1 Yuan in that pike fight, so I think clearly there Ezad knows what he's doing with his army there. He seems to have a pretty good understanding of that. Maldun will attempt to, push him off with his pikemen again, but no guarantees how that's going to go, right? Now I'm going to ship in a crossbowman with 2 Yulans, so I had a bit of skirmish there to deal with the pikes and gain pretty dominant map control. Yulan's trying to ride around the sides there, I think. Yeah, basically. Oh, good slap of the spears there. Got 2 Yulons down, but still a lot of them to go. And of course, when the crossbowmen arrive, it's going to be a whole nother factor, yeah, for your pikes. But it does look like the Brit's going to get a stable, so we might have an answer to crossbowmen. He got a couple of muskets. Okay. Bit of anti-cav at least. But I just think he doesn't have a cohesive method here, and he's gonna just get cooked. Yeah, because Ezad ended up building barracks as well, and now he's got crossbowmen. So yeah, he's also gonna be training Doppelsolners too. So he's getting Doppel. So he's going heavy splash, heavy siege with the Doppelsolner swordsman. Yeah, I think that's quite good. No, I think it is. Make a huge difference there, for the most part. And siege. Keep moving in. Very nice. Recruits. See?
Right. Auftrag. Auftrag.
And now you have to retreat, it looks like. Doppel's coming right in. Doppels will be great siege here. 60 siege. That's pretty bad. It's pretty gnarly. Pretty gnarly stats. Tower won't last a second at that rate. No, it really won't. Crossbowmen just going on the hunt for the infantry at this stage. Some Yulons will branch off and do it the longbowmen. Quickly zip out when the pikes arrive, but then take some stabs at the pikemen while they're at their backs turned. Yeah. Doppels will be great against the pikemen here, so they should be able to press the pikemen. And okay, so he is going to pull out with them. Interesting how he didn't commit there. He could have just committed and just, I don't know. Looks like right now Mao Dun is doing what he needs to defend, so tough to say what's next. He's going to queue in a Hussar, and he's shipping in 6 muskets. He could ship in longbowmen too if he survives long enough. So man house going down there. Looks like resource wise he's got the edge. Oh wow. That made him quit losing a bill. I mean, yeah, he was like resources ahead and he had a bit more wiggle room with the military, so I kind of understand that a bit. So let's go to post game. Post juego. Post juego. Manito juego. See? Alright. Let's go to next game here. So let's see which one we're on now. Let's go. This is a duplicate. Merrill versus Yusuf. That's a new one. And then we'll do Soldier versus Ungers. Soldier versus Ungers is going to be a tough one because I know Soldier and I know Ungers. 2 very strong opponents there. Unger is obviously a Wars Liberty contender, and then Soldier will be good because he's actually a skilled, high-ranking opponent that actually is capable of casting and stuff on his YouTube channel. So he's definitely a reliable one. Okay, so Merrill is playing as Ottomans, and Yusuf is going as the United States. So we got United States versus Ottomans here. USA is getting a TP. Ottomans getting a trading post, you know? That's key to the Ottoman build order. Get a Moss, get some XP off the train posts, build very frequent unit shipments. That's kind of the key to the Ottomans. Frequent unit shipments, because unit shipments for the Ottomans, very powerful. Your 6 Abbas card, your 2 Falconet, your 5 Safahi, your 4 Mamluk. Good, and more good, you know? It's quite good. So yeah, that's what you depend on there. But yeah, we'll see sort of what USA has in mind. Are they going to go Highlanders, Scottish immigrants? Are they going to go more with sort of the Delaware setup we saw today? What is the plan? So we know right away Ottomans are going to go Naked Fast Fortress. Or at least Fast Fortress. Because capitalism gold trickle is going to be the first card here. So whenever you see that being the first card, Fast Fortress is on the books. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Age 3 Jan's hidden. So it's like a stealth strategy or something? Interesting. Okay, so a couple of interesting differences here. Azaps is not common. I mean, we see it, but it's not always a frequent thing. But we also see Bosniaks. We got Bosniaks in here. That could make H3 a pretty interesting situation for the opponent, because Bosniaks are a pretty brutal unit. You know, sort of like a Salwar almost, because they're like a mercenary Salwar or a Nagi, and then they get that charge deck and go Giorno, and then they just do a ton of like heavy damage and splash and stuff. Yeah, no. Bosniaks could be a spicy addition here if we see him. Yeah, no. He's aging up. Naturalist, so he's getting villagers and cows. Quite good. So we will begin the Scottish Immigrants USA. We've seen the deployment of Chinese immigrants, so he is already on 3 trading posts there. Built this one first. Second TP is going down over there. And essentially, this man's going to try to build as many trading posts, saloons, and meeting houses as he can to get as many free Highlanders as he humanly possibly can. So, that's going to be his end goal here, basically. Whether he does it or not, we'll find out. But should be interesting, to say the least. Yeah, really it will be. So, now, we got, what do we got here? Cooldown's over halfway done, so that'll be probably ready to queue up very soon. Also, first saloon going up, so that's Scottish Immigrant Condition number 4. 1 saloon, 3 TPs. He's going Pennsylvania, right? Yep, Pennsylvania. So what is he going to get? I'm assuming he's going to get the Convention of Philadelphia, right? Yep, Philadelphia Convention, get another meeting house. Yep, Philadelphia Convention. Got that going. And then he's going to follow it up with Arkansas posts to get 3 wagons. 2 to make a saloon with and 1 to make a meeting house with. And that should bring him up to 8 conditions. 8 Highlanders. Right? All he has to do is sort of like capture this, capture that, and then he's got 10 Highlanders. So he's chugging along pretty good. Chugging along quite solid here, yeah. So here comes the meeting house. Actually, wait a second, I'm trying to think. Yeah, that'll be 5, and then he'll get 3 more, so that'll be 8. Okay, so he's getting his levied rickshaw now to make another trading post. That'll be number 9. 999. Where's that one gonna go? Okay, so he's probably gonna go for this one now. So that'll be probably at least 9 Highlanders we're gonna be seeing. 9 seems to be the average number that we see when the Scottish immigrants out. I don't think have we seen anyone get a perfect 10 out of 10 Scottish immigrant Highlander setup where they got all 10? I don't know. I don't think we've seen it. Okay, now he's going for Pennsylvania Pound. It's a trade-off card. It reduces your mining rate, but it gives you a powerful gold trickle. So, basically the gold trickle, I think, in the long haul is going to be better than the mining rates, especially since it's an upfront income. So that's good. Obviously, when you have 3 saloons, that's going to be good income since each of these generates about 0.6 gold per second, which all 3 combined, 1.8 gold per second, which is good. Combined with that gold trickle, you're looking quite good income. Also, he's auto-building a TP using the 100 wood, 100 food method here. Or no, he's actually gonna... Is he going to set that up over there or what? He could try to build one more of these and get all 10 Highland. Okay, so he is going to manually build this one with his Explorer. Okay, so then he'll have about 10 Islanders. If this TP should be done by the time the card arrives. Because you can see right here it is 2 plus 4 plus 3, so that's 9. And then it's going to go up by another, so it's going to be 2 plus 5 plus 3. And they'll be all set, yeah. 10 Highlanders and 3 SRs. Ottomans, though, they're planning H3, so they got barracks deploying Janissaries. They're shipping 5 Janissaries in. And they're going to try to time it so they can get Vet Jans right away, followed by Falconets or Abbas. Right, that's what they're timing for. They're going for an exact timing of mass Jans with artillery or some other form of anti-infantry. That's what it looks to be, so that's what we'll find. Yeah. Okay, so here comes he went with the scout, so he got some free delis, a bit of free hand cav there. I think the hand cav is probably the worst option. He probably should have went with the Abbas with the marksman. Because these delis are going to be cooked by Highlanders. He should have went with the Abbas guards. Because what he needs raw firepower to blast those Highlanders down. Going with the hand cav is just not going to do it. Because he's got a bayonet to deal with those. He's actually going for another native site still. So he's being pretty active on the map. Okay, so 10 Islanders there. All these guys do 63 range attacks. So they're very brutal. You don't want to deal with... Oh, he's going with native treaties too. So he's got a batch of free Cheyenne and Apaches. So you know he's doing quite good here overall. Quite good actually. Ooh, okay. So oh, Falconets. But now he's got Cav coming in from this direction too. So he's gonna retreat the Highlanders, but now he's gonna watch out. Be careful. Don't take all this abuse for nothing. Okay, he's just finishing off the infantry. I wouldn't commit. I would just retreat. There's me. And why did he take out the Bashi Bajuk? He should have went after the Falcon. Okay, he's going to finish off the Falcons with the Highlanders. There. Ah, good. All right, finished them off. But what do you do now, though? You're like lacking numbers here. So what's the next step? Okay, so he's going to get Hamiltonian economics so he can get all of his market techs for free. And if he researched any already, he's going to get the resources refunded too, which is pretty cool. That's quite nice. Should give him a nice boost to come up with something. What he's probably going to do is go Owl Hoots. Owl Hoots is a great option at this stage. So I'm in 6 Abbas. Solid option. He should be able to finish these Highlanders off, especially if he's not paying attention. He's just sitting around, twiddling his thumbs. No, he's gonna finish them off because he's not watching his stuff. Boop. Boop. Simple. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. So that's done. Whoever Scottish immigrant setup that was is basically... I felt like he was staying in there too long with those Hounders. He should have just left and came back with better reinforcements, personally, yeah. Or they're dead. Alright, place some mines, steel traps, frontiersmen, statehood. Yep, he got the Virginia General Assembly there, so got statehood there, very good. Essentially, statehood allows you age up faster, and then allows you to get extra XP crates with that age up too, so it's quite good. Going with Kentucky, so he can get the Kentucky Hunters. Basically, you get 10 sharpshooters and about 4 owl hoots, which is a huge skirmisher mass to deal with this stuff. That's basically what you do there. Probably is going to go for rolling artillery at the same time or right afterwards, so you can get some gallon guns. But I don't know. I mean, it seems like this army's well established now, and it's like he's got 6 Abbas and then this veteran Janissary stack. He can get he can get 8 Jans too. He can like reinforce a bit with the home city as well. He did get Safai shipping in, so he's already got Safais in there. Armin looking quite good right now. Quite the pressureful opponent here. So yeah, I would be a little bit careful with that, you know? It's kind of deadly. Gotta watch out. Gotta watch out. Gotta watch out. Ooh, look at that. Carbine cavalry. My wounds. Not good. Again, eaten up by the Jans and the Abbas. Last thing you want to see there, man. Yeah. 100%. Very bad. Very, very bad. Horribly dead. Yeah, horribly dead. Attempting a ford, but unfortunately it's right next to his TC, but so that's going to be a sitting duck. It's kind of like, he doesn't have any ranged troops to get these guys off of, so that's like a flaw shipment there. Very bad. This is not fair, but okay. What do you mean not fair? Are you Anakin Skywalker getting denied the rank of Jedi Master or something? This is outrageous. It's unfair. To see young Yusuf. Basically. You should agree the moo. What do you mean moo? Are you a cow? Moo! Moo! You should agree the moo. Got milk? Yeah, got milk. You just change it quickly. That's on you, buddy. Pay attention. Pay attention to, you know? Yeah, you should just pay attention, buddy. Because if you know somebody, that's why, you know, if he does that, just quickly unclick and cancel the game. Use your brain. You could have canceled the window and said, wait a second, I don't want to go up against that Civ with this matchup, so I'll just pick this. Yeah, I don't know. That's it's a little bit sleazy, but guess he has his argument. Every dog has his day, so guess that dog had his day today. Yeah. So these are duplicates here. These are all duplicates, all 3 of these, right? Yeah. So which one are we on now? I'm trying to figure out where we are on this stack. Ooh, we're doing Soldier versus Ungers now. So 2 Soldier versus Ungers. This is the one I said I wanted to see. Because I know Soldier is a really solid caster, and then Ungers is obviously... You really need to fix this game, people. Why is this happening? That was a beautiful game, too. You're telling me that the recording quality in Definitive Edition is actually worse than Legacy, a game made back in 2006? Oh, man, that is cringe. Like, if you do casting games in Wars of Liberty, you don't have these problems. If you do them in the old days of ESOC, you didn't have these problems. Here you do. Unbelievable. Shouldn't be dealing with this poop. It's poop. Poop, poop, poop. going to Denny's and getting a Grand Slam breakfast and a Grand Slam trip to the toilet. Yeah. Unbelievable. Okay, so at least we might be able to see Voltus versus Izad. That might be good. And then we'll see two people from my group, Batu versus Diaruga. Alright. If this one does that, I'm having a serious talk about getting Apache done. Or I'm sending the Apaches after you. Getting the Apaches to scalp you at that point. Yeah. Tell me about it. Alright, so Izad's running Germany again. That's probably what he's maining in this tournament. And then Voltus is running España. So we got a Spain versus Germany. A Spain versus Germany. That I like because two trading post friendly civs that love their shipments. Love tons of cards. Spain's obviously going to get their cards the fastest because of their bonus. But Germany's cards are going to be good because they come with free cavalry. So there's that. I just wonder what the Spain's going to do here against the Germany. And considering Izad last time started opening stable and then followed up with crossbowmen and Doppel, wonder what the build's going to look like this time. Yeah, no. Actually quite fascinated with it. We'll see though. Definitely. Three villages there. So what's his deck? Standard. So standard, pike, rods, crates, vills, House of Trastamara, Spanish gold. So it has all the makings of a good Spanish 1v1 deck. Marvelous here. Very nice. Germany deck, 1v1, 2. So a slightly varied deck, it looks like. This one has 5 Doppels. This one lacks Yulons. This one actually considers adding HP onto the hand infantry. So this one is a little bit more hand infantry oriented. It's a bit more pike and Doppel cylinder friendly. Yeah. That's what I think this one is gonna be here exactly. So yeah, for sure. Alright. Voltus got 85 wood and Izad got 35 coin. Alright. I think in general, giving Spain a bit of wood is always a good thing. Because I'm wondering what's going to happen to this middle train post. Is Izad going to go for it again? Or is there a chance that Spain might be able to snag it? They're going to snag it. Right? Spain should be getting capitalism right now. Just saying, as part of the build. He's got a shipment already in tow. He's kind of sleeping at the wheel and losing the amount of gold he's going to gain from that card by just stalling like that. He's got to speed up. Come on. Come on. Get that gold trickle in tow because he's literally leaving a shipment to waste. Unless he's going to go for something big in H2. I don't know. He could be. He could be playing something big. We just haven't seen it yet. Alright, so he is getting to market. He's probably going to pick up his hunting dogs, play some mines now. Germany always has that ahead of the game because they always start with the hunting dogs from the start of the game to beef up the settler wagons. Yeah, that's exactly it. Okay, so Germany this time taking the safe trading post, leaving the middle one to the birds. Germany's going to go Corps Master, and Spain is going to go with the Governor, right? The Governor. Definitely. Hunting Dogs is activated for Spain. So let's see what he does with 2 shipments back to back in H2. I'm just curious what he's going to go for there. What's the game plan, man? Big time. I'm actually kind of curious. Curious George. Absolutely. So he's got his vills there. Very nice.
¿Cuál es su comando? Sí, correcto.
Alright, 700 gold, 5 villagers. Pretty nice.
Lo haré.
So going for Naked Fast Fortress, it looks like. Can they pick up the gold first, then the supplemental fills, and then probably gonna go Spanish Gold in H3, unless he wants to go for a quick shipment there. Yeah. Oh, he did. This is what I thought was gonna happen because Spain got lucky with the treasures that he was gonna go for that middle trading post. I think Spain's looking quite good now. Voltus, I'm putting my bets on him at this point. Yeah, no, also Spain took a middle tower there too, so he's got a bit of eyes and a bit of map control in the center map too. So he's playing pretty strongly right now. You know, that's something worth looking into. So Spain is going to be peeling these villas off one by one to dodge the Yuans and let the town center slowly, you know, get the Yuans down. At this point, he can just, I think he can just let the, he's just going to cook that one and he's just going to melt that one too. Boom. There you go. Threat's gone at that point. Eliminated. I can go up to age 3. He's got card here with 700 wood. So he's actually going to be able to deploy barracks / stable. So this Spain knows what he's doing. So he's going to go up with Sergeant of Arms. So he's going to go for some hand units. Quite nice. Oh, the Germany's coming in with Doppelsolners he trained. Oh boy, that's pretty tough. He could also ship some in too, so he's going full siege. He's going to try to siege this guy down before he becomes a problem. I'm a little concerned with that because obviously the Spain's going to be able to pick up those crates right away, put up a barracks in the back, and then he's just going to go skirmisher. Yeah. Big time. Yeah, I would put my bets on the Spain still, honestly. Yep. Doubleville on barracks, that should build a bit faster. And then he's going to go skirmisher. That should be quite good. Yep. More muskets coming out. So he's probably going to ship Falconets followed by Lancers, yeah. That's my bet. Also, he went Sergeant of Arms, so he has 8 pikemen as well. Yeah, no, this is a good setup for Spain. I think Spain's got a, they got a substantial force. They got the necessity. They got the necessity to fight the Yuans, and then they're gonna have the firepower to fight the infantry quite fast. No, especially with muskets. You know, muskets are flexible because they got the range attack with the Pierce, and then they have the hand attack with the bayonet. So I think in that regard, it's gonna be quite good for you know, the Spanish here. Yeah, no, the Falconets are in. They're going with rods. They're actually going rods. Interesting. Probably more worried about the Yuans maybe than the Doppels. I think maybe the muskets and the Falcons can nail the Doppels. They're just worried about Yuan massing becoming a problem. That could be true. That could totally be true. Alright, some more muskets are going to queue in as well. Yeah, there we go. Let's see how this ends up unfolding here. Right in that spot. Ezad, what's your plan, man? So Ezad has made it to age 3. He's going to train War Wagon. He's going to ship War Wagon. So now we understand the rods a bit better. So rods are definitely going to be a much better solution to War Wagons than obviously Lancers are. So, okay, Falconet taking out 2 Doppels down. Ooh, now, did you see that? He went into instant cover mode to quickly shield himself with 50% crush armor against those cannons. That was a smart move there by Ezad. basically saved 2 of his units there. Okay, so Falconets in this. They take out 1 Yulan. Another Yulan down. War Wagons in shooting range. Ah, okay. But he's got 5 of them here. So that's going to be a serious issue. Okay, now he sees the mass of these War Wagons. So that's going to be tough. He's trying to do everything he can to get extra volleys here, I think. While also trying to distance himself from the town center fire too. That's another thing. Because Izak can fall into his TC too and use that as a support. So he's got to be careful how he actually goes about that there, basically, yeah. Alright, so more bombarding up the war wagons. Ooh, good. Takes out skirmisher. Ah, nice. Good volley there on the skirms. He needs good fights like this. Good flexi with the rods. Now I know what the rods are for. Basically to smother these pulls. But he's got it. Oh, he just lost both falconets to the war wagons. Okay, there's evil clouds. Jawohl. Oh man, that's not good. War wagon. Losing 3 war wagons, okay. Looks like it's moving back in the direction of Izad, the pendulum. So, see how that goes. But yeah, Spain's going to add in some Lancers. They didn't get Smash Gold, so that's one bit of resource that they're not going to have in their back pocket there. So, yeah, unfortunately. See what else they can come up with, though. Should be pretty interesting, to say the least. Yeah, big time. Alright, so now we got steel traps coming in. Another rod queuing. Does he have them veteran rods or just straight up rods? Straight up rods. Spanish gold coming in, so he wants those treasure chests to be flowing in right now, basically.
Verwundet und kann mich nicht bewegen.
So war wagon skirm on the German side. I'm just trying to figure out what possibly Spain can do to recover this. Maybe. Because he's dealing with a formidable force there. War wagon plus skirm. Yeah, war wagons are pretty high in damage. It's a whopping 42 range attack we're talking about here. Plus the backing up of those skirms, so it's hard to get your skirms in there to try to fight him when he's got his own trying to go tit for tat with you. So that's going to be a tough one. Alright, so those skirms are in. Lancers queuing up as well, so looking to have a little bit of anti-skirm in there. The Lancers. Let's see if he can, like... Alright, so he knows not to get too close to the stable. Because if he does, he could pounce on him at any time with the Lancers and just give him a surprise. And then he'll lose all his infantry, and then that would put Izad on the back hill. So he's got to be careful of that sort of thing. Skirms are going to try to micro down maybe a couple of those Yuans. Shave off some of his army numbers a bit. It's not a guarantee. Does he have any more shipments? He can get 4 Lancers, so maybe 4 Lancer reinforcement. It's kind of tough to say who can pull this off at this point. Looks like Izad clinched this back with the timing of his war wagons. That's why timing is so critical in RTS. When a unit arrives, it can be a game changer. So it looks like war wagons this time with a game changer for Izad. Right. Skirmishers blasting in. Gonna go forward a bit and then retreat. War wagon Yulan skirmisher, kind of a good combination here. Yulan deals with the skirmish deals with the musket, and then the war wagon deals with the Incav. So a little bit of everything here. Whereas Lancer, skirm, rod, kind of an incomplete sort of mix, you know. gives you a big gaping hole against Yuan somewhat, because you know, the war wagons can just shred the lancers, and then at that point the Yuans can just charge in and deal with the very flimsy rods at this stage, because these Yuans are veteran at this stage, right? So they're well equipped, I think, to deal with rods just fine. At least it seems like it. Big time. Skirmisher versus skirmisher. Just winning on that side of things. It's about. It seems to be going against Voltus here. Yeah, Zad's taking that lead pretty easily. GG. Oh, big time. Oh boy. Easy, easy, easy. Yeah. Go for another one now. Which one are we on now? Trying to figure out where we are in the stack. Port Mafia, Wesley versus Exiguda. Where are we in the Batu versus Diaroga? So we got two of the Group P categories that I was in with, right? Then we have a duplicate there that we'll skip over with he's at Maudun again. Okay, so we got an Ottoman mirror here. Diaroga Ottomans versus Batu Ottomans. So Ottoman versus Ottoman. Should be a fun matchup. Yeah, big time. Seeing two Ottomans is always a very fun, interesting matchup because it really comes down to micro. Obviously, those big unit shipments. Both of you got them, so you got to use them to the best of your ability. Sometimes strategy, you know. Sometimes one will go like double Jan, and then one might sneak up with the Jan Abbas and then win that way. But yeah, well, you'll be seeing, you know, because both of these guys are going to be receiving those shipments at equal times. They both got a Moss, they both got a trading post, so they're both going to be getting equal XP in the matchup here. It's going to be quite a good battle here. So we're also going to have to check decks. Who's got a card that might make an advantage over the other one? Is it going to come down to who has AZAPs, who doesn't have AZAPs? Is it going to come down to who's running the Royal Decree setup and who isn't running the Royal Decree setup? A lot of tough stuff like that, basically. So we'll find out. Yeah. I've Murad looking for this treasure. So 75 gold. Could be pretty good. I mean, 75 gold is enough for 3 Janissaries to be queued up, so I consider that. Alright, so who is this? This is Diaroga. Diaroga is running 1v1 Ottoman, so kind of a standard setup. Jan, Delhi, Cratesville, and Age 2. Does have Royal Decree, just not Moss Construction, Age 3. Standard, you got your Jan, Delhi, Safahi, Abbas, Falconet, Mamluk. And then in Age 4, you got the beefy Abbas shipping and then Bombards. And your artillery school there, your Keluli school. Nice. Wait a minute, no, that's not artillery. It's actually the one in Age 3, but whatever. Batu is running Mir. Mir? What is Mir? Mir. So he is running Moss Construction, so he might be going more in the Age 4 direction. Yeah, if he gets an Age 4 in there, that's pretty serious, you know. Yeah, definitely. He's also running Nizam, so he does have a Nizam shipment in there with the Abbas, so that could be very strong anti-infantry if combined with Falconet and Abbas, you know, Nizam. Is missing the Mamluks, though. I remember Julian K is not happy with Ottoman players that don't run Mamluks. I remember I was doing production one time for Isak, and then Julian K came on as sort of like a guest caster. And then he's like, "Oh, he's not running the Mamluks. I'm going to have a nice talk with him about that. That's a very bad idea." And I'm like, I was thinking like, oh yeah, so I guess you better always run Mamluks in your Ottoman deck for that reason. Yeah, no. It's something I learned in Wars of Liberty too. Something I actually judge people on too in Wars of Liberty. Like if I was ever casting a Wars of Liberty game and I didn't see Mamluks in their deck or in a tournament deck, I said, no, that's a bad idea. Julian K, one of the best AoE 3 players, said that that's a bad idea. So you better put Mamluks in your Ottoman deck. And there's a good reason why. There's a good reason why they're a good card. Because the Mamluk is a mercenary cav that has extremely high hit points. About almost 1500 HP on those things. It's very substantial. It can take a lot of abuse. When it comes to skirms, it can sit there and fight skirms all day. But even if you're like dealing with like a dragoon, it can take a couple of shots. You know, it can be a battle changer because it can get the small number of dragoons so occupied that the rest of the army just runs ahead. Yeah. So it looks like Diaroga's gonna go double barracks Jan. Is that right? Barracks right there. Batu is gonna go Naked Fast Fortress. Very least he's gonna reach H3, start running Abyss, Falconet, all those wonderful things. But he is gonna have the backing up of his 700 wood. To at least probably get a barracks down, get a couple of backup Janissaries ready to go. So yeah, it's looking like an H3 versus H2 battle here. Could be quite interesting. I believe the one that's an H3 always has the advantage because they essentially got the beefy Abyss shipment, plus they can get 4 from the marksman, so you're looking at 10 Abyss gunners with Falks on top of Janissaries. That's a huge difference. That's a huge game changer on the battlefield, and just gives that player time to get enough Janissaries to actually start going after your base. So yeah, that's what we're considering here. It's quite serious. Quite a serious reality, to say the least. Yeah, that's what I think we're going to expect here, honestly. Yeah. So 700 gold coming in for Diaroga. So he's getting ready for his gold. Okay, Batu is going up with Marksman. That's probably the appropriate one because in really any situation with Ottomans, if you are going to deal with any sort of pressure, obviously they're going to be sending Janissaries your way. So I think it's a good move that you have the Abyss there, because the Abyss is what's going to make those Janissaries really start falling around the ground there, which I think is pretty good. Yeah, basically. Interestingly enough, Diaroga actually noticed. I think he scouted something out. Wait a minute, did he scout? Let me look at the last sighter. So yeah, I don't think he saw a barracks there. Okay, he did make some Janissaries. Alright, I was wondering about that. I was like, where are the Janissaries? ¿Dónde está? ¿Dónde están las Janissaries? So there's the Janissaries right there. I was wondering if he like realized that Batu might actually be going H3 and he decided to not do Janissaries, but still had the barracks there anyways. He did actually do some Janissaries. And he is going to get a added villager, so I mean, a little bit more economy, I guess, in your back pocket. He is going H3 too, so he is gonna have an answer to things, you know. It's not just gonna be a beatdown with Batu going Falconet, Safahi over your stuff, you know. Diaroga could get a good ship in himself in or two. Alright, so Batu has his 4 Abyss gunners. He's going to ship in 5 Safahi. He's going to have that good splash cavi there. His Explorer is actually constructing a second town center. So instead of getting a barracks, he's actually going full boom / defense. So yeah, he's playing the good economic game with the Ottomans here while running some elite troops. You know, 5 Safahis and 4 Abyss. That's going to make Janissaries look like nothing. Okay, so what did Diaroga get? Did he get, trying to figure it out. Did he go with, like, some sort of exiled prince? He might have. Because I don't see any Abbots, I don't see Delhis there. So he must have gone with exiled prince. So he's lacking those troops. Alright, so Safahi are just going to, you know, weave around a bit and see what they can pull off. And then they have to take out. Oh, Moheber. He has a Moheber to take out Batu's Explorer, which I find kind of interesting. That would have been pretty serious if a Moheber came over here and like sniped him before he could finish the town center. That would be pretty serious, you know. Or at least force him to spend some gold on ransom. Okay, so now Diaroga is going to resume Janissary production. Whereas Batu is going to get 1,000 gold. And look at age 4. Yeah, he's going up to age 4 now. He's going to go up with the Vizier, most likely, to get the added Safahis, and they'll all be Shao Tech in the guard. Right, remember, Safahis can regenerate when they're idle. So even though one of them did take a bit of wounding from the town center, you can just heal them up by sitting right here. Yeah, look at him, healing up. He's got nature's own best medicine on his side. Yeah. It's quite good. Quite good indeed. And from there, you will probably see some good action. Yep, Vizier for more Spies. Also, is he going to go for Moss Construction? He's got a few options. You can go Bombard. You can go for Big Safahi Shipment. Different weapons in his arsenal there. Some pretty good stuff. So, yeah, we'll have to figure that out as time goes on, what the ultimate strategy is going to be here. Yeah, big time. Right, so now, going up there, what is Diaroga's plan? So Diaroga is going Falconet Shipment. He went full Veteran Janny. He's training a single Culverin too. Kind of important, because if we do see Bombards, that Culverin will, you know, it'll help. You know, it'll help. But the thing is, if he goes Bombards, it takes a good amount of time for a single Culverin to make a difference. So single Culverin to me, negligible at best. Like, he would need like a good 3, 4, 5 Culverins to undo Bombards. You know, one alone is not going to cut it. I can tell you, as an arena player, one Culverin does not stop Bombards of any kind, whether it's little Bombards, big Bombards, great Bombards. A single Culverin does not cut it. So the single Culverin is a nice attempt, an E for effort, but I just don't think it's serving him the way he needs. And anyways, Badu's just going to go 6 Safahi, so he's just going to go raw splash attack on this whole army, which is like brutal. You know, he's got 8 Safahis already. He's going to pick off as many Jans as he can with the Abyss Gunners and fish them apart, take them apart, like monkey bread. Monkey bread. Oh yeah, you've had monkey bread before, right? With like all the cinnamon and stuff. Yeah. Kind of pull them apart like monkey bread in a box, and then yep, force the bills off. Trying to pick up as many Jans as he can, so when he goes in with the giant Safahi stack, it's gonna hurt pretty badly. Look at the splash on these guys. Whoa. Going into hand attack too. I think hand attack is actually the worst thing to do, because now you've got the Jans stacked up right against the Safahis, so they're closely packed like sardines, and you get even more anti-cav into them. But then again, I think the Safahi would win anyways, just because of their raw HP and splash. Yeah, I just think at least if he went range, he could potentially keep his army on the field longer. Yeah, Diaroga, well played. I remember somebody brought up before with the casting that Diaroga is sort of an older player, so he's not used to the new functionality of the Ottomans, you know. He's not used to an Ottoman fast industrial. I might have even seen that. Is this the game that me and Phoenix were covering on Discord? This might have been it, but I'm glad I covered it on my channel too, because I remember me and Phoenix were talking about this, and basically Phoenix said, you know, Diaroga is an older player. He's from the old Age of Empires 3, so he's used to the old school gameplay of the Ottomans. He's not used to the new school fast industrial. He's not used to a fast Age 4 deploying Ottoman being a threat. So that's something that's totally new for him. He just doesn't know that meta. So it's not that he's a bad player. He's a very skillful player, a very knowledgeable player. But his knowledge base does not include the new sort of meta yet, so it's totally understandable why he's sort of, falling into that sort of a trap, if that makes any sense, yeah. Duplicate, 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 duplicate. Did we see this one? Red Kid versus Obi-Wan. Yes, we did. That's a duplicate. So we got a lot of duplicates here. This is a duplicate of Sturdy Table versus Topeka. Yehuda. Duplicate. Duplicate. Kaiser Klein versus I Am Person. Let me see. Trying to figure out where we are. What's this one? Do we know what this one is? Alright. I'm not gonna go over that one. I think that one was pretty poop. So I'll wait. I'll upload the video on a rainy day, maybe. I don't know. I might not even. Wasn't that good. So just move on to another one then. Moving right along. Yeah. Moving right along. So let's just go down here. Let's get through all this poop. Poop, poop. Okay, so Kaiser Klein versus I Am Person. I'm trying to remember. Did we see that one? Kaiser Klein. Kaiser Klein. Let me make sure. That might be a new one. Let me find out. Kaiser Klein, I Am Person. If that's new, that's pretty good. Enjoy that one quite a bit because I know Kaiser Klein. He's a pretty solid player. I've covered his stuff before on ESOC, and I believe I've seen him on YouTube for years before with Interjection. So Kaiser Klein is definitely a worthy watch. Yeah, so Kaiser Klein is a new one, so that's good. Go down to there then, yeah. And then we'll see Den versus Horse Feed. That should be a good one. Alright, so I Am Person is Aztecs. And then Kaiser Klein is Germany, jawohl. So we got a Germany versus an Aztec. Interesting. I believe I Am Person was Aztecs earlier, right? Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, that's kind of his main civ here. So Germany versus Aztec is always going to be a pretty interesting one, I think. It all depends on how good the Aztec sets up, I think, honestly. So first thing out of the gate you do as Aztecs, build a community plaza, stick that little warrior priest on it so he can start generating you some XP with the XP dance. 1 XP point per second, which is quite good, quite solid. So definitely worth it. And then as soon as you go into H2, you try to set up 3 more warrior priests with the card and essentially keep doing the warrior priest dance until you reach 7 to 10 warrior priests, and then that community plaza becomes a real asset for the rest of the game. Whether it's the fertility dance to get your production up, the attack dance to get your attack stats up, calling in emergency units. Community plaza is like a real bigger hamburger helper when it comes to your Native American setup. So that'll be a really neat thing to have there, I think. Yeah, basically. Whereas, okay, so what is he running? So Russian Aztecs. So he's going aggro. He's going to go hard rush with the Antonin, the Spear, the Coyote, and the Mayans. So we've seen him use this deck before in a Aztec mirror. And I believe it won. Am I remembering correctly? It beat the opponent. Yeah, so this is an aggressive setup. And then in H3, you got your primary stuff here. As far as support cards, you got the Puma one, the Coyote one, and then you got the Anton one. So very War Hut friendly, I think, is the word. Whereas Germany, it's called 1v1 deck. He's got doppel, crossbow, cavalry cards, crates. He does have silversmith, so that is an option that could facilitate later Black Rider and Jaeger shipments, as well as obviously better situation for artillery training, but that's besides the point. So, yeah. No trading posts yet from either player. Yeah, no, nothing. Right, so Germany's going to go Core Master, right? 400 wood. Aztecs, they're going to go Messenger, right? Believe so. Oh, the Elder. So he's going to go the Elder first. Okay. Might go Messenger for H3 then. Kind of play it like the exiled prince of the Europeans. Very nice.
Ok. Madne. Komance Ashku.
He's banking on 2 shipments now, so yeah, that's going to be very critical there for the rush. Notice how he's mining away at the silver. He wants to get as much gold as possible so he can get at least one batch of these Mayans out right away. These Mayans, they're a native musketeer, so they actually have a good range attack and then a hand attack against cav. It looks like Kaiser Klein knows what he's doing. He's looked at his deck properly, studied his opponent there, so he's already set up a wall to delay the Aztecs' entry into his base. This wall is actually quite important. He's also setting up his barracks and his house in a line to make it really hard for Aztecs to enter in. And when he does enter in, the units are going to be closely coupled together and be vulnerable to stuff like splash attack and make targeting that much easier. So Kaiser Klein is defending like a champ here. He really knows what he's doing. Yeah. Okay, so the Aztec is now going to get 700 wood, whereas the Germany is going to go pikemen. So he's going to make some pikemen here as a defense against Coyote runners. Yeah. However, do note that the Aztec did send his big bun in to get the 4 Jag Knights. So if he doesn't watch his pikemen carefully, the Jag Knights will sweep them under the rug. Alright, so first thing he does is he gets his... oh, nice. Good use of the Explorer ability there. So basically when you capture Treasure Guardians with a War Chief, the Explorer can still use his Treasure Guardian ability on them because they still have the Treasure Guardian tag. So yeah, the Explorer has that nifty way of still eliminating that threat. It's quite nice. He was attempting to siege away at that house, but I think he didn't want to stay on too long because obviously his opponent was going to use the town center and, shoot him away. Yeah. So now he's training some Coyote runners. He's chipping in the Mayans. Kaiser Klein is turtling like a champ right now, and he's going to make some moves to get his Yulons out onto the field with his Explorer and maybe raid, maybe get a treasure or two. Any big ones? If he could grab this one under Aztec's chin, that would be funny. But no, that would be a risky idea because maybe he's paying attention. He could actually steal that and grab that 30 XP. Okay, so pikemen coming in there, crossbowmen, Yulons. Quite nice. Look at all the crossbowmen Kaiser Klein has been able to deploy out of this barracks in his home city. This is quite good. This is what he needs, is a big army of crossbowmen. Because with the crossbowmen, he can kite all the stuff that the Aztec is doing. And he has just enough pikemen to clean up the Coyote runners. So, Coyote runners are just throwing themselves through, trying to get to the archers. Yuan's doing a good job at actually snaring. Jag Knights trying to beat their way through the pikes and the Minutemen. It's just not working. Okay, the Antons have arrived. Tried to raid, but now the town center is shooting them. That was kind of a botched failure, honestly. Look at all the troops he lost there. That's devastating. Now he's going to have to train more Kai runners, and then he's going to ship in about 5 of them, so kind of nothing he can do right now without a steady supply of shock infantry there. Goes in without that, it's going to be pretty devastating, so yeah, I don't know what he's going to do about that, honestly. We'll see. We'll see what his game plan is. From the looks of it, though, it seems like, yeah, no, 5 Kai runner with 4 in Taunton. I think he's going to be alright, personally. Right. 700 wood with 2 Yunnan, pikemen, okay. Very interesting. Oh, it's coming through the little crevice. Look at him coming through the little hole. The little hole. Right in the corner there. Good actually attack angle. Oh no, right where the... Oh, timing. The timing is impeccable. Pikeman just had to be there at that moment. Oh, that's a stinker. I'd be pretty sad if I was Aztecs in that situation. Like, just had to be there at that moment, little pikards. It's not good. Yeah, but yeah, that's over, man. That's fatality right there. That's casualty. Big time. All right, we'll do another one now. Let's see where we're at in the stack. Figure out where we are here. Alright, Den Dems versus Horse Feed. That one now. I don't know about Den. I've never heard of him before, but I've heard of Horse Feed. I've actually done stuff with Horse Feed before on ESOC. Basically, I was having hardware problems trying to get the production going for the ESOC stream. So Horse Feed came in to step in to save the day. Basically, Horse Feed is like quite skilled with streaming. He can basically handle production and casting at the same time, just like I do. Notice how I can do production and streaming at the same time. I'm able to move the camera around and find stuff while I'm talking. Yeah, that's kind of what he does. He's like a real good pro with casting and stuff and can actually handle the production and everything, which is great. Alright, so India versus Lakota. So Horsefeed's using Lakota, Den is using India. India versus Lakota can be fascinating. I've seen situations where both civs have sort of found their wins on both sides of the aisle, so I will say that it's going to be a fascinating one, to say the least. It's really up to the birds at this point who is the champion here. Yeah, no. Kind of fascinated, actually, with this. Could go either way, honestly. You know, really depends. Really depends, yeah. Alright, so looks like here 60 food, that's great. You know, obviously any food you give to India is going to help them up with their age time. It's quite good, especially since India has the concern of their villagers costing wood and dealing with all that poop. Yeah. Alright, so Lakota, let's see what Lakota's around. So 1v1 land. What has he got early on? So he's got medicine then. That's interesting. Healers in Definitive Edition can also work at the community plaza too. So going priests with Native Americans in DE is actually a little bit more understandable than it was in Legacy, just because they can be added onto your fire pit, so to speak. Right? Does have new ways, so he can actually get counter infantry rifling. It's got a batch of Cheyennes. No Takala soldiers, which I find interesting, you know. Probably was running out of cards at this point. H3, got all this good stuff. North American trade. Takala, all that. Oh, nice. Alright, so going up with the chief for 400 wood. Kind of like a quartermaster age up for the Lakota. Whereas India is going, let's see where India's planning. So they're going to go defensive Agra Fort, actually. Interesting. So this India sort of went with the balance stage up, so they didn't go with just a straight up Tenville on Hunt one. They kind of mixed it up a bit. but they're going to have a defensive agrifort. So basically, in this one, they're going to have a bit of a defense against Lakota. That's probably what they're thinking, because they know this is the Great Plains, this is where the Lakota, this is their home territory, this is their, you know, just like the Yankees in New York City or the Red Sox in Boston or the Pittsburgh Steelers in Pittsburgh, this is sort of their homeland. So here they are graded rating on this open map. So you got to be careful, you know. Having an agrifort in your base is definitely going to help with that range attack, you know, and give you a bit of flexibility there pretty much, yeah. So I think in this matchup, it's going to be seeing what Horsefeed does. So Horsefeed is going War Hut. So he's going to be going with aggression here. He's going to be putting a middle War Hut down with his villagers, 2 villagers to get up quicker. And he's going to open up with which ship? An Axe Rider, I'm assuming. Either Crates or Axe Rider. Wood. Okay, so well, that's reasonable. Right. The cool thing about war huts instead of barracks is that war huts, since they count as a tower building, you can actually start to build them in Age 1. So you get a bit of ahead of the game on the construction, and you can theoretically start queuing up right out of the gate in Age 2 if you time it well. Yeah. Alright, so in this instance, he's got the War Hut shooting down the Treasure Guardian because he wants to nab this treasure, you can tell. But unfortunately, India is right around the corner here. He's got an elephant that's probably going to try to contest it from him. So he's kind of has to retreat for now. Let the bandit riders get back to their job. Okay, so now he's going to fight him with the war clubs. Once he does that, he should have enough men on the ground to get these bandit riders destroyed. And then go for the 320 XP. So basically, you gotta keep your war chief right on top of the treasure here. Oh, he got stolen by India. Amala. Oh, wow, that was big. Good job, India. That's huge. That's a huge boost for India there. That's big. That's a big, big comeback there. Alright, so Wakoa's still training up C-10 bowmen, and they're going to ship in another 7 of them. So again, some archers in there with the war clubs. You think of Lakota as a captive, but they actually open up with archers and clubmen, which is kind of fascinating. That's what Definitive Edition did for them, basically. Whereas India's got their foreign logins, so they got their wood trickle done. They're going with diplomatic intrigue on Ottomans, right? Get the batch of delis to deal with the C-10 bowmen. We'll have sepoys to deal with the war clubs, and then the delis will just close in on the archers. So far, so good. Things coming together nicely, I think. Ottomans coming in. Another tiny perk with the Ottoman allies is actually that they give you more line of sight, so you can actually see ahead of time what the Lakota are planning and avoid getting yourself into bad pickles. Bad dill kosher pickles, basically. So, yeah. Alright, so queuing up a Gurkha, shipping in Sawars, going to be gaining 3 delis from the Ottoman consulate, and pretty soon a couple of AZAPs at this point as well. C-10's just walking through the base and just taking a bunch of abuse from the buildings for nothing. Losing a few archers in the process. I don't totally understand what that logic was about, but it is what it is. So a couple Gurks, a couple Sepoys, 4 Sawars, 3 delis. AZAP's probably on the way as well. Okay, so let's see. So how many war clubs has he got? He has like no war clubs, so these Sawars are going to have a pretty clean break here on the archers. All he has to do is like pull back a little. Oh, he's got axe riders. I wasn't looking at him. So he's got axe riders. Look at this. 6 axe riders. You ship 4 and then they queued up a few more to corral. Wow. Axe riders will change up things. And now these sepoys are a lot more important. Because axe riders do a lot of damage. They do 35 damage. That's pretty severe. And then they're slightly tanked up by the war chief too. So yeah, let's see who ends up winning. So it looks like the archers survive? No, there's another Sour there. Trying to figure out who's dead. Okay, the archers are dead. X-Rider's dead, so that was a win for India. He survives with some Sepoys, a Delhi, and some Gurks. He was able to keep off to the side. Lakota will pursue with their Axe-Rider Archer combo. Because India is gonna... What they got? So they're shipping in about... No, they're training 4 Sepoys, and they're actually shipping in 5 more of them, too. So they're going... massing up on the Sepoys here, which I think is a great idea. Because, you know, he's actually running a corral now with Axe-Rider, so you gotta take the Axe-Rider threat rather seriously. And not let him overwhelm you with hand cav. The only way you do that is with Sepoy mass. That's about all you can do. And what's the plan with the consulate? Is he going to get AZAPs too? He could throw in some AZAPs as well. But now it looks like he has a caravanserai there, and he's going to actually start making some Sawars as well. So he's thinking about the archer threat too. He's just not going to stack in a big army of Sepoys and let the archers get on him. So he knows that the Gurks might die to those Axe-Riders, so he's not going to just make the assumption that the Gurks are going to bail him out from the archers. You know, he's got to give himself possibilities here, you know. Yeah, so the Sepoys sort of scare off the Axe-Riders and force him into a loop. Now he's got to pull back, because there's too many archers there with the war hut. Quite interesting, yeah. So Sawars are going to come off to the side here with the Delhi that's remaining and just press on the archers. Let's see how fast the infantry can reinforce and force away the Axe-Riders. So hand cav is forced into a melee. One little sentry in there cutting apart that Axe-Rider. Cav is gone again. Sepoys Gurks moving right onto the archers, using their number of damage, just storming on these guys. Because these archers, you know, not the toughest archers in the game. I mean, they're good, but they can be overwhelmed pretty easily without any sort of support. 5 Axe-Riders coming in from the nearby corral. It's going to be forced to retreat, but the India responds with Zambaraks. Oh no, he got the Cheyenne right on top of him. Wow, that is so bad. That is so bad, because Cheyennes have all cavalry multipliers on their lances. That is a bad timing right there. That changes everything, because now the Lakota is able to hit the Gurkhas, get rid of the Zambaraks, and the only thing it leaves them with is a couple of Sepoys, which they might get rid of one Cheyenne. Yeah, they get rid of one, but the rest are cooked. So that was a huge spin around there. Yeah. So it's going to make it a bit more interesting now, because now probably India's going to need 2 batches of Zambaraks at this point just to clean up the Cheyennes. Once the Cheyennes are cleaned up, then I feel like you're in better shape. At least what it seems like. So, yeah. That's what I think we're looking at here, honestly, from the looks of it. So, yeah, pretty much. Oh man, look at that stuff. Insane. Insane in the membrane, yeah. Big time. Oh yeah, just hunt those giants down and you good boy. Yeah, big time. Oh no. Yeah, get rid of those giants over there. Very good. Oh, here comes the war clubs. War clubs, come on. Oh no. Oh, he's going double caravanserai. Look at that. He's going doubling down on these. He is really concerned about cavalry right now. I mean, I can't blame him, because he's dealing with a heavy cavalry civ, so you can't blame him for going double Zam against that. Yeah, no. Then gonna queue in some Sawars too. He's gonna get some Sawars in as well. Is he still in Ottomans? Yeah, he's still in Ottomans. I think he actually got the extra villagers with the Ottomans. That's what he used that influence, that export for. But now he can probably afford to get the AZAPs too, as like another little bit of infantry to stack it. Especially since the Lakota is adding in bow rider. He is adding in a light cav. He is adding in bow rider, so If you did want to get the ASAPs now, I would think that would probably be an okay idea against his bow riders, you know? Yeah, big time. Alright, so Gurks are going to come in on the side here. Try to find a good target. Ooh. What is he doing there? Like, I wouldn't press him with the Gurks like that. You don't know what you're running into. Oh man, he's losing the Spores. Okay, so the Zams get rid of one Cheyenne. So the Cheyennes are kind of gone now, right? That's kind of the big threat. Okay, so get rid of the War Chief. It cuts down the rest of the HP on the rest of the troops. Not a lot of bow riders there. Just gotta fight through those last ones, and now the Salwars can go right after the archers. Great. Look at all that wonderful anti-skirmisher multipliers going into play there. Yeah, quite good. Alright, so yeah, it says GG, horse feed. The horse will not be fed tonight, unfortunately. Definitely not. Not feeding that horse. Nope. Gonna have to get the Cory Bear to feed that horse, probably, yeah. Where are we on now? So we got, how many more games are we on? How many more games are we on? What do you think? What do you think, Lottie? We should... How many people are still here? 4? Wanna do another one? Palladino versus Chinese name person. Palladino versus Chinese name person. Oh, that's classic. Alright, let's see Palladino versus Chinese name person. Alright, so Palladino is Germany and Chinese person is Ottomans. So Ottomans versus Chinese, striving to Ottomans versus Germans. What am I talking about? Because I saw Chinese letters, I was thinking of Chinese. That's why. Alright, so, okay, so we got Ottomans running against Germans. So, this matchup, we've seen it quite a bit, I think, at this point. It really depends on skill, you know. From what we've seen, Ottoman works really well against Germany when they're running Cav Archer Abbas. So if this Ottoman can get Cav Archer Abbas in Fortress Age, looking quite good. Looking clean and mean and pristine. So that's what we want, right? Yeah, so that's what we're going to get. Alright, so in this matchup, he's got the moss down. What about the training posts? Sir? 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 Training posts. Need that. Okay, so he's going to come up the side and grab this one. Okay. Doing a bit of treasure hunting, I see, so that's why it's a bit delayed. I would say, personally, get the trading posts up first before you do all that treasure hunting, because you're going to miss out on a delivery or 2 of XP up here, so... Yeah, kind of bad, kind of risky. You're definitely playing into Germany's hand doing that, you know, because every lack of XP delivery means you're giving that Germany a little bit more of a flex against you. Yeah, no, I would be a little careful of that personally, you know. It's definitely playing against you there quite a bit, so, yeah. Big time. Kebab Enjoyer. Oh, I like that. That's a fun name, Kebab Enjoyer. That's a nice one. Alright, so what does the Germany run? 1 versus 1 defense. Oh, okay. So, this is actually our first mercenary-friendly Germany deck of the tournament. So, what Germany gets is this great card here called Improved Mercenaries. They could just call it Mercenary Combat because it gives all mercenaries 15% HP and 15% attack. includes mercenaries that you train from your tavern and the ones that you ship in. So this is might be a mercenary game here for Germany. Yeah. I'm shocked we don't see Silversmith, because normally Silversmith is a card we see a lot with these mercenary decks, just so the Germany player can facilitate more gold from their mines, as well as keeping that mining rate steamrolling, you know? But let's see. I mean, he's got his standard H3 mercenaries, plus he's got wild geese. He's got, no, not wild geese, Irish Brigadiers in H2. I was thinking of Wars Libby. Yep, Irish Brigadiers in H2. So these guys, they're not the strongest muskets in the world. They're pretty standard stats, but what they got is really good hand armor, and they have a high melee attack, and then they get field promotions. So I wonder if we'll see some Irish Brigadiers from this Germany. Possibly. Should be worth watching. How about the Armin, though? What's the Armin up to? 1v1 rush. He could go Fast Fortress, but the deck is called Rush, so that might be where his brain is at right now, is rushing. Rushing the rushing Russia. Yeah. Okay, so Core Master, right? Same with Germany. Core Master. Foreign Wood. Kind of the agreed upon establishment of a politician at this point. Wood is great for houses, barracks, you name it, so may as well go with that. Yeah. Basically. I'm going to be looking at that Germany, though, because he's just starting to get his trading posts up now. And he's getting his gold, so... Is he going for an age 3 to get mercenaries? Yeah, he seems to be mining some gold right now, so I don't know what he's up to. Yeah, no, he's kind of getting a bit of all the resources right now. But no, that's Armin's getting gold. What am I talking about? Okay, so... He's getting steel traps. He's going to get settler wagons. Okay. Yeah, so we might be seeing an age up 3 from the Armin, though. It might indeed be on the recipe card at this point. Basswood, quite nice. Carl Stellar. Gonna develop stable, Ulons, it looks like. Already has 2 out of the gate from the card. And he's gonna queue in more of them. Probably get like 4 or 5 of them. Armin's starting with barracks, it looks like. So is that double barracks Jan? Okay, so he's going to do a double barracks Jan rush. That's pretty strong. Seems to be the standard rush of, you know, tournaments of Armin's. We don't see a lot of Jan Abbas anymore. It used to be the big boy one for Wars of Liberty, and Legacy was Mayan Abbas with Janissary. Here it just seems to be Janissary spam by itself. And then you just bring in the Abbas later, yeah. I think it's because they nerfed some of the Abbas's stats in, the 5th edition that weren't in the case of Legacy. All that pushing is going on with the Jans. Ulons are just going to look for as many builds as they can to slice and dice, yeah. Alright, so Townstar should be able to shred these Ulons, right? Yeah. Ooh, sneaking up on with the scimitar. Look at that. Sneaky Janny. Quite nice. Yeah, very nice. Shipping in the delis, it looks like. How many Jans is he on? 14. Pretty sizable stack, yeah. Basically. Alright, so looks like what treasure is that? 80 XP. Very nice. Very good.
Hazır.
Ooh. Wow. Bad. Bad. I think he could have sniped two of them if he was very thoughtful. When you take out a settler wagon in Germany, that's like losing two villagers because of how they gather rate in their plot classes. It's really serious. You should never lose a settler wagon. Settler is an okay loss, but losing a settler wagon is like losing two villagers, so it's very devastating to your score. Yeah. The Germany, as expected, does actually go into age 3 to go mercenaries. Yeah. But he doesn't have anywhere as near gold he needs to even get one batch. He's also not timing on the shipment very good either. Yeah.
Bereit?
I don't know why he went Yulon start and then went mercenary. It seems a little bit botched, personally. I wouldn't have done that if it was me, you know. I think with this mixture of stuff, it's just gonna sabotage him pretty bad. Personally, yeah. At least that's what I think, you know. My opinion. That's all an opinion, that's what I would say. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Now he's just going on to all silver, like, just vying for it. No, he doesn't even have that option, because now he doesn't even have a tower or anything. He's got to build an outpost there, get it up, hopefully get some Jaeger or something. Doesn't work though, because he's got delis, so he's gonna have to somehow micro those down and then fight the Janissaries. And with no growing in his economy, so this is bad mercenary implementation. Should have just went Naked Fast Fortress if he wanted to go mercenaries. He would have already had a Jaeger shipment, maybe even Black Rider, and then he could have done something, you know. In this instance, it's just not good. He's, you know, behind the times, as they say, you know. He's going to try to ship in the war wagons, but who's to say that the tower even survives to get war wagons? I don't think that's a guaranteed, you know, situation for you. No, I just don't think it's going to work, you know, personally. That's what I think, yeah, basically.
Bereit.
Alright, so set the wagons are down. Good. And this settler wagon's going to be targeted there too. Very good. Very nice. Yeah, he's just running for the hills at this point. I don't know what he's even planned. That's insane. He's gonna try to ship in skirmishers now. Yeah, he didn't even get the war wagons. And like, yeah, no, your tower's not even gonna survive. I mean, I would resign if that was me. I wouldn't sit around the map and run around like that with my tail between my legs. You really gonna do that to viewers? Seriously? Yeah, no, I wouldn't have done that personally. That's a little bit cringe and Geo. That's at least my opinion. But yeah, basically. So skirmishers in. Oh, whoa! Hey, I think he almost got him too. Oh, not good. Drop another Villy. Alley-oop. Alley-oop. Oh, nice. Yeah.
Ja.
Very nice, yeah. still trying. Still trying. I don't know what to say about this one, but he's still trying somehow. No idea what he's doing, but he's doing something. Yeah, basically. Pretty much. Take a good one. Get some 4 wagons there, basically. Yep. GG. I didn't even know what he was stolen for, to be honest. What was he Joseph Stalin for? You Joseph Stalin for, man? Really? Ugh, I don't know. Where are we on now? Let's see. How many more games do we got, actually, in this whole set? So this is a duplicate, right? I don't know. I'm gonna figure it out. How long was this look time? I'm trying to remember that one. Let me see. Where did this one show up? I'm trying to wonder. Let me see. I'm just trying to figure out if we've seen that one or not. Trying to get organized here and figure out all my stuff. Yeah. We got a ton of matches here, man. Yeah. Chinese name versus Asdio, 39. Want to see that one? How many people are here? Okay, so people are starting to go to bed now. So, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to cut the stream now because I want people to be able to see this live. And if people are starting to go to bed and stuff, I don't want to sit here and talk to myself the whole time. So, yeah, thank you for showing up. We got a good over 6 hours of this done. We probably have one more like full day stream of these games, or a very nifty weekend one to do. So yeah, see you on the next stream. Tomorrow we will, meaning Tuesday. So we're almost into Tuesday in 12 minutes. But Tuesday we are streaming the Chronicles Battles of Greece, the Alexander the Great Macedon DLC campaign. We're doing that. If you want to do some multiplayer games with me, please tell me ahead of time. I'm not going to sit around and waste my time for that thing. I tried that with Battles of Greece and it was not worth it. So, if you want to see me do some multiplayer on that, you got to give me the lobbies. You got to DM me and say, hey, Stiletsy, we're going to do some games of Spartans and Macedonians and stuff. You want to do it? I'm like, of course I do. But if you don't do that, I'm just going with that campaign. And I'll, wait for good hosts like Zaus and Delian and stuff to let me play him in multiplayer. But yeah, I'm not going to do the other. But yeah. Anyways, see you then. Thank you for coming tonight. Everybody get some good rest. You listen to me talk for 6 hours. Hopefully it put you to sleep in a good way, not in a bad way. Anyways, thank you.